Chapter 1. A Long Fall. I approve. Those were the only words Kaya had spoken after she'd grabbed Nathan from the Adventurers Guild. They had climbed up through Jamor, entered the staircase inside the mountain, and headed back to the seal. There was a gate that blocked access to the stairs, but Kaya had opened it with an enchanted key. It had been a few days since the solstice and Nathan's duel with Simla. The rest of that day hadn't heralded further surprises. The heirs had sworn variations of Nathan's oath to fight to stop the endings themselves instead of merely protecting the people of Jamor from them. It had been a dramatic moment, to be sure. The other trainees, now adventurers, had stuck to the standard oath, but after Nathan's duel, none had spoken against the heirs. The new graduates seemed to hold Nathan and the other heirs in even more awe than they had previously. And yet, they were being shuffled into the standard adventurer operations.
Yesterday, the heirs had gone on an uneventful patrol along the southern transit road. They had another scheduled tomorrow. Those seem awfully close together now that I think of it. Aren't patrols only every other week or so? Kia spoke again, pulling Nathan's attention back to the present moment. Your oath. I hoped that others would follow your example, start a new era of Gamor adventurers. But a river's path shifts slowly. I am glad that Kachi swore the oath alongside you. You will do great things. She looked back over her shoulder at him, golden red braid catching what little light there was. Her eyes glowed a soft blue in the dark tunnel, and Nathan couldn't see her expression. Or you'll die. That's the adventurer's life. At least you would die attempting to slay a giant. Nathan nodded back to her, not sure what to say. He was pretty sure he knew why they were here. Kia was going to teach him the airwalking talent, or at least the start of it. He'd spent some time thinking about the events of the solstice. It was a lot to wrap his head around. The tales of ending had reverberated through Nathan's head again and again. He'd talked to the heirs about them, learning more details. Magic, gods, monsters, undeath, wrath, storm, deicide, elements, history, spite, and silence. There were still so many unanswered questions. The ending of elements had been the most recent, with a few survivors establishing Giant's Rest several centuries ago. According to a few second- and third-hand accounts, the ending of elements had been a shifting conflagration of the natural elements, where a storm of fire gave way to dozens of feet of snow that was soon washed away by a torrent of water from the sky. How did anybody survive that for 3 generations? And Nathan had sworn to prevent the next one, the ending of history. If only he knew what that meant. The general consensus was that all of the buried history of Devrar would reawaken. All of the horrors from all of the dungeons would emerge and cover the land with myriad death. So Jamor cleared the dungeons and tried to learn how to counter the threats within. They built weapons, forged enchantments, and studied the knowledge of their predecessors to weather the storm that would be the ending of history. How did one go about fighting that? Clear all the dungeons? Nathan didn't know, but he'd keep an eye out for any clues about it, and prioritize developing his, except now Nathan was hoping to pick up another piece of the build he'd planned for. Flight. If he was going to fight the mages of Giant's Rest, he'd need to catch them. Yeah, that's another thing I'm going to do. Protect a city, topple an evil empire, and save the world from a cyclical apocalypse. I definitely have direction. It feels good. Here I have Davrar, and its assistance means my only limits are my goals. But these goals may be too much. Nathan voiced some of his doubts, responding to Kaya's earlier comment on his oath.
It seems like too much sometimes. How can I accomplish such a thing? They were approaching the top of the staircase, and in the sunlight pouring through the opening,
Nathan could see the fond smile on Kaya's face as she gazed upwards. It was the most he'd ever seen the ferocious woman smile. Her response was warm, as if explaining a favored topic. With perseverance and dedication, the same way anything is accomplished. Stare the ghoul in the eye over and over until the ghoul is the one that flinches. You have lit this fire, and I have faith that you and the heirs will stoke it to a glorious blaze. Then they emerged onto the mountaintop, and Nathan was stunned by the panorama. When he'd been up here before, the sky had been dark, and he hadn't been able to see the world of Davrar spread around him. Now he could.
The ruined city of Old Gomor stretched out below him in all directions, marked by roads extending in the cardinal directions. The city was split by a wide river that emerged from the eastern mountains, flowing sullenly through the ruins to the north. The river's path had once been marked by a broad canal and sculpted parks, but the water had broken its bounds on either side of the transit road, and the sections of the city surrounding the river were sunken and flooded. The only section of the old path that the river seemed to respect was the bridge that the space-compressing transit road used. Many miles to the west, the placid river curved around the solitary Firewatch Peak, a volcano that occasionally belched ash and smoke into the sky. From this elevated position, Nathan could just barely make out the village of Firewatch, which lay nestled into the crater of a cinder cone at the base of the volcano. Nathan looked around, trying to spot more villages from the amazing vantage point. He could see a few in all directions, but less than a handful of the 22 he knew were out there, and even those were smudgy dots, barely visible. But beyond all of that, the landscape of Davrar was revealed. Enormous mountains loomed to the north, snow-capped and rugged. In the very far distance, Nathan could glimpse even taller peaks, bereft of snow, that loomed ominously over their cousins. Those mountains were dark and cloaked in a perpetual gloom. The range marched down south, becoming less severe as it went, until it petered into sandy hills that merged with the barely visible desert to the southeast. A dark forest spread beyond Firewatch Peak to the west, reaching north and south as it followed the Drakefish River and its tributaries. Just visible on the horizon as a light greenish smudge was the expanse of the plains beyond. Nathan shook himself from appreciating the view, hurrying to follow Kaya as she walked across the top of the mountain past the seal. Nathan glanced at the horizontal disc-shaped vault. It wasn't glowing now, or if it was, the bright sunlight was hiding it. It looked like a 20-foot-wide irising camera aperture set into the top of the mountain, deeply carved with intricate symbols. Kia led Nathan onwards, to the edge of the mountain ridge that curled over Gomor. Nathan approached the overhang carefully, where the stone curved downwards sharply before revealing the city where Nathan had lived these past months. The armored warrior glanced at the drop. I learned the start of this talent by accident, in the mountains. I was knocked off a cliff by a castle bear. Bounced a few times on the way down, frantically trying to use my faith to slow my fall. Almost died when I hit the ground. Broken legs, bones sticking out of my chest. Used my faith to heal myself. Her eyes turned back to study him. I picked up the talent for mid-tier slow fall, then. That's where you'll start. You will need to survive this fall. Seriously? Nathan blinked. He'd been offered low-tier slow fall months ago, when he'd jumped over the back wall of the Adventuring Guild to evade imaginary agents of Giant's Rest, who hadn't turned out to be all that imaginary after all. Could I have avoided all of this if I'd just taken the skill then and ranked it up? Nathan decided to just ask. I was offered the low-tier version of that talent months ago. I could have just taken it then? Kia exhaled sharply. Dangerous. Yes, you could have. But that path would be longer than one starting at a higher tier. Her lips quirked. It would also be safer. It is good that you know something of falling.
She shook her head as if clearing errant thoughts. The low-tier version of this talent is difficult to properly develop. It simply makes longer falls less dangerous and is difficult to train. How often do you truly face long falls while in a fight? I have seen adventurers who knew my story take a decade to develop the low-tier talent to mid-tier. They never reached high-tier, let alone gaining the unique talent. Skipping the early tier is necessary. It is much better that you start with the mid- or high-tier version, which requires a longer and more lethal fall, and the following insight. She paused for a second, as if thinking of what to say exactly. You must use your class resource to guide and slow your fall when you gain the talent. Do not push the resource out of you. It is not something you throw away. Your stamina is an internal resource. Use it internally. Use your stamina to pull your body in the direction you wish to go. It is inside you, pushing against your bones, constrained within your skin. Guide your stamina inside of you and use it to push in the direction you wish to go. She gestured to the cliff. The longer the fall, the better the talent. If you use stamina to control your fall, then you will gain the correct version of the talent, which will be at least mid-tier. I have brought you here because this fall is most likely to provide the high-tier version of the talent. And you wish to slay giants all too soon, do you not? The talent is unique and must be developed from a high-tier talent. Nathan gulped, then nodded. He did want to learn this sooner rather than later. He edged forward, looking down. The curving lip of the stone overhang they stood upon meant he couldn't look straight down, but it was clear that the ground was thousands of feet below, far beyond the terminal velocity distance. Nathan drew in a shaky breath, contemplating. He worked his jaw and reached out for his stamina, which was a hair below full after the climb. He practiced moving it around inside him, trying to feel for the motion Kia had just described. He noticed Kia moving around behind him. Do not practice. You do not want the talent for stamina-driven movement. She placed one armored foot against his back. Nathan had a moment of realization about what was about to happen, and then Kia kicked him off the cliff. Nathan spent a moment panicking and flailing for the ledge. Then he was violently angry at Kia for kicking him off a cliff. Then he stabilized his flight, locking into an instinctive skydiving arch. I honestly shouldn't be surprised. It's Kia. This is very much her style. Time to fly or die. Nathan grinned as he felt the wind rush past him, and his mind snapped into a frenzied focus. He had to admit, skydiving without a parachute was one hell of a rush. The city of Jamor was spread out below on its steep hill. Kia had pushed him off the farthest point of the overhanging curl of stone, and Nathan would land halfway down the slope, not too far from Poppy's old alchemy shop. How do I survive this? I need to use stamina to slow my fall, just like Kia said. But I should also control my approach angle. If I come in nearly parallel to the steepest slope I can find, then less of my momentum will need to be broken by the ground. I will also need to activate rage right before the impact to get the toughness boost. But I need to not distract myself and drain stamina I can use to break the fall, and heal myself afterwards. Nathan had maybe 15 more seconds. He started cycling his stamina throughout his entire body, pushing at every limb, trying to move his chest and bones in the same direction. He angled his body to start flying towards the wall, hoping the downslope velocity would help reduce the impact. It worked, and Nathan almost overshot the slope to land on flat ground. But it was too late to worry about that. The ground was speeding up towards him. Nathan activated his rage, spreading the ember that forever burned inside him to every corner of his being with a moment's discipline. The thought of the lines of slaves trudging across the stream was all it took. Nathan threw every ounce of the furious energy that surged through his body into casting himself upwards. He would use his stamina to fly, to strike Giant's Rest mages from the sky. High-tier Focused Mind 8 achieved. Nathan jerked his legs forward, trying to get them underneath him. He hit the sloping street he'd been aiming for, and everything became a confused blur. He impacted the ground at an angle, crushing his hip and driving bones into his gut before violently tumbling down the street. Nathan saw a pedestrian in his path get yanked out of the way by some unknown force. Then his head bounced off the ground, and his consciousness fragmented as he continued to angrily pinwheel down the hill. A short while later, Nathan's thoughts coalesced. He felt like a pulped sack of flesh.
Everything felt off. And while Nathan didn't usually feel much pain through Juggernaut's wrath, his entire body was screaming that nothing was right. His heart wasn't beating. He lay on the ground for a moment, his limbs at odd angles, but slowly healing. His head was swimming, and he was definitely concussed. He was splayed flat a short distance away from Jamor's outer wall. A box appeared before him, and Nathan blinked woozily up at it. No going to sleep. Fix the heart first. Pending talent, high tier, slow fall. You have survived falling an extraordinarily long distance by using stamina to control your plummet. This talent will allow you to use stamina to efficiently direct your fall. This is especially effective for controlling the rate of your fall. Nathan directed his regeneration to his chest and head, wanting to dispel the sick and nauseous feeling he had, and to not die. His vision cleared, his heart resumed beating, and Nathan checked his stamina. Stamina,
122/650. Oh, that's not good. I'm still dying from massive internal hemorrhage, especially now that my heart is back to pumping blood around. Then the world seemed to bend and twist in front of Nathan's eyes as the whole city took on a dreamlike cast. Day changed to night, and cavorting figures surrounded him. One reached down and took Nathan's hand, which was suddenly whole and unbroken. The figures urged him to rest, reassuring him that everything would be fine. That's really not good. He blinked, noticing other discrepancies. His eyes squinted against the light of the sun shining into them, but he couldn't see it through a sudden layer of low clouds. And he could feel mana around him, both internal and external. Nathan focused on the sensation. He'd felt mana like this before, dream and light. This is an illusion. A damned good one, too. Tactile through dream mana, and definitely some look-away magic to make it harder to notice any slip-ups. Nathan drew deeply on the complex spell around him, draining the mana. His stamina rose slightly, even as he kept healing from his fall. The illusion had been powerful. He rolled his head around, seeing nobody. The streets of Jamor were empty, as far as Nathan could see. He furrowed his brow, looking up the street he'd bounced down. Nobody. He couldn't hear anything either, just silence. That's not right. There's another spell there. Nathan leaned further into his notice and his magic absorption, seeing a faint heat haze distortion in the air just a few feet away. He kicked out a foot and broke the barrier, quickly sucking in the mana from the invisibility spell which surrounded him like a dome, making him unable to see anybody outside of it. Mid-tier notice 7 achieved. Ah, the boy thinks. This is a good talent he has, yes it is. Or maybe just an intelligent person behind it, All of a sudden there was a figure hunched over Nathan. It was a short birdfolk woman. A crow. She was covered with black feathers and hopped from foot to foot as she studied him. Nathan had never met her, but he knew who she was. That's Gale Shullett, the leader of the 7 Fools, one of the other heavyweight adventuring teams of Gamor. She runs the Tower of Trickery. She's trained half the adventurer mages in Gamor. He opened his mouth and rasped out a question. "Why are you here?" She cocked her head and looked down at him. "Kaya asked me to help. I thought it a worthy time to meet you. If you survived. You never know with Kaya." She threw her beak back and cackled harshly before snapping her face down to refocus on Nathan. "I came to make sure you didn't land on anybody, and to channel your mana. Kaya said you would need it. And to talk to you. All three at once seems a good deal, yes?" Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent Talent 1, Magic Absorption 6. Permanent Talent 2, High Tier Regeneration 7. Talent 3, None. Class, Spellbreaker Juggernaut, Level 53. Stamina, 94/630, Juggernaut's Wrath. Anti-Magic Momentum, Raging Thrill. Juggernaut's Inertia, Unarmored Resilience. Utility Skills, High-Tier Focused Mind, 8. High-Tier Earnestness, 1. Mid-Tier Sprinting, 5. Mid-Tier Spell Sense, 9. Mid-Tier Notice, 7. Mid-Tier Identify, 6. Mid-Tier Dodging, Footwork, 4. High-Tier Enhanced Memory, 1. Mid-Tier Lecturing, 1. Low-Tier Tumbling, 10. Chapter 2. Insights and Intuition. Nathan stared up at the crowfolk mage, who looked back with beady eyes. Then, with the flick of her wrist, he found himself in a dark void, cut off from all sensory input. It was really just a complex working of light and shadow, cleverly linked to his body such that he wouldn't be able to escape it if he moved, which wasn't likely right now with all the injuries. Nathan absorbed the spell, using the stamina from it to keep healing his abused body. He was pretty sure his internal organs were all back in the right places now, but he still had a lot of shattered bones, some of which were poking through skin. He looked back up at Gale Sholett, the birdfolk mage looking down at him and chuckling in the back of her throat as she tossed a gnarled staff between her hands. "Real quick at that, you are. Try this one out." The world flipped. Nathan couldn't help but scrabble weakly at the ground to avoid flying up into the sky. His hands weren't working very well, and he would have screamed at his shifting bones if not for Juggernaut's wrath. He felt out the illusions and the more subtle manipulation on his inner ear, and tore the spell apart. Glaring up at Gale, he spoke raggedly. "Not funny." Mid-tier spell sense 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier. She looked down at him, beak slightly open in a faint grin. "Ah, is it not?" She glanced at the lip of stone Nathan had fallen from, far above. "I suppose not." Then she gestured towards him with her staff, and began channeling a continuous flow of light mana into his skin, fueling his regeneration more directly. Her face took on a serious cast. "You've declared your purpose here on Devrar a few times, haven't you? Take down Giant's Rest. Stop the endings. Kia approves, but she would." The crow woman snapped her beak together with a clack. "I don't. Pick one. Either is a death wish, and Giant's Rest is here. The endings are not. Do not waste your potential, boy. Fight that which can be fought. And don't kill off a fine team of adventurers while you're at it." She leaned back, sighing, and seeming to deflate slightly, though the mana flow never wavered. But you give an old woman hope that the young generation has fire in it yet. Break this stalemate if you can, Nathan Lark. I want to see that city of spires fall before I die.
The spells I've let you study, consider them a gift towards that purpose. The black-feathered woman looked up into the sky, watching the armored figure of Kaya descending towards them. And I'm glad you beat Simla. Fool needed a solid kick in the nethers, poking his steel around where it didn't belong. Your origin is your own, and you've proven yourself to me. Kaya's boots crunched down onto the street nearby, and she surveyed Nathan and Gale. He sat up to greet her, surprised that his body seemed to be more or less working. He watched a few cuts on his arms close up as bones settled back into place. Then he checked his stamina again. Stamina, 155 over 650. High-tier regeneration 8 achieved. Nice. I really can't wait to make a unique talent out of that. Gonna be sweet. Kaya reached out a gauntleted hand to Nathan, and he let the tall woman in shining armor pull him to his feet. She looked to Gale as the mage stopped channeling mana to Nathan. Gale, did Nathan answer your questions? The woman tilted her head sideways in a very bird-like fashion.
Kia, I'm surprised he jumped. Unless you pushed him?
She tilted her head, studying Kaya's stoic face.
You did? Ha! Well, he survived. Glad of it.
Her gaze snapped back to Nathan.
If you do take on Giant's Rest, know that many of the adventurers of Gemor will back you. We have not forgotten that part of our past so thoroughly. We just need an opening, a way for it to make sense to fight. Then Gale Shalette turned and walked away, blinking out of view after a few steps. Nathan looked around for the heat haze that would indicate an invisibility spell to magic. He saw nothing. Kaya sighed. Look up. She likes to fly when she goes invisible. Nathan looked up, spotting a faint bubble of haze vanishing behind a rooftop. He checked his clothes. They were a mess, all bloody and torn, but they still covered most of his body. He'd pick up more when he got back to the guild.
It wasn't like he wasn't used to walking around in torn and bloody clothes at this point. By now, the Gemor guard knew who he was. I just hope I'm not getting a reputation for that. Let us talk outside of the city. There is more to discuss. Kaya gestured, and Nathan led the way towards the gate that led out into the killing field beyond the walls. They passed through the long tunnel with a few words to the guards, promising that they'd be back soon, and that Kaya would keep a close eye on Nathan while they were out. Then they were back out in the sunlight. They walked across the leveled heart of old Gemor, seemingly headed in no particular direction. After a little while, Kaya shot a look back at the city and nodded. Her armor pulsed with light, which Nathan felt wash over him. Some kind of anti-illusion divine spell? Yay, spell sense. The woman's expression was serious as she studied him. You have been offered the talent. Nathan read back the offered high-tier slow fall. This talent will allow you to use stamina to efficiently direct your fall. This is especially effective for controlling the rate of your fall. Kia nodded in return, then continued walking into the ruins. That is a good start, with the necessary requirement of spending stamina to slow your fall. You should accept the talent. Congratulations, you have accepted the high-tier slow fall talent. It will become a part of your status and rank up as you use it. It starts at rank 1 and becomes more effective as it ranks up. Think about how you use your talent's functions to aid in talent development at rank 10. She started explaining, putting words together as she walked. It is high tier as well, so you are closer to the unique development that is needed, and the ability to control not only speed, but guide the path of your fall will make it easier to rank up, for it will be more useful in combat.
You must find chances to use the talent to help you leap upon your enemies. That is your surest path to talent ranks. Kaya faced him, chewing her lip as she focused on her explanation. Now listen closely, for slow fall is only the first part of this insight and not the most obvious part. When you have fully ranked the talent, you should focus on the feeling of pushing your stamina around. Direct that ability into the soles of your feet, kicking down and against the stamina that is pushing back. It may be tempting to use your resource all over your body, to attempt to fly without the need for muscles. Kaya held up a single finger for emphasis. That would be much less efficient. Such a talent would likely be possible, but it would require hundreds of stamina for even a few seconds in the air. This insight will guide the talent development to provide a force that you can push off with your normal body motions. That will both be more efficient and will provide a much more versatile talent, which will allow you to make use of your strength and other movement skills that you acquired for use on normal footing. Kia nodded, considering her point. I can help, when the time is right. As usual, developments are easiest and most likely when you are engaged with a dangerous foe. If you have the opportunity, take it, she sighed. Devrar enjoys such drama. Her focus returned to Nathan. Any questions? I've got a few questions for Devrar, but let me think if I have any for Kia. Could I also push with my hands? Nathan asked. I've only seen you pushing off air with your feet, but I'm interested in also using my hands. Is that possible? Kia frowned, looking down at her hands. I had not considered such a thing, given that my hands are occupied by my sword in combat. But for you, she nodded to herself. Likely, yes. I believe the critical part of this insight is that you are pushing off your class resource, not having it push you. This may make the insight somewhat more complicated, but there should not be a significant difference in the resulting talent. Nathan thought for a moment, remembering each time he'd seen Kaya using the airwalking talent. Does the talent retain the ability to slow your fall, or do you need to push off the air with your legs? You do lose the normal ability to slow your fall, and it takes practice to control yourself in the air while you are already moving at speed. It is a common tactic among the Guardians of Jamor for Dalo to throw me at an enemy, as you saw with the Grave Tangle. I am able to control my flight and slow myself as needed using this talent. Anything else, or are we done? Nathan cast around for any more questions. What about further developments? You have it developed past airwalking, don't you? Kaya shrugged. I do, but those insights are their own, and I am not sure I should share them. She saw Nathan's sullen expression and clarified. Not because I do not believe I owe you the insight, but because I believe you may develop this talent in a different way than I have, with a different resource than my own. I do not wish to constrain your growth. I will talk to you about this in time, when you've flexed the airwalking talent yourself. My further developments are focused on efficiency and control, and I do not know if that is what you will need. Then she gestured at Nathan to follow her as they kept walking into the desolate ruins outside Jamor. Come, I wish to show you something. They didn't go much farther, just near the edge of the killing zone, where the rubble hadn't been quite so assiduously cleared. Kia pointed to a specific mound of rubble. Nathan climbed over the pile of fallen stone, finding that there was an empty space in the middle. It looked like this building had been wrapped around a courtyard, and when the building had collapsed, the inner space had mostly been spared of debris. Instead, the floor of the courtyard was decorated with an intricate mosaic of bright chips of tile shining in the sunlight. It showed a flock of various species of birds in flight. Nathan didn't recognize the exact types, though he did notice that one of the birds on display, the silver darter, had been noted as aggressive and venomous in his Adventurers Guild classes. The mosaic itself was gorgeous, and at first glance seemed to show the myriad birds flying together in harmony. But the closer he looked, the more he saw the darker side of the artwork. The birds on the edges seemed to be pushing their way into the center. One bird was attacking another to reach the peaceful center of the flock, faint chips of brilliant red marking shed blood.
The mosaic showed no source of the danger that was scaring the birds, but that only made the piece more ominous. And the craftsmanship was incredible. As Nathan looked closer, he saw that the birds near the edges were built of sharp, angular tiles, whose irregularity seemed to convey their instability and panic. Closer to the center, the tiles were laid in smooth rows and orderly curves that communicated an undertone of stability and calm. Kia stopped in front of the mosaic, examining it.
"I am always impressed. I could not imagine creating such a thing."
Then she sat down on the rubble, armor scraping against stone. Nathan sat beside her as they both continued examining the mosaic. It was the sort of piece that you could keep finding details in the longer you looked. Truly a work of art. Kia's voice was soft as she continued.
"This is a deed of a sort that I have never seen accomplished. In Jamor we make beautiful things, but they are often arms or armor or food." She gestured to the mosaic. "This work would require a legacy, a skilled craftsman training for much of their life, insights passed down. Imagine the kind of society that could support such a thing. And for a floor." She looked over at Nathan appraisingly. "Maybe you don't need to imagine. I know nothing of your world, beyond its nature as a source of insights. Did you have such things?"
Nathan looked down at the mosaic. "Yes, we did. Though this is special. It conveys a message."
Kaya nodded. "It does. It teaches of old Gamor and what they gave weight to. A society that loved beauty and guarded itself so well that it needed to use that beauty to remind people that there was a cost to their safety."
She gestured outwards, encompassing the enormous ruined city around them.
"You have seen the last dungeon of Old Gamor. You know what Old Gamor considered basic internal security for their city behind layers of walls. And still, they fell to the ending of elements."
They had the tale of endings, and still they fell. They produced art like this for many buildings, and still they fell. Kaya turned to gaze into Nathan's eyes, and he saw golden flames holding him in judgment. That is what you have challenged. You have the insights and the fire to challenge the endings. But do not forget the weight of the goal you have set for yourself. You have seen what the Guardians of Jamor are capable of. We can protect Jamor. It is what we do. But to go forth and challenge the endings? You and the other heirs will need to be more powerful than we." Kaya closed her eyes, hiding the consuming flames of her faith. They sat there in silence for a time, and Nathan considered old Jamor. All pieces of evidence suggested it had been a large, cosmopolitan city. He looked at the mosaic and wondered what else had been lost. Did they have music? Theater? Poetry? It didn't seem much of it had survived. If what Sudrail had said during the Tale of Endings was true, it couldn't have survived. Even if the people had survived, could they have protected all of their culture? For the 3 generations of an ending? How could you keep alive the techniques involved in art, or all of the skills required in opera, or even the knowledge that such things had existed in the first place? And so Nathan grieved for what had been lost so thoroughly that it couldn't even be imagined. The beginning of a second ember of rage kindled inside his chest. He'd looked at the endings academically before. They were a threat to Jamor, and it seemed best to deal with them preemptively if possible. Much of the motivation behind swearing his oath had been his anger at the traditional adventurers of Jamor
and their acceptance of the endings. But now, Nathan saw that the endings had destroyed an unknowable amount of lives, of society, of civilization. And this was one ending, in one place. There'd been 7 before that, across all of Davrar. Nathan looked up, past the sun, to the world which he knew lay beyond the sky. That was still considered part of Davrar, and, presumably, the endings happened there too. How many people had the endings killed? How much civilization had been lost, over and over again? Who am I to attempt a task that millions have surely taken up before me, and failed at, again and again? Nathan steeled himself. In a past life, he dedicated himself towards making advances in science to help alleviate pain and suffering, to push the barrier of knowledge forward. That had felt like the best way for him to make things better. The endings are a problem that can be solved. Maybe all I do is leave a clue that enables somebody else to pick up where I left off, or find an insight that enables a few more people to survive the ending of history. But maybe I win, and I'll take either one. Kia stood back up. I will return you to the guild. Now that your feet are upon the path to airwalking, you should discuss your build with the other heirs and talk about how to counter likely enemies you will face. Know what you must fight eventually, but focus on the enemy you will fight tomorrow. She again pulled Nathan to his feet as he contemplated her point. And I need to hit level 81 before I start thinking seriously about Giant's Rest. Kia was silent for a time as they walked. She sighed before speaking. Sudrael wanted me to tell you that she will allow you a choice of missions from the board, instead of assigning missions, as will be done for other newly graduated adventurers. Be careful, Nathan. She paused, then continued solemnly. This period, before true responsibility, may be the happiest time for you and the heirs. Level and gain in power, but do not seek to leave it behind more quickly than you must. Do not speed along your path until you are ready to bear its burdens. She might be right. I expect fighting Giant's Rest to be satisfying, but once I go down that road, then I'm committed, and it won't be clean. Chapter 3. A Plan for the Future. Nathan grabbed a set of fresh clothes before heading to the baths. As he scrubbed himself from the blood and grime of the day, most of it his, Nathan considered 2 things. First, he was growing ever more convinced that Jamor's culture around insights was harmful. He could understand why they kept secret the knowledge that could grant talents, classes, and skills. If you shared an insight broadly, it lost its value. Anybody could gain your power, and it was easy to learn your weaknesses. That could hamstring you both against true enemies like Giant's Rest and rivals who could challenge you to duels over politics. But Nathan could also imagine how powerful Jamor could become if they shared their insights. If every mage had an education like Stella, if every warrior could learn airwalking, if they stopped tracking debts for every little favor and actually worked together, then Jamor had the diversity of powerful insights to truly stand strong. Though arguably the only reason they have such powerful insights is because everybody develops their own build, and all of the adventurers having one build means you could counter it. It's still worthwhile to try to open up the communication so that new adventurers can pick and choose their insights. But how would that happen? How did one change a culture? Guildmistress Sudrael seemed to be trying to tackle this problem over the long term, and Nathan wanted to help her. The training course had included several basic insights and several not-so-basic ones, but most weren't very powerful. The sole exception was the message spell, which Sudrael was pushing every mage to learn. That makes sense. Communication is one of the most important parts of any conflict. The second thing Nathan thought about was more imminent. He and the other heirs were planning to talk this afternoon about how to direct their builds and refine their tactics moving forward. And apparently, what kind of missions they would take now that they'd been granted the ability to choose. To Nathan, this was part of a bigger decision. What they should focus on as a team. What kinds of threats they would fight. The Guardians of Gamor mostly focused on defeating monsters. They excelled at fighting brutally strong opponents who required excessive amounts of damage to put down. On the other hand, Stanel, Arl and Sarah's father, specialized in fighting people who carried weapons. He had a weapon for every occasion, but was best suited to fighting other weapon users. The Seven Fools excelled at trickery and misdirection, but were underpowered for their weight class. They could counter the Guardians of Gamor, but couldn't go up against a grave tangle. None specialized in delving dungeons. That was essentially a profession in and of itself. After finishing his bath, Nathan walked back to the heirs' suite. They had a new one now, having moved out of the trainee building and into a different quarter of the sprawling complex of the Adventurers Guild. Their new, and permanent, rooms were a bit larger and had easier access to the main hall. The heirs hadn't left much of a personal touch on their new lodgings yet. Much of what they had done thus far was clear out the room of things left over from the previous team. That, and clean off the thick coat of dust that Stella had mostly blown away with her powerful but imprecise wind spells. Sarah and Arl were already there, the siblings chatting softly as they did weapons maintenance. Nathan surveyed them for a second. "Do you two ever do anything other than keep your weapons clean and sharp? Arl, do your new swords even need it?" The handsome, dark-haired man was looking down the blade of one of the elegant sabers that were his primary armament now. This was the Force-attuned one, though the enchantment wasn't active right now. The edge of the sword looked crystalline, and Nathan knew it could project a large force blade that was harder and sharper than any normal sword. It also doubled the cutting surface of the saber, making the elegant weapon's profile closer to a curved greatsword. Arl's other saber was across his knees. It was a twin to the first, except that the edge looked like a frozen electric arc. The looked up and met Nathan's eyes, one sculpted eyebrow raising. "I would know my weapons well, and that requires attention paid. Something I see you do not do with your own weapon." He gestured with one hand toward the spear standing in the corner. Technically, it was Nathan's, gifted to him by Arl's father. It was a fine weapon, with a dark haft of sturdy wood and a finely worked gold-tinted spearhead. Since the spearhead was the only enchanted part of the weapon, Nathan could even wield it without breaking the magic, if he was careful. But it really wasn't his weapon. Nathan wasn't especially good with the spear, and he didn't have any skills around its use. He couldn't use his anti-magic with the weapon, and viewed it more as a stopgap until his bare hands could efficiently deal with larger creatures. But maybe that was something to reconsider going forward. Nathan might be able to develop his anti-magic to work with weapons if he really tried. That talent's been advancing pretty slowly since it hit unique tier, but I'm hopefully coming up on the next development. Definitely something to keep in mind. Sarah looked up from her own work, smirking slightly at Nathan. "I think Nathan's a bit too direct for a weapon like a spear. He doesn't have the necessary subtlety. Did you see the duel against Simla? One side all skill, speed, and poise. The other just an unstoppable advance." She snorted. "Simla might as well have fought a siege board in the open." Arl's twin looked very similar to him, with the same finely sculpted features, dark hair, and coppery skin. She spun the chamber on the revolver she'd just finished reassembling, listening to the click-click as the cylinders rotated through their path. Sarah nodded, and the gun flickered into the bag of holding that served as her holster. Sarah was a ranged weapons specialist to complement Arl's melee focus. She reached back into her pouches and pulled out the rifle Nathan had given her, along with a rag, some tools, and a container of oil. Nathan knew the guns had enchantments to prevent fouling, but he supposed that regular cleaning was probably important to smooth operation and preventing rust. The rifle was a big weapon and took up most of the table in the center of the room as she pulled out the bolt and examined the chamber.
Kachi walked in through the door. The large wolf man loomed, his nearly 7-foot armored bulk overshadowing Nathan's 6'5". His armor was a thicker copy of his mother's, and he carried a shield and hammer to Kia's greatsword. He'd recently picked up a larger bag of holding to store both items in when he didn't need them, which, notably, freed up them in his everyday motions. His gaze swept the room, and the gray-haired wolf folk sat down in a sturdy chair across from Nathan.
"We wait for Stella, then. She is learning, yes?"
Arl snorted.
"If she can focus on it. I bet dragon bones to stalker teeth her parents can't get her to stop practicing her new mana types."
He looked over at Nathan.
"You really summoned the dragon with that, Nathan.
There's quite a lot of chatter about Stella having 6 mana types before level 81. Sarah spoke without looking up, her focus on the disassembled rifle.
"No blood from our wounds.
I rather like having the best mage of this generation on our team." She looked up.
"And the best cleric."
Nathan spoke up.
"I think you mean the only one. Kachi, why aren't there more who practice faith?"
Kachi shifted, slightly uncomfortable.
"It is a difficult path, and I was coached from a young age. The necessary insights are not common here in Gimor. And you also all have the culture of not sharing even when it would benefit everybody. But then again, I don't want to just start telling mages how nukes work either, or exactly how my own various skills and talents work. But there's surely a better system than this one." They didn't have to wait long for Stella to arrive, the short mage barging through the door with a tray of baked goods.
"I thought these would be a good addition."
She had to put the tray on a side table, as the central table was occupied by the disassembled firearm.
Stella's dark red hair was in its typical braid, tucked into the back of her heavily enchanted green mage robes.
She pulled a pot of warm tea out of one of those pockets, demonstrating the incredible amount of dimensional storage she had in there. Pockets for days. Jealous? Even when I have pockets, they tend to become not pockets during my first fight. Arl leaned back and directed his attention to Stella as she sat in an overstuffed armchair. "How is message going?" Stella pulled a face. "Not well. I'm learning to cast it with air mana, and it's awful. That spell really needs shadow or dream mana. Dimensional mana is best, but that's not the one we have the insights for in Gimor. Even void mana can be forged into a workable alternative. My dad can do it with air mana, but... it's hard to learn to structure your mana over that kind of distance." Kachi hummed in understanding. "We all appreciate you working on it. Teams with message have quick communication with Gimor and other teams. That spell will change how we are able to act and react while away from Gimor." Stella sighed and cast her gaze downwards, biting into a pastry. "Yeah, I know." She looked sideways at Nathan. "Anything with you? My parents mentioned Kia was going to talk to you today." The rest of the heirs shifted their attention to Nathan. He'd been open about his desire to learn the air-walking talent for a while, and they wanted to hear how it went. After all, Kia had never taught that talent. She never taught anybody, with Kachi and Nathan being the notable exceptions. And bargaining for airwalking was expensive as hell. Lightning and magnetism for Stella, guns for Sarah. And I still suspect that the Oath of Endings was what made her agree in the end. Nathan grimaced. There was also the fact that you had to fall off a cliff and survive to learn the talent. He shrugged. "Yeah, I'm on the path to the talent. I have now. It lets me control how fast I fall and guide where I land. We'll need to talk about ranking it up and using it in our fights. Sarah spoke up, starting to reassemble the rifle. A high-tier talent? That insight must be worth its weight in adamant. Snorting, Nathan nodded. I suppose you weren't watching the sky today. It almost killed me. The heirs looked apprehensive, waiting for Nathan to describe one of Kia's infamous training techniques. He decided to change the subject, not sure how much he was allowed to disclose. We should talk about what kind of missions we want to do. Kia just told me that we will be allowed to choose our own missions instead of having them assigned. I don't think we want to do patrols for too much longer. We should prepare for our eventual challenges. The patrol of the transit roads that led through Old Gemor was a standard job that was required of adventurers staying in the city and not actively completing other missions. Teams like the Seven Fools and the Guardians of Gemor got a pass, but the heirs had another patrol tomorrow. It was easy to see getting locked into a pattern of living comfortably in the Adventurers Guild, training, patrolling, and occasionally getting called on for urgent missions. But that wasn't what any of them wanted. It was a good way to stagnate. Arl started the conversation, looking around at the rest of the heirs, who he'd known he'd be adventuring with since childhood. We were generally planning to follow in the footsteps of the Guardians of Gemor, yeah? Take hunting missions, specialize in monsters and hordes. But now we've all sworn a somewhat unique version of the Adventurer's Oath, to take on the most ancient of magics.
How can we prepare ourselves for that?
Arl's tone was questioning, indicating he didn't have any ideas. It seems clear, Sarah responded. We take on dungeons, especially from Kalis, ones with lots of ancient magic. Kachi's brows drew down, and he frowned. It is hard to dive dungeons regularly. Those sorts of jobs face the most competition and present much danger. The rewards are high, but dungeon diving is usually considered a vocation for teams that want to get rich quickly, at high risk to themselves. They tend to specialize in little else. I do not think that is what we need. We need to learn a most difficult specialty: how to fight an ending. Nobody can teach us that. He had a point about the heirs not needing money. Stanel and the Guardians had provided a lot of basic enchanted gear for the heirs. Altogether, it was probably worth a fortune. They'd held off on providing powerful magic items that the heirs might grow dependent on, but showered them in things like dimensional storages and magical cooking and camping implements, and ammunition for Sarah's new guns. It wasn't like Nathan had that much use for money. His biggest personal expense was clothing. And jerky. He loved the jerky that Gemor made. Nathan shook his head to get himself back on track. He recalled the mission board he'd glanced at this morning. The most important missions got assigned immediately, especially those that were obviously time-sensitive. But there were dozens of missions that weren't so critical, and Sudrael was deliberate in assigning them. Usually they boiled down to, a scout from a village noticed something weird, go check it out before it kills somebody. He went through his mental notes on the missions he'd seen, speaking aloud as he thought. Let's break this down. Our goal is not so simple as learning to take on dungeons. That often relies on specific knowledge and research on the dungeon in question. But the endings, nothing is known of them. Nothing survives them beyond the tale. We may have to travel farther away to learn what is needed. We are going to need to deal with magic and tricks laid by ancient mages with methods unknown. Things where we can't do research ahead of time. Nathan continued. There's a famous text from Earth that discusses how to outthink an enemy. It states that all warfare is deception. We need to focus on outthinking an intelligent enemy based on minimal information. I don't think monster hunting will be very useful. We need to practice unusual tactics and solutions that will let us beat somebody smart who may be more powerful than we are. He looked up at the heirs, seeing if they had anything to contribute. After a second, Arl cocked his head. Tell us of this text. It's an old book, written thousands of years ago during a time of constant warfare. It's called The Art of War. It's as much philosophy as advice on war, but much of it tries to communicate a single idea. Nathan thought back to when he'd read it, back when he'd been an edgy high schooler who played too much StarCraft. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. He kept explaining. The basic idea is that if you know exactly what the enemy is going to do, then no matter the relative power level, you can always make a plan that will let you win. But the trick is that the reverse is also true. A thinking enemy will always try to anticipate your next move and counter it. Good strategy must model the decisions your opponent will make, given the information available to them. Unless your opponent is an unthinking beast, you need to know what they know. Nathan raised a finger, in lecture mode now. All warfare is deception. The way you guarantee your win is to outthink your opponent. The easiest thing is to ambush them, to not give them time to come up with plans. Otherwise, you need to deceive them, prevent them from having accurate information. Both ways, hiding information is the key, so that your opponent cannot react properly. Stella frowned. I can see that being relevant to fighting Giants' Rest, but what about the endings, and ancient magic in general? Can we trick that? It seems like we should be studying magic, both modern and ancient. I think my parents have some Kalis Conclave treasures we might study. Those things are spellcasting masterpieces. I don't see how learning deception will help us defeat fancy magics. What are we going to do? Lie to a detect life spell? Nathan grinned in response. Those magical systems were set up by ancient mages, with multiple contingencies and fail-safes, right? They tried to anticipate everything that might happen, to outthink us from the start, while hiding how their mechanisms work. They can't adjust on the fly, but they tried to account for all possibilities and weave that into their designs. We just need to see through their deception and come up with ideas they didn't think of, or trick the mechanism into activating the wrong contingency. He spread his arms wide. And the same is true for the endings. We don't know what causes them, but there's a good chance it's either some ancient being, an ancient magical system, or Devrar itself. We can outthink all of those if we do it well enough. We start by learning to deceive people, so that we can deceive things made by people. Mid-tier lecturing 2 achieved! No ranks in Identify, though. Well, that's not proof either way. Kachi spoke hesitantly. Let's hope it's not Devrar itself. He paused, considering. I understand your point, though I think Stella may be correct that research is our best path. He fixed Nathan with a wary eye. And we should talk further of Giants' Rest. Arl groaned. Anything but studying. Stella butted in, looking excited. No, I think Nathan's right. The origin of the endings is lost so long ago, not even a hint remains. We can't study it. We should practice against unknown magics, learn how they work, and take them apart as we fight them. We've even got the perfect tool for the job. She gestured to Nathan. He glowered back. I want you to know that in Earth culture, calling somebody a tool is pretty insulting. Stella rolled her eyes at him. Arl was nodding along, happy to have an excuse to skip studying and go straight to fighting. Sarah was looking at the ceiling thoughtfully as she responded. That does mean that Nathan will need to take the lead on such missions, given his ability to survive the consequences of most magic, but that is fine with me. Kachi? The cleric frowned. He was nominal leader of the heirs, and didn't seem convinced. He spent a moment putting his thoughts into words. I can see such knowledge being useful. Being practiced at tackling the unknown will let us survive when the unknown comes to find us. But I return to my previous point. What of Giant's Rest? He looked towards Nathan, clearly inviting him to respond. Nathan paused. Dallow had warned him against taking the heirs into his vendetta against Giant's Rest. He'd been hoping they would join him against Giant's Rest, but he'd already dragged them into the fight against the Endings. Gale had said that 2 missions was too much. Nathan shouldn't bring the heirs into that fight. He didn't want to watch any of them catch a disintegrate. Nathan looked up from his reverie, addressing Kachi and the rest of the heirs. Giant's Rest is still my fight, and not yours, so long as they do not attack Gamor. He sighed. They may come for us in the future. Me, for obvious reasons. You, because they wish to prevent you from fully inheriting your parents' powers and insights.
But if we specialize, as we've discussed, then hopefully that prepares us well to fight Giant's Rest. We just need to keep our mental defenses in mind. The heirs nodded thoughtfully, but Sarah's face was thunderous. We should fight them. Kachi swept his hand to the side. Not yet. Not for a long time. Their magics are beyond us. We cannot openly attack Giant's Rest, or they would destroy Gamor. Stella looked up at him. All warfare is deception. The towering wolf folk looked back, frowning. Maybe, but I would not gamble with this. Maybe when we reach level 729 and are secure in ourselves and our trickery. He reoriented on Nathan. You have looked at the mission boards. Do you have a suggestion on what mission we should take then? Nathan nodded. I think we should take on ancient magic, like we discussed. Is there a suitable job for us? Kachi's gaze was questioning. Nathan shrugged in response. There's a mission out by Bridgeguard, a pristine magical book washed up on the bank upstream of the town, near the warm falls. A villager tried to pick it up and was nearly killed with strange magic that grew mana crystals out of thin air. Since then, a bunch of crystals have started growing around the location. I don't know what it is, but I want to find out. He looked around for approval. It's a little ways out there, and the pay isn't so great, but that's because the book itself is assumed to be valuable. Or at least what it's made of. What do you say? Stella waved a hand dismissively. We'll see if it's worth anything at all after you get your hands on it. But yeah, that sounds good. I've never been to the Great Forest. Wonder if we'll run into a castle bear. Sarah grinned. I hope so. I think my skills will work quite well in a forest. Her brother looked surprised at how quickly Sarah and Stella had agreed. Arl shook his head. I think that fighting a magical crystal may not be the best for my skill set. But as Nathan said, we've decided to fight ancient magics. I'll have to get some practice at it. Then it was just Kachi. We do have a patrol tomorrow, he reminded them. Up north again. But I think that leaving the day after tomorrow for Bridgewatch is a good plan. And with that, it was decided. Before the meeting ended, Nathan had one more thing to say. Hey Stella, can we go practice throwing me with stone platforms again? I need to practice falling. High tier slow fall 2 achieved. Chapter 4. New Capabilities. The next day started early, as the heirs were headed out for a patrol. As on their blooding patrol, they got up before dawn to eat a quick but filling breakfast and reached the gate by dawn. Their assigned patrol area was far out along the northern transit road, covering the very outermost edge of the ancient ruined city. They crossed the killing field outside Jamor to reach the start of the magical road. As they crossed the bridge over the river, Nathan once again marveled at the wondrous magic of old Jamor. These roads compressed space on them, or something similar,
and allowed people to travel many times faster than they would without such capabilities, and without all of the problems that such a construct should have. And somehow, Nathan's anti-magic didn't conflict with the space-bending effects of the roads. That was convenient in the present, but Nathan worried about what it would mean in the future. It definitely showed that he wasn't immune to all magic, somehow, and while this magic wasn't harmful, it meant he had a weakness. Granted, a weakness to an ancient work of magic that spanned an entire city. But if Nathan's guesses were right, whatever caused the endings spanned all of Davrar, and potentially worked on a level beyond space. Fate, or prophecy, maybe. So he'd need to work on that.
Hopefully I can get, and to the point where it's not a problem if I can't use the transit roads. Stella interrupted Nathan's idle thoughts as they walked. We should revisit the idea where I throw you with a stone platform. If you can control your exact landing point like in practice yesterday, then it'll be even more useful. Nathan nodded. He'd thought of that too. It will be a good way to rank up the talent. We should keep working on it. Do you think you could do it in combat if we found a good situation for it? The mage tilted her head from side to side, considering. I did it with Kachi in the Mage Lord's tomb, didn't I? But it's harder with you, and we're talking about throwing you even farther, higher. And while I won't need to be accurate, I can't throw you way off course. She bit her knuckle. I think we should practice more first. That sounded like a pretty reasonable answer to Nathan. I'm looking forward to seeing how you and Sarah do if we run into anything today. I want to see your new tools in action. Arl glanced back, looking peeved. What about these slices of brightness? He brandished the sabers that appeared in his hands. Did you forget? Nathan shook his head. No, but I don't know if I expect anything to make it close enough for either of us to be relevant. After all, Stella can throw lightning bolts now, and you've seen what Sarah's guns can do. The swordsman lowered his blades. True. He sulked for a moment before the weapons disappeared into his storage. I do hope they don't end up leaving us behind in Devrar's eyes because they kill everything before we can engage. I don't want to end up half the level of my sister. Nathan tapped a finger to his head. Ah, but if that's the case, we aren't fighting challenging enough enemies. To defeat the true threats, we'll need to use every tool we have. My anti-magic, your swords, and Kachi's faith. Though everything about him is so shiny it's impossible to hide from anybody. Kachi grumbled without turning around. His inability to not dramatically reflect the sunlight was something the heirs teased him about often. Sarah had a good rejoinder. We just need to put him where we want the enemy to look. The rest of us can steal the secrets of Callus, while the Vault Guardians all chase Kachi and his shiny metal tail. The big wolf man harumphed. Maybe I should consider another mobility skill. Nathan raised an eyebrow. Is that something Damon can provide? Kachi sighed. I do not know. I believe I am likely to delve further into the possibilities of faith than my mother has on her path, though it will take time and levels. I do not know what a divine movement spell would look like, merely that it would be very different from a spell cast by Stella. That made sense to Nathan. He sure didn't know what was going on with divine mana. It was self-motivated, almost intelligent. You gave it power and a purpose, and it went out into the world to accomplish its mission. Kachi's ability to direct and empower the divine magic in his spells still lagged behind his mother's, but Kaya seemed more focused on the martial aspects of her build than Kachi was. If Kaya was a paladin, then Kachi was training as a cleric. After all, she's the direct melee fighter of the Guardians, while in the heirs we've got Arl and I for that role. Nathan had been confused by divine mana before the solstice. It was fundamentally different from the kind of magic available to everybody else,
though he was just as resistant to it. Nobody seemed to worship any gods on Devrar, though Kachi and Kaya sometimes uttered prayers in battle. But at the solstice, he'd learned that one of the endings in the tale of endings was gods, and another was deicide. The obvious implication was that gods had been born into the world of Devrar and broken it. Then they'd existed for thousands upon thousands of years through 4 other endings. And then another ending had killed them. Or maybe they'd gone mad and needed to be killed to save the world. Nobody knew. The world had ended twice since then. But some measure of their power clearly lingered beyond death, allowing those who kept to the proper rituals and still had faith to access their power thousands of years later. But it's a strange sort of faith. Kachi prays to a god of righteous battle called Daemon, but Kia seems to almost pray to herself? It's weird. The heirs kept chatting as they used the transit road to cross endless miles of the ruined city. Its scale was just enormous, comparable to some of the larger cities of Earth. Even with every step taking Nathan dozens of feet across the city, it would take hours for them to reach their patrol area. On the way, they ran into a trading caravan carrying supplies back from the northern villages. It wasn't so much a caravan as a couple of strong traders carrying several large bags of holding apiece. Their builds allowed them to move quickly while carrying a lot of weight, and they were escorted by a team of adventurers. A familiar team of adventurers. Kachi stepped forward, and Nathan stepped to the side. Just like last time, he was more than happy to have the intimidating wolf-man handle this interaction. "Eldred," Kachi said, his tone hard. The big adventurer stood in the center of the road, his arms crossed and plate armor shining nearly as brightly as his bald head. The vanguard, Eldred's team, was grouped up behind him. They looked fearfully at the heirs, darting worried glances at their leader. They were like a bunch of ducklings clustered behind an angry mother duck. Nathan couldn't help but snort at the image. Eldred saw Nathan's derision, and his frown intensified before he turned his attention away and responded to the cleric standing in front. "Kachi Cordavia, out on a patrol this fine morning?" His tone was confrontational, and Nathan noticed Sarah slip her hands into the pouches that contained her weapons. Stella stepped back, and Nathan stepped forward to screen her. He had no idea how a fight on the dimensional transit road would play out. Probably not well for the vanguard. Stella and Sarah could each probably drop all of them in less than 20 seconds if they weren't interrupted. That's where Arl, Kachi, and I come in. Kachi responded with an iron calm. "Mayhaps. It is a wonderful day to be leaving Jamor. What about yourself?" Eldred snorted disdainfully. "We're just returning. Had a pretty good few days. Adventuring." He turned and spat on the ground. As proper adventurers do, without throwing what it means to be a Jamor adventurer to the mutt-grabber, like some people here do. He eyed Nathan spitefully and drummed fingers on the dagger at his belt. Nathan gazed back, suppressing his anger with focused mind. It wasn't hard. Eldred was an asshole, but Nathan knew he was trying to bait a duel, though it wasn't clear why. Nathan's position was secure. His victorious duel against the leading young star of the traditionalist adventurer faction had seen to that. Honestly, it was likely for Eldred's personal satisfaction and no other reason. He just seemed like that kind of person. Kachi didn't say anything, and Nathan noticed Stella open her mouth with a wry look. He just knew she was about to say something biting. But then she closed it and just stood there silently, letting the silence drag on. Probably for the best. After a moment more, Eldred waved his hand dismissively, clearly perturbed he hadn't managed to get a rise out of them. "We'll be on our way as soon as you get out of it." Kachi gestured with his head, and the heirs stood to the side of the transit road. not letting down their guards as the vanguard and their escorted traders trooped past.
The other team kept an uneasy 20 feet of separation from the heirs on the broad boulevard. The rest of the vanguard looked relieved, and one of them shot Nathan an apologetic look.
Man, it's kind of sad that I don't think we're unreasonable in being prepared for the vanguard to attack us. Or at least Eldred. But it is nice to have backing they're afraid of. I hope I get strong enough to beat Eldred in a straight-up duel soon. My weakness to purely physical fighters needs to be addressed. After the vanguard passed, the heirs kept walking north. Nathan reflected that they'd run into the vanguard an awful lot recently. Was it more than coincidence? After a moment of thinking about it, scanning over the other teams he knew and the kinds of jobs that were available, Nathan concluded that it probably was just a coincidence. There weren't really all that many adventurers in Jamor. Only a few dozen teams, and they tended to specialize. Some teams primarily delved into dungeons, some hunted monsters. The highest-tier teams tended to be held in reserve, both as strategic assets and to be ready to respond to disasters. Most of them were semi-retired and too valuable to risk on mundane jobs. Even a basic monster can kill an elite if it gets lucky, or if the elite isn't paying attention. I do not want to know what a Soul Eater could do if it took over Kia. The Vanguard seemed to be an opportunistic team that acted as a sort of jack-of-all-trades. Their bread and butter was serving as protection for convoys, as they had for the villagers of Pilridden after Nathan and the giant traders had saved the villagers from the slavers. But they also took on investigation and monster hunting missions. They were opportunists. They'd tried to snipe the tomb of the Mage Lord from the heirs before the solstice, drawn by the prospect of an easy dungeon.
The guild likely wouldn't stick its nose in as long as they weren't stirring up too much trouble and were still accomplishing some number of guild-issued missions. But the consequences for awakening something nasty when you're not on a guild-approved mission are steep. Dismissal, exile, or worse, depending on the damage. If you managed to survive whatever you unleashed in the first place. Anyways, they had a patrol to do. The heirs reached the designated point on the outer wall and surveyed the remains of the northern gatehouse. Their first task was to clear it. The gate itself had collapsed long ago, and the rubble had been cleared off the road, but the remaining ruins had enough space to barrack hundreds of troops. Or hide just as many monsters waiting to ambush adventurers and traders traveling the road. They were walking through an upper level of the second of the two gatehouses when Nathan's screamed at him.
He stopped short and held up a hand signal for the other heirs to stop and prepare for combat. After a second, the detail that had pinged Nathan's attention surfaced into conscious awareness. There were a half-dozen thin gray tendrils hanging down in the doorway ahead of them. Nathan convulsively swallowed as his enhanced memory let him recall the bestiary entry for Soul Eaters in perfect detail. They can camouflage pretty well on this stone. Those flexible tendrils will stick to anything, and then the Soul Eater will pull itself towards its victim to do whatever it does to take a person over. Nobody is sure if they kill their hosts or just exert control over them. But they're smart enough that each one will assign itself to a different member of our party if we all go through that door. They'll mimic our normal actions pretty closely for a few days before gestating a new generation, after which they'll use our bodies to sneak into people's homes and deposit their hatchlings under beds and such. Mid-tier, Notice 8 achieved. Nathan swallowed again to clear his suddenly dry throat. This was why the guards were so careful about checking the auras of people who came into the city. Soul Eaters. Stella, I think this is up to you. There were faint intakes of breath among the heirs, and then Stella moved up next to Nathan. He pointed out the tendrils before stepping to the side of the corridor as she cast a spell of air, fire, and force. It looked like she'd decided that a simple fireball wasn't enough. She was casting her Flame Lance. After a moment, the stabilized ball of fire hovered in front of her and spewed out a stream of roiling flame.
Nathan had seen her cast this spell before.
It could make a thin spear of flame, capable of melting through stone like a plasma cutter. But that wasn't what she was using the spell for here. The torrent of unfocused fire blasted into the next room and splashed against the far wall, continuing to burn as it spread and consumed everything in the room. Stella panned the flame around, covering the entire room in roiling fire. The heat should have been awful, but because it was a magical fire, Nathan was protected from it. He felt the magical heat, but it was absorbed as fuel for his stamina. Stella had also conjured a shield of force that prevented the heat from reflecting back onto the rest of the airs. You have leveled up to level 54. Congratulations, your party has killed a nest of soul eaters. Stella didn't let up, keeping the flame going for another 20 seconds before a gesture sent the stabilized ball of flame into the next room, where it detonated.
It wasn't a thunderous detonation. Just another wave of fire and air hot enough to broil unprotected flesh. Nathan gazed through the doorway. The far wall was glowing slightly from the heat. The dangling threads weren't there anymore, and Nathan extended his spear and waved it through the doorway. There was no response, and so he stepped into the room, keeping his eyes peeled for the gray, crab-like soul eaters. Not a trace of them remained, except for some dark smudges on the wall above the door. He kept looking around, eventually finding a closet on the side of the room. There had been a ratty wooden door that had mostly burned away, and behind that door, Nathan found what remained of the nest. Most of the soul eaters had turned into charcoal briquettes, but a few of the ones farther back looked like cooked soft-shell crabs. Goddamn carcinization. I'm magically teleported to another world, and still can't avoid species evolving into crabs.
He called back his findings, and Stella came forward, flinching from the heat. She directed a smaller stream of fire into the closet before they beat a hasty retreat from the now oven-like set of rooms. Nathan was shaken and took a few deep breaths to center himself as they left the gatehouse. Arl grasped his shoulder, squeezing lightly. Nathan looked back and smiled. Thanks. Those things give me nightmares. Not sure which part is the worst. Arl nodded and squeezed again before releasing his hand. They took a short break to eat a small meal, then continued on the patrol. It was almost comforting for Nathan to spot a group of water stalkers tailing them after lunch, showing that not all the dangers they faced were quite so terrifying. Some were just six-legged reptilian creatures the size of a pony that could challenge a velociraptor for ferocity, with magical stealth and some inherent elemental magic. With a bit of triangulation from where more stalkers showed up, Nathan figured out their nest's approximate location. They started searching the area until he spotted the imminent ambush outside an old Jamor utility building that seemed to have become the stalker's lair. The heirs went into the block of apartments across the street from the utility building, working their way from building to building to avoid being jumped in the street. There was a stalker in the third building, but Arl made short work of it in the close quarters. His skill was well suited to imminent threats like a stalker jumping around the corner, and he jammed the four-suspected saber into the stalker's mouth and activated the enchantment to nearly split the monster in half long ways. Then they were looking across the street at the stalker's lair. About a dozen of the magical creatures were hiding in doorways, behind windows and on rooftops, waiting for the heirs to emerge. The other members of the heirs couldn't pinpoint the stalker's exact positions behind the magical stealth, but Stella didn't need to. Nathan pointed out the general positions, and after a moment of squinting, Stella nodded. She cocked her head and thought for a moment before snapping her fingers. I want to try something. Stella and Sarah positioned themselves a few paces back from the doorway, readying to fire through it. Nathan and Kachi stood to the sides, out of the line of fire but ready to block the door if necessary. Arl was making sure no stalkers snuck up behind them. Stella took nearly 15 seconds of careful manipulation to cast her spell, building a growing ball of silently sparking lightning in her palm. She cast it across the street into the yawning darkness of the main entrance to the utility building. As the orb left Stella's hands, it suddenly started snapping and popping like a Tesla coil. Filaments of electricity latched onto the enemies waiting in the darkened space, outlining them in a short-lived nimbus of baleful power. The rest of the stalkers didn't take kindly to the spell and leapt from their hiding places to charge the heirs in their fortified position. Nathan tensed himself, ready to leap out and hold the door against the onslaught. The monsters met a hail of bullets. Sarah emptied first one revolver and then the other, sending a dozen bullets into half as many stalkers. None made it within 15 feet of the door. Stella waved away the plume of foul-smelling smoke with a simple wind spell. The heirs examined the scene of carnage for a silent moment. The only sound was Sarah slapping fresh rounds into her guns with a pair of autoloaders. Nathan took a few strides outside, focused on the open door across the street. The magical stealth effect had faded, and Nathan could make out the slumped forms of stalkers within, their magical third eyes having burst.
Doesn't look like there was a patriarch this time. After a moment, the rest of the heirs joined Nathan in the street, looking around at shattered skulls and the craters of bullet wounds as Sarah collected her spent brass. Kachi was the first to speak. "I feel as useful as boot polish on sandals." "You have leveled up to level 55. Congratulations, your party has killed a nest of water stalkers." Chapter 5. Old Rivals, New Friends. The heirs had completed their patrol and were walking back to the guild. They still had their guard up, but were feeling good after a successful assignment. It was certainly more satisfying than the patrol of a few days back, where they hadn't found a thing. Nathan looked back at Arl and Kachi. "I expect you to have leveled just as much as I did today, which is not much." Arl rolled his eyes and raised 3 fingers. Kachi nodded. "Yes, I received 1 level for each encounter."
But it is to be expected. It is difficult to approach level 81 slaying foes such as stalkers, and I believe I am still the highest level of us all. Kachi turned with a clink of armor to survey Stella and Sarah. "How much did each of you level?" Sarah responded with a crooked smile. "More than that. 1 for the Soul Eaters, 6 for the Stalkers." Stella was more enthusiastic. 4 for the Soul Eaters, 4 for the Stalkers. I think I'm catching up. My level up prompt called out my use of electricity to slay foes weak to that magic. I think that'll help with my class development. That made sense. Devrar rewarded risks and using diverse capabilities in combat situations. Nathan reflected on his own levels. Yeah, that was an unusually eventful patrol. If we did just patrols like that, it would take 11 more for me to get to level 81. And at every other week, that would be about half a year. But I need to keep in mind that that's 11 patrols where everything goes right and we fight monsters. Our patrol 2 days ago didn't have anything. So, a few years? Assuming we don't get injured or take a break. He opened his mouth to give voice to a thought he'd had earlier. Doesn't it seem unusual we're being sent out on so many patrols? I thought the standard tempo was a lot less frequent. I think the guild mistress is trying to push us to level 81 as quickly as possible, Sarah answered. But yes, it is common for teams to spend more time resting, training, and recuperating than is necessary for us. But we have powerful magic, she indicated Stella. Effective healing, Kachi nodded back. Powerful ranged and melee combatants, she gestured between Arl and herself. And a relic up our sleeve with you, Nathan. What kills people is unexpected threats and strange magic.
And your perception skills and magic fuckery fill in our gaps. Nathan looked back over the heirs, proud of all of them. Well, let's live up to their expectations of us. Onwards and upwards.
The heirs all agreed, and they returned to Dumore as night fell. High-tier earnestness 2 achieved. Neat. I've been lightly using that skill a lot recently. They ate a late dinner in the guild hall, trading stories with some other adventurers. Some recent graduates were gathered around, asking about the encounter with the Soul Eaters. It's not just me that finds those things terrifying. People want to hear as much about them as they can, either out of morbid fascination or a desire to be as prepared as possible. Nathan was telling the detailed version of the story to Nornan and the rest of the Dust Eaters, focusing especially on what the filaments dangling from the door had looked like. Nornan had cracked a few jokes at the start, but now he was deadly serious, asking questions and probing for every detail Nathan could give him. He was taking notes in a slim notebook, scribbling in a tiny hand as he listened. That must have been expensive. They only get proper paper from ocean-going traders beyond Litcliff, and I'm not particularly interested in trying to start a paper mill here. And what did they smell like? Nornan asked. Nathan frowned, thinking back. He hadn't been paying attention to their scent until after Stella's spell, at which point the room had mostly smelled like hot stone and charred wood. But before that, had there been a distinctive smell? There'd been the smell of rot and stagnant water, and a faintly acrid smell, like a rancid puddle of fat. He described it to Nornan, who took careful notes. Nornan's catfolk teammates, Ukrik and Inarl, asked Nathan more questions about the smell, trying to tease out details. Nathan searched his memory, doing his best to give more accurate answers and detailed descriptions. They accepted his answers, and Inarl commented that Nathan had a good sense of smell. For a human. I guess notice applies to that, too. I'm glad they asked. It really wouldn't have percolated up to my conscious brain if they hadn't walked me through it in such detail. High-tier enhanced memory 2 achieved. He nodded at the Dust Eaters. I hadn't considered the smell to be such an important part of scouting, but I can see that it is something I'm going to need to practice. Thanks. Nornan returned Nathan's nod. And I thank you for the description, Nathan. We planned to spend most of our time down south, around the villages of our birth, so we are unlikely to run into soul eaters. But it is always better to learn from those who have faced such foes in person.
Maybe we will call upon you to join us if we find a threat worthy of the heirs of Gamor. Nornan held out his hand for Nathan to shake. Somebody pushed between them, knocking Nornan's hand aside. I don't know why you would bother. The heirs are a disgrace to the guild. It was Simla, and his tone was vicious. Nornan's face fell, and he looked peeved. Simla, you lost this argument in the ring. Don't smother our fire. That duel carried weight, and the story of the solstice duel shall be told in the same breath as the heir's oath, the oath of endings. Be happy with that fame, for your name will carry no more. And that is due to your actions. Nathan blinked in surprise. There was no way Nornan would have dared speak to Simla this way before the solstice. He'd lost his status in the guild. Simla just sneered. You mean the oath of idiots. The heirs are going to die crushed by a weight too heavy to lift, and we will be better for it. He turned to Nathan, posturing aggressively. Nathan didn't want to bother with this. Simla hadn't been kicked out of the guild for attacking Nathan with a magical explosive during an explicitly non-lethal duel, but that was mostly because it hadn't even slowed Nathan down. Simla is a capable adventurer who is loyal to Gamor, even if he's an asshole about it. But the real reason Simla was still in the guild was because he was the primary young representative of the traditionalists, who had exerted their influence on the matter, and expended it. Nathan was pretty sure that several groups of adventurers had switched sides over the whole affair,
and that Sudrael was implementing even more of her innovations into the guild's structure than before, like controlling the assignments of the newly graduated adventurers. She backed me the whole way, and I returned the favor by winning the duel and not demanding Simla's exile for the lethal attack. Now she's leveling us and letting us pick our own missions as a thank you. If going out on so many missions and patrols is a reward, I don't want to know what a punishment looks like. After an awkward moment of Simla glaring at Nathan, Nornan stepped around the regal-looking young man and shook Nathan's hand anyway. Nornan shot a judgmental look at Simla. "See you later, Nathan. Good hunting." Both the old rival and the new friend departed. The heir's next stop was at the front desk to claim their next job. They returned to their suite to prepare for a longer trip the next morning. It was time to go deal with an errant spellbook. They left the city without trouble, the guard shooting Nathan a gimlet eye. They'd worked out an arrangement to check in on him frequently to be sure he didn't sneak a soul eater into the city. He appreciated it. The guard were grumpy, as only a bureaucratic organization needing to make an exception could be, but they still accommodated his needs. It would have been funnier if they weren't planning around the possibility of Nathan being turned into a flesh puppet. Nathan hadn't been west of Gamor before, and was interested to see Firewatch Peak up close. The peak was just visible from Gamor, but the smoking bulk grew quickly as they progressed along the transit road. It stood next to a river and far away from any other mountains, and the weird placement made Nathan's D&D senses twitch. There has to be a dungeon under that, or a dragon sleeping in a lava pool or something. Or all of the above. We probably shouldn't poke it, yet. I don't want to set off the volcano by accident. Maybe when Stella is high enough level to control a volcanic eruption. They quickly passed through Old Gamor and out into the short stretch of grasslands that separated the ruins from the start of the forest. The ash cone that sheltered Firewatch was just ahead. Another path led off to the right towards the town of Riverbank. However, the heirs traveled straight. They were walking alongside the remnants of the transit road, which gradually petered out now that they were beyond Old Gamor. They ignored the turn that led up to Firewatch, waving at the scout in the tower atop the cinder cone. The heirs wanted to at least reach the town of Tenby, which was sheltered in a craggy valley on the edge of the forest. It'd be a good stopping point, safe and secure. They didn't want to have to camp out in the open. It would be an unnecessary risk. As was growing to be their habit on the road, the heirs asked Nathan of Earth. He'd been telling them of the broad arc of Western history, Greece and Alexander the Great, Rome and Carthage. They found it fascinating to hear of history which had happened so long ago. On Davra, history only lasted until an ending. The only history they had was that of Gamor, and Giant's Rest before it, stretching back several hundred years. And now that Nathan's secret was out, they didn't have to hide things from every passing ear. Nathan wasn't in a hurry to describe Roman military tactics or siege engines to people outside the heirs, but he didn't need to hide that he was from elsewhere anymore. He'd won the right to wear that secret proudly, without explaining any more than he wanted to. They reached Tenby in the late afternoon and decided not to push on towards Bridgeguard. They wouldn't make it before nightfall. The forest was dangerous after dark, replete with threats ranging from silver darters to striped wolves and siege boars. Tenby was a nice enough village, built into an old temple-like building carved out of the stone at the bottom of a deep ravine. The structure looked like a dungeon, but it had been cleared and put to use to house the village. A stream wove around the ancient structure and then tumbled deep into the earth at the very bottom of the gaping crevasse. The area was humid and moist, with multiple layers of tough palisade covering the difficult path down into the ravine. Beyond that, a single pair of sturdy stone doors blocked access to the subterranean village. Tenby did a lot of logging, sending wood for building and burning back to Gamor, though they also foraged and hunted in the semi-tamed forest near the village. From what Nathan saw, logging was a subtle process, with a team of adventurers protecting and helping the woodcutters as they harvested a subset of the trees. They weren't clear-cutting, but instead thinning the woods, turning it from a dense, primordial domain to an airy forest with longer sightlines and without proliferating undergrowth. The team of adventurers they met inside the village was appropriately called the Woodcutters, who were stationed in Tenby permanently. Their leader was an enormous woman named Dilmu Ticorno, and, after greeting them, she invited the heirs to dinner in her house.
Her entire team had married into the village, and were only technically still part of the Adventurers Guild. Dilmu led the heirs into a comfortable home that occupied a set of rooms near to the thick stone door that protected the village. Her family was clustered around a large table as the heirs entered, and they squished together to make room as Dilmu's spouse brought out more seating and set out extra utensils. Nathan found himself seated across from a youth of about 12 who looked at the heirs with starstruck eyes.
"You're adventurers. Do you go into dungeons and fight things? For treasure and glory?"
She looked at Nathan's rough clothes and complete lack of magic items.
"You don't look like an adventurer. Not like they do."
She pointed at Stella's enchanted robes and Kachi's gleaming armor. Dilmu interrupted with a very fake cough.
"I would remind you that one of your mothers is an adventurer."
The kid rolled her eyes.
"Yeah, but your mom. That doesn't count."
"And you don't do dungeons. Or go to Jamor." Dilmu raised her eyebrows.
"I was at Jamor for the solstice."
She gestured to the heirs.
"I saw this team become adventurers. Hear me, that was an event." Dilmu pointed at Nathan. "He is the most blasphemously adventurous of us all. He dueled Simla Bola, old Kozar's nephew, and threw him right out of the arena." She mimed the way Nathan had grabbed Simla's ankle and hurled him, then laughed a deep belly laugh. "I do not know the details of what Simla spoke, but that was a duel deserved and a proper outcome. The heirs are a team to watch, and I think we can learn from their fire." "What an oath!" Dilmu's wife interrupted with clapped hands. "Let us speak of quieter things, and maybe you can answer some questions about the training course? My daughters want their path to lead to adventuring. Even if I was so lucky as to pry Dilmu out of it," she grumbled. Arl leaned forward with a smirk.
"Well, let me tell you how much studying you will need to do. There is this thing called math." The rest of the dinner passed with mirth and laughter. It was a nice time, and showed Nathan more of the character of the villages. They were rough places on the edge of civilization, but the people within them lived lives of growth and progress. The heirs left the next morning, bidding goodbye to Dilmu and her team. They'd slept comfortably in the damp barracks building after Stella had used some magic to effectively heat the chilly stone room where they'd bunked. Dilmu had wanted to chat about the job that had brought the heirs out here. Tenby didn't have a mage who could cast back to Jamor, and they depended on traders and adventurers for news. After hearing about the heirs' job and the enchanted book, Dilmu had shaken her head.
"Couldn't bribe me to do that job with a dragon's egg. The Drakefish River carries bad things down its course."
The headwaters lie in a cursed place, and dangers of many origins come from there. She clapped Kachi on the shoulder. "But I wish you luck, for somebody needs to deal with the river's detritus. My recommendation is to cast the book back into the river, and to not die." She let loose another belly laugh. And with that, they were gone, and traveling through the forest. It wasn't too far to Bridgewatch, but the path did not run straight, detouring around several areas of dense trees and avoiding the base of Firewatch Peak. The forest around them was dark and deep, and Nathan felt as if they were on a patrol through a dangerous region of old Jamor. He kept his eyes peeled, watching the shadowed undergrowth carefully. At one point, he thought he saw several sets of eyes watching them from a deep patch of shadow.
Nathan called it out, pointing to the spot. As soon as he did, the eyes vanished and did not reappear. Nathan sniffed the air, remembering his intention to lean on that sense more. After a moment of concentration, he picked up a musky scent tinged with carrion over the dead leaf smell of the forest. They arrived in Bridgewatch at midday, and Nathan took a moment to survey the place as the heirs came around a thick patch of trees. The first thing that caught his eye was the bridge. It was a massive edifice of gray stone, arching high above the murky Drakefish River in a single, impossible span that covered nearly half a mile before touching down on the far bank. The construction was hundreds of feet across and paved with stones identical to the transit roads of Old Gomorrah. Nathan knew it didn't have the same space-compressing properties, but it was still a potent work of magic to remain pristine after so long. Note to self, try not to break the bridge. The town of Bridgeguard was hunkered to the side of the bridge, surrounded by sturdy walls of dark basaltic stone that looked to be from the nearby volcano. The town butted up against the river, and Nathan could see some small piers where sturdy-looking fishing boats would dock, though they were currently out fishing in the river. Oddly, the piers were not enclosed in the walls, and the wall facing the river seemed even sturdier than the rest of it, with multiple towers and heavy fortifications. A second wall reached out from the town and spanned the foot of the bridge, looking small and flimsy next to the gracefully rising arched stone. As Nathan grew closer, he realized that flimsy wall was still 20 feet tall with crenellations and sturdy supports. Not something to be taken lightly. Unless you can fly. As he drew closer, Nathan could see that there was stone scattered around the base of the wall. This didn't look like debris from construction. Most of the pieces were small and arranged like somebody had blasted their way through the stone edifice. It looks like the wall has been destroyed and rebuilt a few times. Probably a lot easier with earth magic than it would be otherwise. It looked like they had been spotted. A human man waved to the heirs from a tower on the wall near the main gate into the town. The heirs headed there and met the man as he came down to greet them. He spoke quickly, overriding Kachi's greeting. "Freedom and brightness upon you. I'm Farist Dudisk, leader of the Forest Rangers. Our mage got a message you were heading this way to deal with our artifact problem. I'd be happy to guide the way, but we've had a scare from a river cutter and are trying to bait it into range before it goes for the boats." Farist jerked his head back to the riverbank, and Nathan noticed a few people out on the docks, cautiously throwing things into the water. Farist pointed upriver. "The book's about a mile in that direction, right on the riverbank. Very obvious." He grimaced. "It's surrounded by magical crystals and an unnatural fog. We're not able to deal with it, and won't be much help if you call. Good luck." With that, he turned and started trotting back towards the docks. The heirs looked at each other. Kachi shrugged, a bit confused by the rapid-fire greeting. "It seems they do not desire our help? I suppose we shall go upriver. Better to deal with this in daylight, and a few hours remain to us." Everybody else shrugged their acceptance, so the heirs turned and walked past Bridgeguard and up the river, careful to keep some distance from the potentially dangerous bank. Nathan reached for his pack. It always helped to be prepared. For him, that meant chowing down on some tasty jerky. Chapter 6. Strange Readings. The heirs marched alongside the Drakefish River north of Bridgeguard, following a path that snaked along the bank. The Drakefish was broad and placid, flowing sluggishly southwards towards the ocean. There were places where the bank was dominated by thick reeds, and others where the murky waters lapped up against a muddy beach. The forest here wasn't as dense as the area near Tenby village. The path traced a narrow line of turf that separated the river from the woods. Nathan was curious about why the path existed, but it probably wasn't important. Hunters or something? There aren't any villages in this direction. They walked for a time, alert so as not to miss their quarry. Then they came around a bend in the riverbank and saw the place the book must have washed up. As Ferris had said, it was quite obvious. There were blue, glowing crystals sprouting in a rough circle about 50 feet across, some standing nearly at Nathan's height. They spanned the riverbank, with some barely broaching the waterline, while others were positioned a short distance into the forest. An ethereal fog rolled out from the crystals, lit with some kind of inner glow. The fog was low to the ground, and occasionally roiled with inner movement, as if hidden things were scuttling within it. The heirs stopped as one and looked over the crystals. Arl was the first to comment. "Now that's a message to stay a bow shot away if ever I saw one." Stella frowned at the circle, drawing her eyebrows down in thought. "I think some of those crystals are arranged at the nodes of a ritual diagram. It's hard to tell from the side, but there are more crystals than you would need for nodes. That's probably a prophecy of death." Nathan squinted to see what Stella meant. He wasn't educated on magical rituals and couldn't understand the exact pattern, but he could at least tell there was a magically significant diagram there thanks to his skills. He tried to focus and use his anti-magic to see past the fog, but nothing became clearer. "I think it's just normal fog, and something in it is glowing. I can usually see through illusions if I concentrate on them." Sarah snorted and pulled out her rifle. "Should I break one and find out what happens?" "Our goal here is to learn how to engage with strange magics," Kachi said, looking at Nathan for approval. "I say we see if shattering the crystals from here kills the problem. Likely better to do that without magic. And it will be safer to be farther away if a terrible defense activates." Nathan shrugged, but nodded in agreement. "If we can interfere with whatever is happening from a distance, that's probably for the best. But we do it safely. I'll stay here. You should all retreat to the cover of those trees and prepare for retaliation." Nathan pointed to a small stand of sturdy trees a short distance behind them. The heirs were all on board with the plan. They talked over a few more contingency plans, and then retreated. Nathan handed his spear to Arl. He was pretty sure it wasn't going to be useful here. "And if the crystals tried to disintegrate me or something, it'd be a shame to lose it." Nathan stood to the side, ready to dive for the cover of the riverbank. He darted a glance into the river. He couldn't see very far into its muddy depths, but nothing seemed out of place. The blue-white arcane crystals disrupted a scene otherwise dominated by the green of the forest and the brown of the river. Nathan looked back, observing the heirs as they set up behind the trees. Stella conjured a force barrier that reached diagonally from the ground to a large tree, with a small gap close to the ground. Sarah lay down and pointed the rifle out of the gap, aiming towards the crystals. Kachi stood nearby, ready to block any attacks with his shield, while Arl and Stella hid behind the trees. Sarah raised a hand signal, asking if Nathan was ready. He signaled affirmative, and Sarah leaned over the rifle. Nathan turned back to the crystals, and after a moment, a loud crack rang out. The top third of one of the taller crystals shattered and fell to the ground, and the glow of the entire arrangement faltered for a moment. Then a low whine accompanied the formation of a force dome. It was faint at first, but over the course of a few seconds, it solidified into a nearly opaque opalescent barrier that completely encased the crystals. The dome touched down just beyond the outermost circle of crystals, which now glowed brightly. The whine intensified until it was almost painful, and Nathan noticed that tiny crystals were spreading out from the bottom edge of the dome, creeping across the grass and up the surfaces of trees. That would look like Tiberium if it were green instead of blue-white. No other response was immediately forthcoming, and Nathan looked back to see Sarah leaning back over the rifle. She fired again,
and the huge bullet bounced off of the shield right over one of the outermost glowing crystals.
The shield rippled around the impact point, but soon stabilized. Stella stepped out from behind the force wall and cast a lightning bolt that narrowly missed Nathan, impacting the same point of the shield. The shield took this attack with even more aplomb, and there was barely any indication of strain from the powerful barrier. There was barely a moment of warning. A crystal just inside the shield suddenly shone brightly. Then a beam of bluish energy shot towards Stella. Nathan shot out a hand like a soccer goalie, managing to interpose his limb in the path of the beam. The blue light coalesced around his hand, and a large crystal started to form from nothing. The crystals started growing into his flesh, spreading all the way up to his shoulder as larger chunks materialized and stuck to his arm.
"Oh, what the hell?"
Nathan calmed down, feeling out the magical process.
The crystal was already starting to disintegrate from contact with his flesh, and it was similar to something Nathan had experienced not too long ago.
This feels a bit like the salt mana that I found in some of the conductive quartz Dalo gave me. Crystal mana? I guess there are weirder mana types. Crystal mana felt like dozens of edges poking into Nathan's skin in a regular pattern. The spell kept trying to grow a giant crystal around Nathan's hand, even as his siphoned power from the spell. Crystals formed on the surface of his skin, protruding both inwards and outwards. You know, growing crystals into people's bodies is a pretty scary attack. Suddenly, another beam shot out, targeting Nathan directly. It hit him in the chest, and the crystals tore open his shirt and started growing into his heart and lungs. Nathan focused, throwing his attention into figuring out a countermeasure against this new spell and mana type. This crystal grows in orderly patterns, one layer on top of another, all made of magic. If I attack the crystal's growth surface, I can poison it and prevent it from growing into me. Nathan smashed at the growing crystals with his anti-magic, not directly trying to absorb the mana so much as prevent the new mana from properly aligning with the structure. The approach immediately bore fruit, with the crystalline growth halting and the remaining mana quickly absorbing into Nathan's stamina. The cavities left behind soon filled in with new flesh. Another beam hit Nathan in the face. It was incredibly uncomfortable to feel crystals growing into his eyeballs, but Nathan kept his focus and shattered the spell again. The process became more and more automatic each time as his talent adapted to the attack. Another beam hit him in the gut, and this one was even easier to disrupt, barely slowing him down. Nathan was starting to get the overcharged feeling of stamina overload and looked back at the heirs.
They'd made a hasty retreat behind the trees, which sported a few nasty crystal growths from more beams that Nathan hadn't seen. The attacks appeared to have penetrated Stella's force barrier, which made sense, since they could leave the crystal's dome. Nathan's rage urged him to charge that dome, to bash down the barrier and engage at close quarters with whatever the hell was going on in there. The inside of the dome was filling with glowing mist, and Nathan could see that the crystals outside it were quickly growing to ankle height. It might be now or never if it's growing up a protective barrier. But he didn't activate his rage. Instead, he turned and ran back towards the heirs. He needed advice. He needed to not go in half-cocked and without a plan. They wanted to learn how to counter this sort of thing, and Nathan charges it without a plan wasn't a good counter. High-tier Focused Mind 9 achieved. Nathan rounded the corner of Stella's force shield and saw the heirs crouched a ways back from their tree barrier. Arl was crushing some crystals that had started to spread like some kind of spiky slime mold. A bite of crystal had been taken out of Kachi's shield, but he wasn't paying much attention to it, as Stella used a force construct to grab a spike of crystal that was sticking out of Sarah's shoulder. She yanked out the spike and vaporized it with a burst of fire. Sarah gritted her teeth as faint slivers of crystal continued to form in the wound like a frost pattern on her skin. Nathan leapt forward and seized her shoulder, doing his best to break the spell on his teammate.
It was hard, since he wasn't the target of the spell. Nathan spent a dozen seconds trying to exert the influence of his anti-magic beyond his skin and into her wound, before giving up. With a quick word of apology, he stuck a finger into Sarah's shoulder. She nodded and held back a scream. Nathan wriggled his finger around to ensure there wasn't any more crystal mana in the wound, before stepping back and allowing Kachi to heal the injury. Once everyone was taken care of, Nathan looked back at the heirs. Well, we learned a lot and didn't die. What do we do now? Arl glanced back from where he was examining the trees they were hiding behind. I don't think we can approach, or even get into sight. This is your nemesis to slay. Kachi nodded, grinding out a response. Agreed. Nathan stuck his head out around the tree, studying the area, and ducking back to dodge another crystal-forming beam. The dome was still up, and the mist inside roiled. The crystals surrounding the dome had grown to knee-height, and the creeping edge of the growth was slowly approaching them. He looked back. I don't know if I can get in there. The ground is nasty, and I don't trust there to not be another trick with the crystals or the dome.
I can probably handle any surprises, but I don't like probably. Stella finished vaporizing another patch of crystal that had encroached around the trees.
We need to think in more dimensions, she said. It's building a barrier, and there are multiple layers of crystals to pass through to reach the center. I could just throw Nathan at the center of the circle, bypassing all the other layers. I'm almost certain the book is in there. Breaking that should stop everything else. Nathan eyed the short mage as she formed a solid platform from the muddy ground. There's some assumptions there. That the book is in the center of the circle, and that breaking it will stop this. Can we wait until it runs out of mana? Kachi almost looked around the corner of the tree before he stopped himself. Waiting for it to run out of mana would be the most uncertain option. We would be relying on our opponent making a mistake. This all started from a single artifact, and it seems the artifact is the key.
Stella's plan is a good option to take it out quickly. Do it. I guess throwing Nathan at the problem is how we're going to solve this. At least I'll come in on an unanticipated vector. Nathan nodded, waiting for Stella to gesture him onto the platform. After another 20 seconds of careful manipulation, she did. He stepped onto the hard-packed mud. Throwing me high is more important than throwing me accurately. I can fix the accuracy. Stella acknowledged his point and counted down with her fingers as they'd practiced. Nathan crouched, pushing off the platform as Stella hurled him skywards. He shot upwards on a trajectory that overshot the force dome and would land him in the river beyond. Nathan tried to use his new talent to adjust his trajectory, but nothing happened. There was a moment of panic before Nathan figured it out. He wasn't falling yet. The talent only worked when he was falling, and he was still going up.
Nathan studied the landscape under him for a scant few seconds as the wind rushed past his face. The crystal growth was spreading towards the airs in a fan shape. From above, Nathan could see the shape of the ritual symbol delineated by the crystals more clearly. There were conduits in the fog that burned with arcane energy, marking out a complicated pattern whose nodes were crystal obelisks shining brightly through the shield. The center of the circle was clear, but an area just to the side seemed to be the locus of the ritual with the brightest glow. Nathan tried to squint past the magical light, but he couldn't make anything out through the shield and the glare. Then he hit the top of his arc and started to descend. Nathan immediately increased his fall speed, cutting short the arc that would have sent him into deep water. He laughed maniacally as the wind rushed through his hair, and he aimed right for the bright glow.
This shifted his trajectory to match where he wanted to go. It burned stamina quickly, but not nearly as quickly as regeneration. His rage activated smoothly as Nathan descended from the sky. It felt like a natural extension of his adrenaline,
the thrill of battle coursing through him as he flashed towards the ground. He wasn't angry at the crystals, but he was looking forward to the thrill of tearing them apart with his bare hands after falling out of the sky. I'd be a shoo-in for a Red Bull sponsorship with these stunts. Crystallization beams shot out at Nathan, but had no effect beyond messing up his clothes. He increased the speed of his fall, remembering the effect of his anti-magic momentum and Juggernaut's inertia. The faster he moved, the harder he was to stop. Broken legs? Who cares? They'll get better. He slammed feet first into the dome, which had been reinforced with glowing filaments of crystal, forming a fractal structure just inside the surface. The dome wrestled with Nathan's momentum for a split second, trying to remain an impenetrable barrier. But against Nathan's anti-magic and the skills that synergized off his speed, the force construct was helpless. It exploded, sending crystal shards zipping in all directions. Tiny shards peppered Nathan, slicing his skin and penetrating deeply in a few places. A pressure wave washed over him, trying to blow him away from the dome, but his momentum and control of his fall won out, and he thumped to the ground right next to the brightest crystal. High-tier slow fall 3 achieved! His neck had been sliced open by a flying shard, and blood gouted over the crystal in front of Nathan as he slammed his elbow into the tall object. There was a crack as the magic inside gave way, but the glow of the bottom half redoubled, and the crystal grew at an incredible rate, seeking to entomb him. Nathan stepped forward on a broken ankle, getting in closer to the crystal to give it a bear hug. The crystal's growth was inhibited by his blood, though he wasn't sure if that was because it held residual anti-magic or because blood tarnished the clean surfaces that encouraged crystal growth. Soon, Nathan was surrounded by crystals growing from every direction. Many of them seemed to spontaneously form from the air, encasing him in a rapidly expanding, glassy prison. There was a moment where Nathan was fully encased in crystal. It tried to invade his body, poking at his skin and limiting his breathing. Nathan's neck had healed over, and the dazed feeling of blood loss waned. He checked his stamina. Stamina, 624 over 680. My anti-magic should win. I can break this spell. Let's just push harder. Nathan flexed his muscles, cycling his anti-magic along with his movements. The crystal around him cracked, but rapidly reformed and continued its constricting advance. His rage was limiting his ability to think, so Nathan dropped it and swapped to focused mind. It's adding magic to an existing lattice structure, rejoining the layers whenever I form a crack. The spell is quickly conjuring new material into the same structure, using the surface that's already present to grow quickly. If I only make a hairline fracture, then it's very simple for it to realign and keep growing. Nathan's told him he was correct. So how do I break it? I need to do something to the overall lattice structure, or cause gross damage. I can't build up enough momentum pinned like this. Can I poison the internal lattice with my anti-magic and not just the surface? Make the microscopic structure unstable, multiple layers deep. Mid-tier, identify 7 achieved. Nathan couldn't extend his anti-magic very far, but he slipped it into the crystal around him, trying to integrate the anti-magic into the organized structure of the magical material. When he flexed again, the crystal around him shattered like sugar, absorbing into his skin and evaporating to nothingness.
Magic absorption, 7, achieved. It took conscious effort to keep the effect going, but Nathan closed his arms around the central crystal of the array. The blue glow lessened by inches as Nathan crushed through the structure. As the glare lessened, Nathan finally spotted his target. A great tome of a book made of faceted gemstones rested on the ground. This central crystal had grown out of it. Nathan bent down, pushing through the crystals as they redoubled their attempts to stab through his eyes and skin. The book was entombed in crystal, but its translucent pages were turning regardless. They stilled on a complicated diagram.
The crystal growth stopped, and an enormous force tried to push Nathan away. It was a combination of force and gravity magic, both of which Nathan had had prior experience with. He struggled with the spell for a moment, anchoring himself with Davrar's non-magical gravity to avoid pinwheeling away through the suddenly shattered crystal.
Then he broke through the spell and grabbed hold of the book, slamming it closed. Chapter 7. Difficult Study Materials. Nathan stood in the middle of a wasteland of decimated crystal and suddenly inert magical fog. He looked down at the enormous gemstone and crystal book in his hands. Is it over? The book struggled mightily, attempting to wrench itself from his hands. More enchantments attacked his flesh, simultaneously trying to disintegrate, slice, and transform his hands. I guess not. Nathan fought back, using his experience with curse-breaking to rip out the aggressive enchantments attacking him. The spellwork in the book shifted in a moment, flickering to a new pattern. An enormous force tried to flip the book open. Nathan didn't know why the book wanted to open, but he was pretty sure it would be better if it remained closed. He struggled against the book, his stamina and superhuman skill-boosted strength barely keeping the book closed. Behold! A worthy nemesis for my incredible studying skills. I would switch to rage for the strength boost, but I think focused mind is more important for figuring out this spell work. He probed at the book with his anti-magic, searching for a way to disable it without shattering the whole construct. A magical book made of gemstones seemed valuable after all. But the tome didn't want to cooperate. It sent multiple mana types out, each making contact and rapidly dissipating. Nathan felt crystal, force, gravity, and void mana rapidly shifting through complex spell forms, all attempting to destroy him and free the book from his grasp. It reminded Nathan of the inherent self-direction of divine mana, but without the spontaneity. These patterns were complex and directed, without any room for the mana to act on its own accord. But they switched from one form to another rapidly, attempting new forms of attack against Nathan and his anti-magic. Nathan pushed the book between his knees and crouched over it to gain more points of leverage. In response, the book retaliated with the same pattern of cutting force, disintegration, and crystal transformation it had tried earlier. Almost like it's running through a pre-programmed series of counter-intrusion responses. This book is a complicated set of magical instructions. I wonder if the spellbook's Turing complete. It's certainly complex enough I could see it being loaded with a number of possible programs. Congratulations, you have developed the mid-tier spell sense utility skill into high-tier spell sense. Utility skill, high-tier spell sense. This skill will help you identify mana types and the detailed construction of spells more easily. Helps you understand the overall purpose of spells and how individual elements contribute to that purpose. Does not grant understanding of how to weave mana together for specific spells. I think I'll take that as a yes. I'm not surprised that understanding computational universality and extending it to magic is worth a development. Maybe I should have saved that insight for the unique development. The book squirmed again, struggling to open and failing. When that didn't work, it resumed its onslaught, running through the same cycle of magical attacks of escalating complexity. Nathan was burning out the channels the artifact used to cast the spells, while trying to preserve the core mechanisms. He broke another set of multi-use conduits, and the cover of the book splintered, falling to pieces around his feet. Nathan kept a tight grip on the pages underneath as they tried to squirm out of his grasp. Complicated glyphs, arranged like circuitry, writhed under bloody fingers, but dimmed as the mana flowed into him. I think the book is basically made of condensed mana and gemstones with high mana capacities. I'm not sure I can subdue it without breaking it. In fact, I think the only thing I can do is rip it into component pieces. Mid-tier Identify 8 achieved. Nathan tried to rip the book in half,
twisting the front in one direction and the back in the other. The spine resisted, but started to snap apart, piece by piece, as the fragments of crystal connecting the layered gemstones splintered before his anti-magic strength. The book didn't like that at all, withdrawing all of its mana to start channeling a new spell deep inside the core of the spine. Nathan poked at it with his new spell sense, leaning on it and his identify to figure out just what was going on. Oh, that's definitely a self-destruct spell. Well, shucks. Sometimes you try to steal a computer and it's secretly full of nitroglycerin. High-tier spell sense 2 achieved. Nathan finished his ripping motion, tearing dozens of translucent magical pages and a chunk of spine from the book, before hucking the larger section as far as he could throw it into the river.
The book had just touched the water when it detonated. It wasn't a simple explosion. A quick pulse of crystal tore the book apart before it all turned to void mana and sucked in everything within a few dozen feet. Then there was a large explosion, sending a plume of water 100 feet into the air. Nathan was blown backwards into the forest, pelted for a second time with magical crystal shrapnel. He impacted a tree, and several things broke with a cracking sound. Mostly the tree, though. He landed on his side, slightly dazed, but already healing once more. He looked up just in time to roll away from a large branch falling to the ground. Foliage and entire trees fell all around Nathan, and he curled up into a ball as leaves and sticks rained down. The crystal shrapnel had broken bones and bruised him all over. A few of the larger spikes had impaled him, but they were already dissolving and leaving gaping wounds behind. Was that going to be a problem? Nathan checked his stamina.
680/680. Nope, turns out I'm great at fighting magical duels. You have leveled up to level 59. Congratulations, you have destroyed a spell propagation engine from the unmaterial sect of the Callous Conclave. Nice. No idea what the hell any of that means, but I'll remember to mention it to people back at Jamor. Nathan took a moment to appreciate the level up while waiting for the branches to finish crashing to the ground around him. Once satisfied the forest was done falling over, he slowly got to his feet and winced from a particularly nasty wound where a spike had been driven into his kidney. The mana crystal spike was completely dissolved, and the wound was busy being sealed over, but it was still uncomfortable. High-tier regeneration 9 achieved. I think I healed from at least 3 lethal wounds in the last 30 seconds, and none of them really slowed me down. Fascinating experience to fight through a sliced carotid. He was standing a short way into the forest. The riverbank was now marked with a huge crater, and water poured into the depression. No trace of the crystal ritual formation was left, all of the crystals becoming high-velocity, tree-shredding shrapnel, which had scythed through the forest. More trees groaned and collapsed, weakened by pieces of crystal grapeshot. Nathan realized he was gripping something, and let go of the pages he'd torn from the book. They were flickering where he'd been holding them, but their glow smoothed out and equilibrated as they splayed across the forest floor. "Nathan!" Arl's yell split the sudden silence of the scene, and Nathan looked around. The heirs were on the outer edge of the devastated portion of the forest. Nathan couldn't see Sarah or Catchy, but Arl and Stella were looking towards him apprehensively. "Is it safe?" Nathan nodded. He went to speak, but had to swallow down bloody spit from the healed cuts to his face and throat. His voice was ragged. "I think it's fine. Not much left to be a danger." He looked down, seeing that he was, once again, mostly naked. At least this time he was partially hidden from the chest down by the fallen branches and their leaves. "Can I get some clothes?" Stella reached into one of her pouches and drew out a pack of clothes for Nathan. At this point, all of the heirs carried a few sets, since it was so common for him to come through a fight with shredded apparel. And anything he carried around tended to have a similarly short lifespan. He'd stopped even carrying a belt knife after he'd broken the second one getting thrown by the sarcophagus snake of the Sklean mage lord. A quick wind spell sent the package across the distance, separating Nathan from Stella, and he quickly untied the twine and started pulling on the new clothes. Stella and Sarah were still working their way across the forest, stepping over fallen branches and shattered trunks.
Arl quickly got annoyed and pulled out the force saber, slicing his way through the hindering foliage as if with an oversized machete. They approached just as Nathan pulled the new shirt over his head, gathering the rags of his old clothes into a blood-stained bundle. Stella looked past him at the crater.
I guess we won't be getting anything out of the book. Nathan pointed at the bundle of pages splayed on the ground.
I grabbed those. There might be some more gems from the front cover scattered around here too. It shattered as I was wrestling with the book.
Stella's eyes literally lit up with a cyan glow at her excitement, and she hastily gathered the pages and stuck them into an isolated pocket. These look enormously magical. She walked forwards and used a blade of conjured force to cut open a tree, exposing a shattered magical crystal inside. She reached a hand out to the shards, but they evaporated in front of her eyes. Stella frowned.
Crystallized mana from the ritual circle. Impressively potent, but it's not stable after that. She waved a hand at the explosion. Nathan, do you know where those shards of the book went? He looked around for a moment. The gems had fallen at his feet when he'd been standing in the center of the circle. Then they'd been blown to probably somewhere around here, maybe a bit closer to the blast. Nathan shrugged and walked over to the rough edge of the crater. They might have been blown around here? The red-haired mage walked up next to Nathan, scanning the torn-up dirt and foaming water. Hard to know if they're worth searching for. What did they look like? Nathan thought back, trying to describe the cover of the book. It was like a layer of faceted gemstones. They glowed blue and were much stronger than normal crystallized mana. They had a ton of mana channels in them. Stella nodded along, shoulders slumping slightly. Probably worth looking for.
You go sit down, Nathan. See if Kachi needs help. Sarah was hit by a wood splinter, but said it would be fine. I don't want you interfering with the search or breaking anything else. She called out. Arl, can you help out? Arl walked up, the dark-haired man sighing as he sheathed his weapons and knelt down to examine the dirt. This might take a little while. Nathan walked over to where Kachi was just standing up. Sarah was lying against a tree stump, scowling and rubbing at her chest. There was a good-sized tear in her shirt, and a bloody wooden stake nearby suggested what had happened. All good? Nathan asked. Sarah looked up with a glum expression. Sometimes I regret having perception skills. Like when it means I'm exposed trying to see what's going on when you trigger a ghoul-cursed explosion. Yell some warning next time? I was a little busy, and a lot closer to the center of the explosion. Sarah waved a copper-skinned hand at Nathan. You're fine. You could be chewed up by a castle bear and be fine. Kachi chuckled. I'd prefer not to test that. Nathan would anger the castle bear, and then we'd have to deal with it. He looked past Nathan, to where Stella was manipulating the ground with earth mana. What occurs with Stella? She's looking for parts of the book that I tore off before the explosion. Might take a bit. Sarah slumped down and closed her eyes. I'm glad to stay here. A girl can get life-threatening wounds only so many times in a day before she decides to stay put. Nathan flopped down beside her. I know what that feels like. I swear, if I dealt half as many lethal blows as I received, I would win fights a lot more quickly. Kachi looked down, amused. Then he sat cross-legged, his armor scraping on the broken ground. Sarah cracked an eye open. Somebody's paying attention, right?
It would be right stupid to get jumped on by a pack of striped wolves. Nathan groaned and sat up.
That probably means me.
He sat on a fallen tree and glanced around. They continued to banter for a while, waiting for Stella and Arl to finish their search. Nathan continued to keep watch, and after a few minutes, Kachi went off to help search for the magical fragments. It looked like Stella was using earth mana to turn over the dirt and pull things out. Arl and Kachi served as extra pairs of eyes and helped sort through the objects Stella uncovered, which were mostly more chunks of condensed crystal mana. There were a few minutes of silence, then Sarah spoke up again. Her eyes were still closed. I didn't like it much, seeing you vanish into that mist, not knowing what was happening, and not being able to support you from a distance. I should be getting a class skill at 81 that will help me see through fog, smoke, and darkness, and upgrade another to see farther when I'm aiming a ranged weapon.
It's a priority now that my range is no longer dictated by the strength of my arm.
She opened her eyes and sat up a little straighter, looking over the devastated forest and crater carved out of the riverbank. This is something I would expect to see after the Guardians took on a threat. I know the details of how you survived, but to see this, she gestured at the devastation. It offers hope to see such feats performed by a teammate. If this is what you're capable of now, what will be true with 3 more class skills and some more talent developments? She smirked and settled back down. The rest of us just need to figure out how to match such feats. I don't want to end up as a support for the great Nathan Lark, the Antimage. That's a challenge to face. Nathan looked down at her for a moment, trying to assess how to answer. Each of you have your own arena of expertise.
It doesn't seem so confusing how you would perform well if in the right situation. Say, when we fight a physically more powerful enemy with some distance to work with. You just need the right circumstances to shine. These were mine. Sarah settled back down and closed her eyes again. Indeed so. I have solved more confusing issues. At least this one shouldn't require a specialist healer's intervention. She smirked, as if remembering a joke, before her face once more became serious. I'll be patient until it's my turn to slay the monster. Then Stella shouted in triumph, holding aloft a shining blue gemstone. Nathan chuckled at her excitement. I suppose that book was made of something valuable. It's a shame I couldn't save more of it. Sarah's only response was a gentle, Do you think I have time for a nap? A few minutes later, and a few more celebrations from Stella, Nathan spotted somebody peeking around a tree, looking at them. It was from the direction of Bridgeguard.
Nathan couldn't make out any details, but they definitely saw him, so he waved. After a moment, they popped out from the trees and cautiously approached through the devastated woodland. As the figure came closer, Nathan saw she had dark skin and was dressed in thick cloth and leather brigandine in brown colors that blended into the forest. She was carrying a spear, had a sword on her hip, and a large recurve bow sticking out of a quiver over her shoulder. Is it safe to approach? Her voice called out over the gurgling of the river. Nathan cupped his hands and yelled back, Should be fine, just rough ground. The woman quickly picked her way closer while examining Nathan and the heirs. She noted the bloodstains left on Nathan's skin before extending a hand. I'm Bin's bow. Glad this pit of ghouls is dealt with. We need you back at Bridgeguard, now. There's a raiding party inbound from Agman.
100 orc legionaries, looking to steal anything not nailed down. Nathan sighed, looking back at where Stella was excavating the ledge of the crater. He called out, waving them back from the riverbank. Stella approached, tucking another blue glowing gemstone into a pocket.
What? I'm starting to think the rest of it went into the river. It'll get washed away soon if we don't go after it.
Nathan gestured at Binns. Binns just told me that there's an Agmon raiding party headed to Bridgeguard, and they need us back there immediately. We go? Kachi walked up behind Stella and rumbled a growl. We go.
Stella cast a longing look over her shoulder.
But it's all Forceborn sapphire.
Then she slumped, looking at the ground.
To protect Jamor, we go.
Nathan hopped off his stump and pulled Sarah to her feet.
I think you're about to get that chance to shine.
Skill text comparison. Mid-tier spell sense. This skill will help you identify mana types and spell weaves more easily.
Helps you understand what individual elements of even very complex spells are accomplishing.
Does not grant understanding of how to weave mana together for specific spells. This skill will help you identify mana types and the detailed construction of spells more easily. Helps you understand the overall purpose of spells and how individual elements contribute to that purpose. Does not grant understanding of how to weave mana together for specific spells. Chapter 8. An Emerald Division. The heirs took off down the path to Bridgeguard in the late afternoon light. Their pace clearly surprised Binns. The forest ranger had told them to try to keep up and set a measured pace. But she'd said they were needed immediately, and the heirs ran a greater distance than this every morning, through an obstacle course. So they pushed up the speed until they were pelting down the riverside path, fast enough to do a mile in well under 6 minutes.
Nathan wasn't having much trouble maintaining the pace. Not only was he in good shape and not carrying anything, but he had stamina, and that skill was slow to rank up. But Nathan hoped it would really start taking off once he could use it in conjunction with during combat. And a speed increase to flight sounds like a pretty nice payoff. The other heirs all had their own ways to keep up. Kachi also seemed to have some kind of running skill, given that he was managing in full plate armor. Stella was definitely using a force spell to help push her along, while Arl and Sarah had skills of their own, were lightly armored and in fantastic shape. It didn't take long for the town of Bridgeguard to come into view, and Nathan had expected it to be actively under attack. Instead, everything looked normal. Besides a large creature being butchered on the dock, everything looked about the same as it had when they'd left. Bynes led them straight towards a group of 4 others, who were doing some quick gear management outside the gates. Among them was Ferrist, the leader of the forest rangers. The pale man said something to his teammates, and they all quickly packed up their remaining gear. The heirs slowed to a walk, and Ferrist called out to them. "Faster than a stalker's pounce. Is the book dealt with?" Nathan looked to Kachi to answer, but Bynes beat him to it. "Hear me, but I hope so. There's a divine cursed crater where the crystal circle was. But none of the heirs look exploded, so it's not an issue." Ferrist pursed his lips and nodded, looking impressed. "You folks set to travel? I'll explain as we go, but I've gotten the guild mistress's approval to call you in. Her words were, 'Be careful.'" The heirs met each other's eyes, exchanging affirming glances. Kachi summed up their opinion. "Lead us onwards." Ferrist turned, and they started walking beside the wall of blackstone, heading towards the bridge. Introductions. You've met Binns Bow, our wilderness expert. Next, he pointed towards a short, knolled woman, wearing an elaborate robe in dark green and brown. This is Selnoa Herald, our mage. Belongs to the Tower of Trickery, so illusions and area control. She's been talking with the guild through message. He turned to the other knolled in the party. While Selnoa's orange skin had stood out, this man's complexion seemed to blend into the dark leathers he wore. This is Zanwin Herald, Selnoa's brother and our stealth and trap expert. Ferrist's gaze shifted towards the last member of the party, a big lionfolk woman dressed in heavy brigandine armor. Her fur and hair was a dirty blonde that looked matted and wild, spilling over her armor in an untamed cascade. Orem Keephold, our line holder. The imposing woman was even taller than Kachi, and raised her axe and shield in greeting. The shield looked built for bashing, a broad piece of wood with a spoke and a thick, dented boss. The heirs took a moment to introduce themselves, with Nathan being introduced as our scout who's good against hostile magic. Then they passed through the gate in the bridge wall
and strode atop the bridge across the Drakefish River. Nathan stepped tentatively, trying not to extend his anti-magic down into the bridge. Luckily enough, it seemed that the enchantments were similar to the transit roads, being deeply buried in the structure of the bridge itself. Kachi asked the questions that had been rising in Nathan's mind. What is the plan? Why are we leaving the walls? If we mean to stand off a raid, it seems we give up an advantage. Ferrist shook his head. To complete your knowledge, we got a message from the Footspeak clan not an hour ago. They informed us of an Agmon raiding party headed this way. It entered the forest this morning and will reach the bridge tomorrow by midday. The real problem is that they've got a siege spike with them.
Do you know what that is? Nathan did know what that was from his adventurer training. It was a small, portable fortification breaker used by the Agmon Orc legions. It was basically an enchanted battering ram that, on contact, projected a wave of force that could break through nearly any fortification in just a few hits. From what their teacher Jolba had described, it would take out this wall with one strike. How many legionaries? Arl asked. 100, Ferris said, his expression grim. Biggest raiding party we've seen in years, and this warning is late. I think there's some political shit going on with the Treeborn clans that delayed the warning. The Footspeak said that another clan was running interference. My bet is that Agmon paid somebody to get their raiders in undetected. Otherwise, we'd have a proper set of teams waiting for them. Maybe even Stanel to warn them off. Sarah finished the thought.
So we're going out to ambush them, since we can't face Agmon legionaries in a straight fight without more numbers or an elite. Orem rumbled a basso chuckle. I see no fool here. A prepared line of legionaries? No breaking that with just 2 teams. They had climbed above the height of most of the trees and were still ascending towards the midpoint of the bridge. Nathan would have liked the chance to stop and appreciate the view over the broad forest, but they were in a hurry. He quickly reviewed what he remembered of the Agmon military. Agmon are the orcs on the other side of the plains. They sound kind of early Roman Republic to me. They're militarily quite powerful, with every legionary armed with a shield that can deflect most magic, an elemental wand, and a bevy of enchanted melee weapons. They also standardize talents and classes that enhance strength and durability to an incredible degree, and have some skills that synergize off each other when they're standing together and guided by officers. Jolba described an Agmon charge as remarkably similar to an avalanche, but harder to stop. He also said you need to behead them or vaporize some organs to actually kill them. But they're all sort of low-level due to the size of the military and tendency to fight in large formations. They don't level as quickly as adventurers. They just have good talents and lots of enchantments. Nathan looked up from the brief reverie. Ambush them on the road or while they're at camp? Zanwin flicked a glance at Nathan, his eyes intense. Camp. We stop them from forming a line and protecting their officers. Not far. Just need to travel through the night. Through the forest. I hope Bin's perception skills spot the striped wolf pack we'll run into. Binns shot him a smirk. And this time, I'm not even the only scout. She pointed at Nathan. I've got backup. We'll be fine. Getting there, sure, Arl said, cracking his neck. Then we have to fight 100 of the best soldiers around, even if they're only around level 40. Yeah, this is not a great matchup for me. I bet a lot of the reason for this raid is to level their soldiers. If they lose a few, but everybody left levels up a few times, it's probably worth it to them. Ferris nodded. We don't need to kill them all. We don't want to kill them all. This is a probe from Agmon. They're testing how far they can push us. If we throw back this attack with just 2 teams before they even get to our walls, then they might not try again for a year.
If they manage to get into Bridgeguard, loot everything not nailed down, and maybe make a try for Kulketh or Tenby, we'll see another raid every other week. He sighed.
If we kill them all, or bring in the elites as more than a warning, that might drip blood into their eyes. We don't want them unleashing their elites on us. They also have better quester access than we do, and we can't give them an excuse for a quest. We need to turn them back. Kill a few without losing too much ourselves. If they can't gain any levels that are worth the loss of lives and equipment, they'll probably just leave. Selnoa had been quiet until now, the Nulled Mage surreptitiously examining Nathan. Her voice was surprisingly high-pitched as she responded to Ferrist with a sarcastic tone.
Probably.
He threw up his hands. I see it as our only option. Strike soon, do as much damage as we can. Kachi's eyes met Nathan's. But there are multiple options for how we strike. We've done this before, Ferrist said, and they'll know to be on guard. First sign of attack, they'll armor up and make squad boxes, then chase us down. But their first response will be in the direction the attack comes from. Our usual goal is to get in close with melee before they can group up, using magic to slow down their organization as much as possible. Ranged people on the far side, shooting into their backs as they face the melee. It can be messy to disengage. Those legionaries can move. They don't go around obstacles well. They tend to go through them. He continued. For that plan to work, we need cover. Cover to get close, cover to get away. Hopefully they don't find a large clearing and camp in the trees. The footspeak message just gave a distance along the road, not a location. He paused, thinking. If they're in the open, we might need to just harass them, to prevent them from sleeping and maybe get a few from a distance. Dangerous, especially if they have lightning wands. Binns looked back at Sarah. You're Stanel's kid, yeah? You're on ranged combat, while your brother's the melee guy. Up for some long-distance shoot and run? I hope you've got a bow with some range on it. Sarah tried to suppress a grin, hands twitching for her pouches where her weapons were stored. I think I can handle that. Stella was chewing her lip as she thought about the whole situation. What if we destroy the siege spike? Orem nodded, the big lionfolk woman looking back at the mage. Good idea, but hard. Those things are tough. Sturdy enough to survive a siege boar's charge. They take 6 legionaries to carry, and it will be in the very center of the camp. Do you have a way to break a 10-foot rod of enchanted metal? Nathan met Stella's eyes as she spoke. We might. Nathan? He raised his hands. Probably? I won't know until I get my hands on it. And it sounds hard to get to. Selnoa was now fully focused on Nathan, the small, nulled woman speaking once again in her high voice. We weren't at the solstice this year, but I heard you snapped an enchanted sword in half with your hands. Think you can do the same with a siege spike? Her tone was challenging, and one dark eyebrow was raised. Nathan actually stopped and thought about it. He had been pretty effective at breaking enchantments so far, and it had generally been a harder struggle to not completely disenchant items he was touching. But he'd never tried to disenchant something particularly large before. Herden had said that larger enchantments were both harder to make and harder to damage, so Nathan wasn't sure how long it would take him to disenchant something like a siege spike. But it would be unquestionably a good tactic if it worked. Nathan asked Ferrist, would it be a big deal to break the siege spike? Ferrist frowned at him, as if the question was obvious. Yes. If they can't get through the wall easily, and we demonstrate significant ranged firepower, then they'll probably decide it's not worth challenging the wall. But how will you get to it? Nathan looked at Stella and mimed a high arc. Is it bad if we use the same attack multiple times in a row? Stella snorted. Why would it be? It's a good tactic. and people don't look up enough. Kachi rubbed his chin, clearly thinking over the aspects of the suggested plan. The question is how you would get out. The middle of a hostile camp of Agmon legionaries is not a safe place to be. We've got 4 arrows in our quiver, Sarah broke in. Each can add confusion and distract from the true target, which gives Nathan time to break the siege spike and escape. Me and Binns strike from afar, Stella and Selnoa distract with magic, and you folks with swords can strike from the sides if there's an opportunity. Nathan goes in during the confusion, and we cover the escape with traps. She was gesturing around the group as she spoke, indicating the people who would be tasked with each role. They'd reached the top of the bridge, and Nathan couldn't help but stop for a moment to look around. They were more than 100 feet over the water, with the forest spreading in every direction on both sides of the river. It was a green blanket, the trees getting taller and transitioning to something more jungle-like to the south. He had to hurry to catch up to the heirs and forest rangers, who'd been walking in a thoughtful silence. The rogue, Zanwin, sighed and threw his hands in the air. I'm dumb as a siege boar. How is Nathan reaching the siege spike? He's got better stealth skills than me if he can sneak into that camp past 100 legionaries in the middle of a fight. Nathan looked over at Stella, grinning. Simple. She throws me in. Now, I think we can tweak the plan a little bit, but it'll depend on exactly what their camp looks like. They traveled through the remaining afternoon, taking a short break after nightfall to let their eyes adjust and wolf down a quick dinner of trail rations. Then they got back to walking, moving carefully but quickly through the forest. Everybody was still discussing the plan as they walked. It reminded Nathan of the tabletop games he'd played. They had a problem, some amount of scouted information, and were trying to figure out the right tactics to help them triumph without anybody dying. And now they had a few hours to discuss increasingly elaborate plans to trick the Agmon soldiers into overextending and making themselves vulnerable. The general consensus among the forest rangers was that the heirs were being too cute by half. Nathan tended to agree. He'd often seen the plans that worked best around the table were those that were simple and straightforward, with a single primary thrust that everything was built around, and room for variations as the situation developed. Arl proposed a plan where Stella showed up and ran away, dropping glowing chunks of crystal as she ran, to entice the legionaries into breaking formation to chase the valuables, when Kachi interrupted. Focusing on deception is respecting your enemy to be intelligent. If you were raiding in hostile territory and saw somebody run away while dropping glowing objects behind them, what would your action be? Would you expect a trap and fortify your position? Arl looked sheepish, but Kachi wasn't done. We must be flexible to capitalize on opportunity, but we cannot disrespect our enemy. They are smart and capable, and to forget that may be fatal. The wolfman turned to look at Nathan expectantly. Nathan had been gathering his thoughts for a little while, and he outlined his own version of the plan. I think the right approach is the simplest one. Throw me in first, with Sarah and Binns on ranged overwatch. Make no moves to attack unless they spot me. There's a chance that I'll get in undetected, or they take a while to realize I'm a threat if I'm not attacking anybody. If they notice and call out, then attack. Sarah and Binns go for targets of opportunity. Stella and Selnoa cause confusion and damage with area spells, and everybody else attacks from melee at targets of opportunity. If they're ambushed, they'll probably make a mistake. I don't know what, but we need to be ready to react to whatever they do and take advantage of the confusion. Our goal is to cause chaos and then escape. Mid-tier lecturing 3 achieved. By the end, Ferrist was nodding along. This seems best. We will reevaluate when we see their camp. But for now, I believe we should keep quiet and watch our path of travel. This forest is dangerous at night. They weren't using any lights as they traveled, relying on the skyscape of Davrar for illumination. The swirl of far-off clouds and continents cast as much light as a bright moon, so it was sufficient. However, the depths of the woods cut the glow, and Nathan only noticed the ambush waiting for them when he saw one of the branches bob up and down in a motion that seemed unusual, not caused by the wind. "Stop!" He spoke quickly, and all of the adventurers halted and drew weapons. Nathan pointed. "Light!" The tree Nathan pointed at was suddenly illuminated as Selnoa cast a spell that worked like a giant flashlight. There were at least a dozen striped wolves in the tree looking down at the party. They looked like hyenas, their motions cat-like as they quickly leapt away from the light. The creatures jumped back into the forest, sounding a keening call as their simple leaps carried them dozens of feet between trees. Mid-tier. Notice 9 achieved. More calls sounded out, and Selnoa panned the light around to see more of the wolves fleeing into the woods. Sarah had her revolvers out and was tracking targets as the wolves bounced from tree to tree and out of sight.
The adventurers were tense, but Kachi held out a calming hand. "No loud sounds. We're not far." After the cries faded, everybody loosened up. Binns wiped her forehead, lowering her spear. "Big pack. True aim in seeing them. I was looking for castle bear signs, but if the striped wolves are comfortable enough to wait in ambush, then there probably isn't one around." Soon, they were approaching the Agmon legionary camp. Chapter 9. Preemptive Siege. Breaking. Nathan thought that the best description of the Agmon camp was professional. They'd set up on a hill a little ways off the road, in a clearing that had a faint path leading towards it, though the grass had been beaten down recently by many feet. A set of upraised stones decorated the top of the hill, looking like a spiky crown atop the low peak. The Agmon legionaries had built a 3-foot wall of fallen logs and dirt around the base of the hill to delineate their camp. Anybody who tried to clamber over it would be very visible. Inside were loose rows of tents, guarded by a dozen sentries stationed at the base of the hill. The clearing was fairly large, with a few hundred feet between the trees and the outer edge of the camp. Farrest swore as soon as he saw the gap, clenching his jaw and looking back at the 2 teams hiding in the darkness of the forest. They hadn't approached from the road, circling around as soon as Binns spotted the lights of the camp through the trees. The Agmon legionaries had brightly glowing magical crystals encased in metal cases that directed broad shafts of light outwards like floodlights. Some of them were even pointed upwards. Selnoa whispered through the gloom. "Those are magical. If a person moves through the light, it flashes and sounds an alarm." Nathan couldn't see the forest rangers very well, but they were definitely exchanging worried looks with one another. Farrest took a slow step backwards, maintaining a low crouch. "They came prepared. Maybe we should harass them on the journey to the bridge and call for reinforcements. We'll be able to keep them from doing more than ransacking bridge guard." Stella looked at Nathan and flashed her teeth in the darkness. She used a phrase she'd learned from him. "Go big or go home. Let's do this." Sarah had pulled out her rifle and aimed down it. "I can shoot at this range. I see a guard on top of the hill. I'm pretty sure he's guarding the siege spike." The forest rangers looked at the airs with an air of uncertainty. Zanwin spoke for them. "This seems foolish." Nathan turned to look over their allies, speaking slightly louder. "It is not foolish. We have a good plan and the abilities necessary to pull this off. We can take a risk once, now, and have a chance to turn back this force for good. I do not know that repeated harassing will be less dangerous, only less successful. This will prevent them from hurting the people of Bridgeguard, and will discourage future raids. I will be taking the greatest risk, and I judge this worthwhile. Will you help me?" "High tier earnestness 3 achieved." Farrest nodded and sighed. "We're with you. How does this plan change if we can't get close to help you escape?"
Nathan looked over the clearing again. Not much. Binns and Sarah split up and find hiding places where they can cover different angles of the camp. I'll need Sarah to take out the guard on the siege spike. Can you do that? Sarah looked out, focused on the top of the hill. It was about 100 yards away, and Nathan could only make out a faint silhouette in the uncertain lighting. After a moment, she nodded decisively. Everybody else, group up, Nathan continued. The moment the alarm is raised, come in to cover my escape. I'll try to get out without fighting, then join up with you and retreat. Zanwin spoke up. I'm going to set some traps along our escape route, tripwires and some nasty caltrops, a few spike traps in the trees. Won't take long. Do it while Sarah and Binns get into position, Ferrist said. Selnoa, can you handle the coordination? He spoke with resolve, and at Selnoa's affirmation, they started on the final preparations. Sarah and Binns went back into the trees to circle around the camp. Zanwin started pointing out the places he would trap. He'd set his nastiest traps in the tree line and snuck a ways into the clearing to plant tripwires and caltrops to foul the footing of any pursuers. He made sure the adventurers knew the safe path he was leaving, pointing out bushes that marked a clear route. With a look to Selnoa, Nathan explained an important detail. I'm immune to magic. If I'm in the middle of a group of enemies, don't worry about hitting me, with anything. It will help me. The Nanald mage looked shocked, but Stella whispered in affirmation. It's true.
Nathan can eat one of my fireballs and be fine.
She grinned as she grabbed his hand, channeling faint sparks of lightning until he nodded that his stamina was full. Then she compacted a platform from the earth to throw him. Kachi clapped Nathan on the shoulder softly. Hear me, but I hope Elgoa's luck rides with you tonight. Don't die. Arl merely nodded solemnly at Nathan, his hands twitching near his pouches. And with that, Nathan stepped onto Stella's platform. Can you throw me that far? Stella shrugged. We've never practiced this distance. I'm just going to throw you as hard as I can. Sending the signal that we're about to start. Sarah should be shooting, Selnoa whispered, casting a spell to notify Sarah and Binns. Nathan crouched down on the platform, closing his eyes and kindling his rage as he waited for Stella's countdown. I don't hate these imperialists with every fiber of my being, but they come to Jamor to ransack and pillage, to steal, to conquer if they find us weak. I will teach them that they have no right to what is ours. I will ensure they regret coming here and think long and hard before returning. Stella's countdown reached 0, and Nathan leapt as the platform beneath him rocketed skywards. He heard a faint crack from Sarah's rifle as he opened his eyes and watched the Agman camp approaching. The throw had been a bit short, but as he reached the top of the arc, Nathan spent stamina to direct his flight towards the peak of the hill. The guard atop the hill was looking around, confused. I think Sarah missed. Shit. Nathan's flight was slow, since he was falling at an angle much shallower than gravity normally allowed. It was quickly draining his stamina. He passed into a cone of light from the upwards-facing illumination constructs and felt the tingle of magic on his skin. Unsurprisingly, it was light mana. On hitting his skin, it was supposed to bounce back and activate the alarm. Nathan didn't let it, absorbing all of the mana from the spell that touched him. However, that didn't stop Nathan from being illuminated by the light itself. He'd passed over the heads of the exterior sentries, but the guard atop the hill was looking around and up. He saw Nathan and paused for a moment before pointing at him and opening his mouth to yell. Another faint crack sounded from the edge of the woods, and the orc's neck exploded in a shower of blood. He fell over, nearly decapitated.
It wasn't particularly quiet, but it wasn't louder than somebody falling out of bed. High tier slow fall 4 achieved. Stamina 492 over 690. Nathan landed quietly on the top of the hill, suppressing his relieved laughter and trying to control his movements through the familiar flood of adrenaline. At this point, it felt like an old friend. He crouched down behind one of the stone spikes crowning the hill, noticing interlocking runes carved into its surface.
They'd been deliberately ruined at some point in the past, and didn't have so much as a trace of magic left in them. He took a moment to look around, suppressing his desire to start bashing heads. The guards had heard the shots and were calling out to each other to check in. "I don't have long." Luckily, the siege spike was right there, lying on the ground just below the peak of the hill. Nathan had never seen one before, but it was hard to imagine what else the tree-trunk-sized metal rod glowing faintly with enchantments could be. It had 3 sets of handles for carrying and emanated a faint hum that reminded Nathan of a transformer station. Nathan didn't hesitate to jump on the siege spike, wrapping his arms and legs around it for increased surface area. Leech mode returns. I will hug this magical artifact to death. The enchantment didn't try to attack him, which made it harder to interface with. But he could feel the magic in the cold metal, and he was slowly draining the mana from the item. There was a hell of a lot of force mana in there, as well as some electricity and shadow of all things. I'm not draining this fast enough. Hardly making a dent, really. I think the metal is just an outer shell. Nathan gritted his teeth, accepting that he couldn't crush the pillar of steel with his bare hands and drain it dry. He closed his eyes, relying on focused mind to pierce through the skein of his rage and let him think of other options than pure physical violence. His rage fell away, and with a clearer mind, Nathan crawled up the ram. He stayed low in case anybody looked in this direction. The front of the siege spike was decorated with a complicated enchantment and inlaid with multiple magical gems. He slapped a palm over one and started to drain mana faster. But it still wasn't an incredible amount. What he did get was a better feeling of the spells laid into the device. The front was the trigger mechanism and emitter for a ludicrously powerful force spell. Then a rough but florid voice sounded in front of Nathan. "Behold, my brethren, into the very heart of our camp comes an enemy, as a presage to our luminous assault." Nathan looked up and saw an orc standing about 10 feet in front of him, having just walked out of a tent that was a good deal fancier than the rest. The orc stood over 7 feet tall and wore delicately enameled but sturdy armor and an engraved open-face helmet. He drew a shining gold longsword from his hip and walked unhurriedly towards Nathan. "You know, I'm just realizing that if they don't sound a loud alarm, then my backup won't be coming to help me. And there's a tent between this guy and Sarah." Then everything seemed to line up in Nathan's head. Notice, enhanced memory, identify, and spell sense were all passive skills. But together, they brought a crucial factor to Nathan's attention. The trigger enchantment on the head of the siege spike was nearly identical to that of a spear Herden had given him to practice curse-breaking on before the solstice. That weapon had come from Agmon, come to think of it, and Nathan knew how the trigger mechanism worked. Specifically, he had a pretty good guess at which 3 inhibitory loops he needed to break in order to continually activate the trigger enchantment. So, he drained mana from 3 specific gems on the front of the siege spike, breaking those parts of the enchantment. High-tier spell sense 4 achieved. High-tier enhanced memory 3 achieved. Nathan's hand was covering the front emitter of the siege spike, and the appendage was immediately ripped off as a raging torrent of force, shadow, and lightning mana ripped out of the central crystal. The orc, the tent beyond him,
and most of the hillside were blown away in a huge plume of dust. I think that'll signal the heirs nicely. Also, ouch.
The injury caused Nathan's rage to surge, and he surrendered to the thrill-seeking wrath as the siege spike shot backwards, propelled by the torrent of destruction pouring from the front aperture. It had enchantments to prevent recoil, but Nathan had been sitting on them for a minute. Also, they definitely weren't intended to compensate for the entire charge of the siege spike being dumped at once. Nathan yelped and wrapped his knees around the handles, trying to avoid getting tossed in front of the business end of the bucking bronco of a siege weapon. He struggled to hold on and keep his body from ending up in front of the emitter as the siege spike tore its way down the hill. Curling his legs around the handles and bracing his torso with his one good hand, he couldn't stop himself from laughing maniacally. The motions of the siege spike were wild and unpredictable, and Nathan was battered between the ground and the unyielding surface he was riding as it jetted and rolled. His bones were crushed between the metal and the rocks of the hill. It just caused Nathan's rage to flare higher as his regeneration repaired the damage. Better than any rodeo ride. This bull's got some horns. His ersatz mount crushed a banked campfire and tore its way through a tent. The remnants of the tent and the blinking legionaries who had been sleeping within were promptly blasted backwards by the plume of force emitted from the front of the siege spike. Then the front of the siege spike tilted skywards, and the back embedded itself in the dirt. Nathan quickly vaulted himself off the bucking metal pillar before it started tunneling into the ground. He used the momentum of the gyrating rod to fling himself further away. The motion was pretty awkward, but Nathan turned a flop into a distance-eating roll, quickly getting away before the erratic siege spike could aim its spell in his direction. It threw me pretty hard. Now I can keep that momentum going. He kept rolling, pulling himself down the slope with his new talent every time he went airborne. The movement grew wild as he prioritized distance and elevation loss over control. Nathan's regrowing hand jarred uncomfortably into the ground, and only his rage-enhanced durability prevented a sharp rock from drawing blood from his back. Nathan wasn't watching the siege spike, but he felt the edge of its mana discharge wash across him. The raging force magic buffeted his roll into even more of a headlong tumble. Nathan intentionally didn't absorb as much as he could have, leveraging the additional momentum to give his rolls further distance. Congratulations! You have developed the low-tier tumbling utility skill into mid-tier tumbling. Utility skill: mid-tier tumbling. This skill will help you use unorthodox movements involving rolls and handsprings to take advantage of your momentum to avoid danger. Nathan saw a braced figure loom in front of him and tried to regain some measure of control to dodge around the angry orc. Nathan was surprised when he smoothly transitioned to his feet and spun away from a vicious spear thrust. The bones of his legs had cracked, but he'd managed to patch them up enough to bear his weight. Mid-tier dodging footwork 5 achieved. Oh yeah, that one does help me keep my balance. Nathan soon had more problems as the orc in front of him pressed the attack. The legionary casually held a giant shield in one hand, covering most of his body. The only things visible past the clearly enchanted shield were a pair of intent brown eyes under a beefy helmet and a spear held in a plated gauntlet. Nathan's hand was rapidly regrowing, but it would take a minute and a bucket of stamina to reach full functionality. Luckily, he didn't need to beat this guy. He just needed to run the hell away. He dodged the next spear thrust, but the soldier braced the spear against his side and tore the spearhead sideways in a motion Nathan hadn't expected. He jerked his right arm, the one without a hand, to block the spear shaft and prevent the spearhead from carving out his throat. The blow carried an incredible weight to it, both because of the enchantments on the spear and the immense strength of the soldier. It powered through his unbraced guard. The block deflected the spearhead upwards slightly,
enough that the spear gouged a deep chunk out of Nathan's cheek instead of his throat. The spearhead ripped off part of his lip and sent a few teeth flying. "That's a new sensation, and one I will repay." Nathan leapt forward, planning on yanking the shield aside to get at the soldier behind it. His ambitions were frustrated when that shield rushed out to meet him, crunching into Nathan's reaching left hand and impacting his shoulder with considerable force.
He staggered back a few steps, and the soldier planted the spear in Nathan's gut. A foot of steel in the gut is even less pleasant. This guy's better at this than I am. When did I decide to fight instead of running away? The soldier raised a sabaton to kick him off the spear, but Nathan jerked himself off the sharp point and ran, holding the growing stump of his right hand over the puncture wound to prevent any guts from spilling out. The wound was healing automatically, but he directed his talent to focusing on closing the skin first. More soldiers were approaching from nearly every direction, all with various amounts of armor on, but they all carried those enormous shields and had spears at the ready. Another crack of Sarah's rifle sounded, but Nathan didn't see any effect. Well, shit. Time to get tricky. Nathan sprinted at a pair of legionaries that were approaching from the side. He picked up speed rapidly, and they quickly brought their spears into position.
Right before he got to their position, Nathan took 3 steps up the rock he'd really been aiming for, jumping as high as he could into the air to sail over their heads. The soldiers merely angled their spears upwards and raised their shields, ready to skewer Nathan as he came down from his jump. He used slow fall to jerk himself down diagonally and kicked out with his legs as he fell to knock the spearheads out of his path. The motion flipped Nathan over, and he flung out his left hand, shoving off an upraised shield to vault over the legionaries. He slowed his fall slightly to complete the rotation and land on his feet behind them. Mid-tier, tumbling 2 achieved. Parkour! Nathan staggered for a few steps after the landing, but then he took off in the direction that the other adventurers were approaching from. They were only a third of the way across the field, but coming closer. I think I'm in the clear. Just need to outrun them. And I've got for that.
Bolts of magic impacted Nathan from various directions. Some of his pursuers had drawn wands and were tagging him with a myriad of elemental spells. Almost a third of them had lightning wands designed for long-range targets. Nice of them to provide some extra stamina. I've got a lot of wounds to heal. Then, a familiarly florid voice carried over the hillside. "Cease fire! Company, form up!" The command was ragged and out of breath, but when Nathan darted a look over his shoulder, he recognized the fancily armored orc whom he'd blown away with the siege spike, tossing aside a potion bottle. His armor was slightly crushed, and his enchanted helmet was gone, with blood seeping down from his scalp, but he looked pretty much in one piece. He survived that? These guys are damn tough. More significantly, the rest of the armed orcs quickly assembled into a tight block, 6 men across and 3 deep. The officer stood just behind them and raised his glowing sword. Company, charge! Skill text comparison. Low-tier tumbling. This skill will help you use unorthodox movements involving rolls and handsprings to avoid blows in the future. Mid-tier tumbling. This skill will help you use unorthodox movements involving rolls and handsprings to take advantage of your momentum to avoid danger. Chapter 10. Wherefore dost thou flee? Nathan turned away from the pursuing legionaries, focusing on the ground ahead of him as he sprinted down the hill. He jumped over the knee-high wall that marked the edge of the camp and entered the open pasture surrounding it. The florid voice spoke again, sounding like it belonged in a throne room instead of a battlefield. Company, accelerate! Our foes shall be hindered in their footsteps. The entire group of Agmon legionaries gave a war cry at the declaration, backing up the officer's words with a wall of sound. The shout washed over Nathan, and his feet suddenly slowed. The effect didn't cancel his spot. It felt like he had to will his feet forward. His rage spiked at the feeling of an external mental influence on him. It's like that slave master from the slave raiding party way back when. I need to remember I'm not immune to mind-affecting skills, just magic. And this one's a lot more powerful than that one was. It's backed by the legionaries somehow. Our advance is ceaseless. Our legs carry... There was another crack of Sarah's rifle, and the officer's voice cut out. Nathan glanced back again and saw a nearly headless body slumping to the ground. The Agmon legionaries had been ready for another yell, but with their officer's death, their voices were staggered and discordant, accomplishing nothing. Making a note to do something nice for Sarah later. I wonder if his helmet would have saved him. It was pretty heavily enchanted. Unfortunately, the legionaries were still catching up. They charged as a disciplined unit, shields bobbing in unison as they closed the gap to Nathan. The heirs and the forest rangers had burst out of the forest in front of him, but they were still a long ways away. He fought against the effect that still constrained his legs, but it was strong. Nathan leaned into his rage, pushing against the effect to keep his momentum up. Was working against the skill, preventing him from stopping entirely, but it looked like it would slow him just long enough for the nearly 20 legionnaires to catch up. The adventurers charged towards Nathan, and he ran to meet them. Arl, Kachi, Ferrist, and Oram formed the front line, while Selnoa and Stella were just behind. Nathan didn't see Zanwin, the rogue presumably hiding somewhere. Selnoa and Stella stopped moving and started casting spells. Stella was first, flinging a curving lightning bolt that arced over Nathan's head and impacted with a blast of thunder. Nathan wanted to look and see its effect, but he was too busy staying ahead of the disciplined charge of the Agmon legionaries. The ground under Nathan's feet turned to sucking mud, but he managed to stabilize his footing, and the effect didn't slow him. Mid-tier sprinting 6 achieved! The slowing effect finally broke, and Nathan sprinted across the remaining gap to meet the adventurers who'd braced themselves to receive the charge of the legionaries. He waved his hands to gesture them to turn back, but it was too late. So Nathan joined his teammates, turning to face the approaching soldiers. He flexed his regrown hand and checked his stamina. Stamina, 259 over 690. I did a lot of healing under pressure in the past few minutes. I'm jilted that it wasn't worth another regeneration rank. The spell Selnoa had cast turned the ground into a muddy mire, but the legionaries powered through without slowing. It had managed to disrupt their formation, and they approached with shields raised and spears leveled. The orcs shouted a disciplined battle cry. Agmon and glory! The sound was loud and intimidating, and Nathan felt the urge to break and run. In response, Kachi intoned a prayer which cut across the night. By my faith and my God, by the righteous battle we engage in to protect our homes, we shall be protected. His armor flashed blindingly, projecting a beam of holy light that staggered several legionaries and caused others to jerk their shields up to protect their eyes. Kachi's prayer created an opening, and Arl leapt in, wielding an enchanted saber in each hand. The force blade flickered out and cut through several spear shafts, while the lightning blade collided with an upraised shield. There was a thunderous detonation, and the legionary holding the shield was thrown backward. Those who'd had their spears cut dropped the useless sticks and pulled out swords or wands, circling Arl as he blew another legionary away and threatened others with his oversized force blade. The other adventurers weren't going to let Arl be surrounded and came forward to relieve their comrade. Ferrist sneakily maneuvered behind a legionary and sunk his longsword into his back, but was thrown off by a quick elbow when the legionary spun to face him. Another soldier tried to close on the fallen adventurer, but an arrow sprouted from his shoulder. He turned, snarling and brandishing a wand to fire a lightning bolt at the source of the arrow. Another legionary stepped into the gap, threatening Ferrist in turn. Orym ran up next to Arl, bashing away a spear with her shield before bringing her axe down like a falling anvil. The legionary caught the blow and forced the big lion-folk woman to jump back or be spitted by his spear. Another attacked her from the side, and she slid around his spear, kicking his shield to shove him backwards. Kachi was more careful, matching a trio of legionaries with his broad and glowing shield. They tested his shield with their spears and cautiously advanced, wary of his divine glowing weaponry. Another crack of Sarah's rifle sounded, and one of the three staggered, but did not fall. A couple of legionaries stepped back from the fight and started hurling lightning bolts in the approximate direction of Sarah. The adventurer mages weren't idle, though they seemed to be focusing on neutralizing the legionaries who'd pulled wands. Selnoa dropped some kind of darkness spell on the back half of the group of soldiers, while Stella threw up a few force barriers to protect herself and Selnoa from counterfire. She then stepped back and started channeling a ball of crackling lightning in her hands. Nathan mostly just got stabbed. He rushed a pair of legionaries looking to flank the mages. They aimed their spears towards him, and he tried to grab the spearheads and throw them aside. The legionaries pulled the spears back a few feet before stabbing forward. One got him in the shoulder, the other in the gut. I'm just not very good at fighting people who specialize in melee. And why do these people always aim for the gut? Rude. Zanwen popped out behind the soldiers, stabbing each of them in the kidney with his dual daggers. They winced together. One of them turned, dropping his spear to pull out a sword. Zanwen ducked away from that soldier, circling the other one, who continued to focus on Nathan. That soldier yanked his spear out of Nathan's shoulder and thrust it backwards, bashing Zanwen across the face with the metal ball on the back end as the gnawed man stabbed him again. Zanwen staggered back, and the legionary with a sword swung. It cut through the small man's arm above the elbow and deep into his torso. Nathan leapt forward, dodging around the legionary facing him, and throwing his shoulder into the orc who was bringing his sword back for a lethal blow. His momentum was enough to topple the tall soldier, and Nathan focused his regeneration on the skin of his gut to hold the wound closed as he scooped up Zanwen to run away. He quickly circled around them to get back to the other adventurers. "Fall back!" cried Ferrist, clutching a puncture wound in his chest as he staggered away. Kachi, Arl, and Orym traded a few more blows with the remaining upright legionaries. They were giving better than they got, but they were getting surrounded. Then Stella cried out a warning, and they all leapt backwards. Her braid writhed behind her like a serpent as her right hand held a large ball of crackling electricity, which struggled to escape her grip. Stella's other hand snapped out, rapidly pointing at Kachi, Arl, and Orym in turn, as her eyes flickered with strobing lightning. She unleashed her chain lightning spell. It arced from legionary to legionary. Some managed to catch it on their shields, but the spell continued its path, striking some from behind. The arcs danced around the adventurers Stella had pointed to, letting them retreat unscathed. The protection didn't apply to Nathan, and he got zapped a few times, recharging his stamina by 50 points. What parts of the spell made it to Zanwen caused him to buck and twitch in Nathan's arms. He had to slow down to avoid dropping the small rogue, even as his wounds bled freely. Maybe I should consider learning to heal people other than myself. Then they were away, sprinting back towards the forest and the cover of Zanwen's traps. The legionaries pursued, but without an officer to command them, they couldn't catch up, especially with the traps slowing them further. Stella turned and threw a fireball, causing the pursuing legionaries to hunker behind their shields and endure the blast. A few who'd been tripped up by the traps were blasted back like rag dolls, but none seemed lethally wounded. Another legionary fell with a bullet to the knee before they ceased the pursuit. The Agmon soldiers hoisted their injured and retreated to their camp, staying low behind their shields to dissuade more ranged fire. The adventurers jogged 100 feet further into the forest before Ferris called a stop. He wheezed, sipping a healing potion as he coughed out a bloody froth. "Healing, now!" Nathan called out, setting Zanwin against the ground. The Nold man was unconscious, and Nathan's arms were slick with the blood from both himself and his cargo. Zanwin didn't look good, with blood slowly pumping from his stump of an arm and the deep wound in his side. Kachi was there in an instant, laying glowing hands on the rogue to stem the flow of blood and close the wounds. The red traceries of electrical burns also faded, as Nathan stepped away so he didn't interfere with the healing. Ferris was slumped against a tree, gritting his teeth as blood continued to bubble from his punctured lung. Selnoa was casting healing spells on him as he continued to drink his potion, and it seemed to be helping. His breathing was already smoothing out. Nathan noted that Arl and Stella were looking for any pursuers and watching for Sarah and Binns. Arl was mostly unharmed, with a few light cuts that oozed blood on his exposed upper arms and some scratches across his enchanted vambraces. As Selnoa cast another healing spell, the Nold mage looked over at Stella. Was that a Tier 6 spell? How? Stella turned back, the bright blue glow in her eyes fading. I wasn't taught in tiers like Gale does, but I think you'd call it Tier 5? Targeting is done with a second mana type. But Selnoa shook her head, glancing at her wounded teammates and the mostly uninjured heirs. Young dragons indeed. Binns ran up a few moments later. Blood ran from her scalp, though the source of the wound wasn't obvious. Selnoa bustled over to heal her up, but Binns waved her off and turned to Nathan. I was expecting you to disable the siege spike, not blow it up. Blasphemous dust blocked my view until you ran out of it. Then she saw Zanwin slumped on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath him. Oh no. Ferris got to his feet, wiping a final bit of blood from his lips. Those legionaries will have wounded aplenty from that stunt of yours. And if the siege spike has been destroyed, they'll retreat. What did you do? Nathan smirked, recalling his sabotage of the magical battering ram, and deciding to lighten the mood with some phallic humor in an overly serious voice. I climbed on that giant rod and touched it just the right way until it couldn't help but shoot its load. It couldn't help but spray all of its magic until it was drained dry. The heirs all winced, while Ferris just looked confused. Then Orem guffawed, and Binns started laughing. Ferris tried to join her but ended up coughing instead. Selnoa shot Nathan a disbelieving look as she healed Binns's head wound. Nathan continued in a more normal tone. They'll need to replace the enchantment on the front before it can even be recharged. Ferris was smiling now. We'll only get the notification on the fight once we leave the area. Did we kill any? I don't think any of what I saw would kill an Agmon legionary, unless your spell was strong enough to truly boil a brain. He gestured at Stella. She mutely shook her head, looking a bit green at the suggestion. I killed 2. Sarah walked into the circle, moving slowly through the forest. She looked tired. Orem studied her briefly. Did you? Her voice held a trace of skepticism. Nathan backed Sarah up. Yeah. The guard at the top of the ridge. You saw him fall? He's one, mostly decapitated. Second was a guy in fancy armor who I think was the officer. He took off his helmet after being on the wrong end of the siege spike, and Sarah removed his head as a parting gift. He nodded towards her. I think they would have caught me with his skills. Binns looked at Sarah suspiciously. I did see the guard fall. What weapon you use for that? Stanel's bag tricks and all, but I'd need some arrows enchanted to rival Dragon's Breath to do that to an Agmon legionary. The ranged specialist had winced at Nathan's summary description of her kills. She was now looking at the ground, refusing to answer the beau's question. I don't think she's killed a person before. That, or she's keeping the guns quiet. Probably for the best. Arl gestured for Stella and Nathan to keep watch before walking over to comfort his sister. He gave her a hug and whispered something into her ear that made her chuckle. They then sat down next to each other, leaning against a tree. Scanning the woods, Nathan didn't see any signs of pursuit. He could vaguely see the lights of the Agmon camp through the trees, but other than the quiet discussions of the adventurers, there were no other sounds. Should we wait to see if they depart, or return to Bridgeguard? We can return and keep watch on the bridge for the next few days. We've demonstrated we can injure and kill them from a distance, so they won't attack a fortification they can't easily get through. Ferrest looked around, gauging the adventurers. Are we ready to move? I'll be happy to get the levels from that fight. 10 times our number in Agmon legionaries? Even if we didn't kill many, it should be worth some levels. Unlike that damn river cutter. Selnoa turned to Kachi, who was just standing up from where he'd been focused on Zanwin. How is my brother? Kachi looked down, satisfied. Ask him yourself. The wounded Knold awkwardly pushed himself to his feet. He was still missing his left arm, but aside from that injury, he looked mostly healthy. His broken nose was healed, and the electricity burns were gone. Most impressively, the only trace of the sword wound that had cut nearly a third of the way into Zanwin's torso was torn armor and blood. From how he moved, it seemed tender. I cannot replace the arm. You will have to return to a specialist healer for that. Kachi looked apologetic. Zanwin and his sister embraced, and he looked at the heirs over her shoulder. Each word was terse, but he didn't spare them. That was a dangerous encounter, but we succeeded and survived. I would work with you again, preferably after this is fixed. He indicated his stump. Ferrest jerked his head. Let's go. They all headed back towards Bridgeguard. Both teams were tired, but they couldn't camp out here. Not only was the forest dangerous, but they didn't want to be caught in case the Agmon soldiers decided to pursue. As they rejoined the road, Nathan received a familiar blue box. You have leveled up to level 65. Congratulations. You and your teammates have handicapped an Agmon raiding party. Sarah's eyes were wide. I think that guy was nobility. Count Kunal Mirial. Worth a lot of levels. Nathan frowned. From his number of levels, he was pretty sure he hadn't directly killed any of the legionaries. Not something to be sad about, and those guys were so tough, I'm not that surprised. Chapter 11. Town Delays. On the trip back, Nathan and Binns kept their heads on a swivel. Everybody was exhausted, tired from traveling all night while on high alert, not to mention the big fight. Ferrest and Zanwin were especially out of it, given their wounds. Magical healing left a person fatigued, and they'd both sustained life-threatening injuries. Of course, so did I. But apparently that's another benefit of regeneration over healing magic. I really need to firm up an insight for that talent development now that I'm getting close. It'll be nice to have another unique talent. Sustained by a few more brief jolts from a yawning Stella and another bag of his favorite jerky, Nathan was doing fine. He could feel a sort of scratchy tiredness at the back of his eyes and was prone to hyper-focusing on irrelevant details. But nothing attacked them, and soon enough the sun was shining down through the broad branches hanging over the road. It took them some hours more and a few carefully metered rests to reach Bridgeguard. When they passed through the gates and into the town, Ferrest called over a guard. He gave some quick instructions to watch the far bank and wake them in a hurry if the legionaries showed up. Then they all trooped into the barracks and crashed. The heirs woke in staggered succession,
with Nathan opening his eyes to the sounds of Kachi attempting to sneakily store his armor in a bag of holding.
Nathan got up, waving away Kachi's apologetic shrug. He went to relieve himself in the weird trough bathroom that seemed ever present on Davrar, before returning to find Kachi sitting on a stool outside the barracks. The big wolf folk was pulling armor out of his bag, scrubbing and polishing it in the sunlight. After he finished each piece, he held it up to ensure it reflected the light well before storing it away again. Nathan had seen him do this before, and knew that it was important to Kachi's magic that the armor was appropriately shiny. Nathan would have offered to help, but the armor was enchanted, and he didn't want to wreck it. So instead, he sat down across from the cleric, waiting in companionable silence. He had various topics bubbling in his mind, but wasn't sure how to raise any of them. Before Nathan could settle on a topic, Kachi spoke. I propose we remain in Bridgeguard to allow the forest rangers to return to Gemor.
Zanwin will be better off with more rapid healing, before he grows used to the absence of his arm. They have been out here some time, and we could do with a break from the politics of Gemor. It didn't take a lot of consideration for Nathan to agree. That all sounds reasonable to me. Won't it be a problem that Stella can't cast to communicate with the guild? Kachi nodded. Yes, but I believe that it will help motivate her to learn, or prompt our quick replacement by the guild. We are capable of standing off most threats when backed by the town guard. We do not need to walk our path so quickly. Do we need a break? Nathan looked out over a town that was winding down for the evening. Dinners were being made, and people were sitting outside and laughing in the cool afternoon air, living peacefully. He thought about staying here for a while, protecting the town, instead of practicing at the guild or going on missions. It would be nice to stay in a place, knowing that he had saved it from violence. Satisfying. The answer from Kachi was thoughtful. We will survive if we do not rest. But yesterday we faced 2 difficult foes in the span of a day. We are going from fight to fight. We level quickly, but without the chance to reflect on our performance, practice our new abilities, and plan our future advancement. Our strength will grow brittle if we continue. We have sworn to fight the endings, but there is no reason to sprint to that fate. He sighed, setting down a mirror-shining pauldron. Adventurers die, but it should be because they were unlucky, not because they took too little time to prepare. Yeah, Nathan agreed. That makes sense. Let's stay here for a bit. Use the time to train and plan. They sat in silence for a minute longer before Nathan formulated another question that had been on his mind. I asked some questions about message the other day. I think there's a chance I can help Stella learn it, with help from an insight we never completed. The one that should give her light mana. The one where we had to almost carry her home after she nearly killed herself? Kachi looked down at the next piece of armor he was polishing, and while his tone was direct, it wasn't accusatory. Nathan shrugged. Yup, that one. I think I have a better way to explain it now. But her parents told her not to try it again for a while, and that they'd be the ones to help with it. I'm not sure their insights are compatible with mine, though. Kachi took some time to formulate his words before he spoke. We all wish to grow beyond what our parents have given us. Kia has told me that there will come a time when my path must diverge from hers, when I must stop relying on her insights. To avoid being a lesser copy of her, I will need to carve my own path with insights I shape to my own purpose. I always thought I would focus on defense and healing, in contrast to her unstoppable holy sword. But I found myself swearing an oath to attack the endings instead of merely defending Gemor. So, I do not know. He shook his head as if clearing a thought. But Stella, I think she may have a more difficult path to breaking free of her parents' influence. You have met them. They will hold on to their daughter and attempt to guide her beyond where they should.
This is another reason to train here, away from the Guardian's influence. Nathan looked up, surprised at Kachi's words. You think I should go ahead with it? Even if Dalo and Kulal would disagree. Kachi nodded. Yes. She has learned most of what Jamor knows of magic, following the path they set her upon. But you offer insights they had not considered and did not plan for. She should make her own decision.
Offer your path, and see if she decides to follow her parents' footsteps a bit farther, or if she decides it is time to begin carving her own. To become a mage of science, or some such class. Nathan nodded, a decision having been made. Okay, I'll ask. Mage of Science would be pretty cool, if a class like that exists. There were a few minutes of silence before they were joined by Sarah. She started whittling a pair of small legionary figures from some branches she'd picked up in the forest. How you doing? Nathan asked. She shrugged, keeping her eyes on her hands. All right. Learned the name of a man I killed. Imagined his future, his dreams. She raised the half-finished carving, examining it. Not filled with sadness. Just going to need a bit of time to stare into darkness and grow accustomed to being a destroyer of life. The rest of the adventurers woke up over the next hour, drawn by their noses when a villager approached with a tray loaded with roasted fish stuffed with sliced fruit. The fish were fresh and the fruit juicy, so it was a good breakfast? Dinner? They were going to need to fix their sleep schedules. Zanwin and Ferrist had to be woken up to eat, but they fell on the meal with relish. Over the meal, Kachi proposed the plan, first asking if the other heirs thought it was reasonable. Nathan backed him up, and Sarah, Stella, and Arl quickly agreed. The forest rangers were more than happy to agree, already planning to leave the next morning. Ferrist said, You heirs hold the primary deterrent to Agman, though I still don't understand what weapon you used. He gestured to Sarah. As long as you can handle river cutters, siege boars, and some striped wolves, then you can safeguard Bridgeguard as well as we can. Let me introduce you to the village head. The village head was a woman named Jardia Fuller. Nathan had expected an old leathery crone who looked like she chewed iron and spat nails, but Jardia was a middle-aged, matronly woman who had flour dusted across the backs of her hands and in her nails. Farrist introduced her and let her know that the forest rangers would be heading out in the morning while the heirs stayed. Jardia took the news with some concern, wishing the forest ranger well. She then turned to the heirs and greeted them warmly, shaking each of their hands in a strong grip. She learned their names, pinched Arl's cheek, and gave each of them a cold roll stuffed with a vegetable and meat filling. Then she got down to business, laying out their responsibilities in a similar accent to William's, if much milder. The truth is that Bridgeguard is the only way to get across the Drakefish. It's our lot to control who gets across and collect taxes on anybody carrying goods. That's your real aim here. Back us up when some merchant fella wants to skip the tax. Also, deal with any Agmon soldiers or treeborn that get blood in their eyes. She gestured across the river. You already done that part well enough. The woman sucked on her teeth for a moment. We got our own guard, but they're mostly fishers or hunters that have some Devrar-granted skill with a bow or spear and can stand on the wall and yell loud if need be. We can deal with most things in the forest and river, unless it's especially nasty. Might call on you for an angry siege boar, some stalkers, or if a big pack of striped wolves comes too close. See a castle bear, and we might just sit in town and wait for it to go away. You folks won't know much about the river, but we might ask you to kill a river cutter. She shrugged, unless something weird floats in. But you handled the last one well enough. Jardia paused for a moment, thinking if there was anything else to say. That said it all. It's a pretty calm town, except for when it isn't. She flashed a slightly sardonic smile. Just stay around town. We need to be able to fetch you if the lookouts see aught. Oh, and Miss Caxel, you wouldn't happen to know, would you?" Stella shook her head, looking peeved. Nathan wasn't sure if she was annoyed at the question or annoyed at herself for having to answer in the negative. Regardless, the heirs went back to the adventurer barracks to keep resting after their long day. The barracks here were more comfortable than those in Stonefall, since adventurers frequented Bridgewater much more often. It was a nice place to spend some time away from Jamor, training, relaxing as much as they could. Something told Nathan that this might be their last break for a while. It was almost a vacation. They familiarized themselves with the town over the next few days, learning that there really wasn't danger under every stone. The striped wolves knew they'd get hunted down if they ventured within a dozen miles, and the fishermen knew their business. The heirs kept up their morning runs, racing around the town and across the bridge, then through the trees on the far side. They thought about swimming back across the river, but heeded the warnings about carnivorous fish. Nathan didn't want to become a self-replenishing snack for anything swimming in something called the Drakefish River, if he could avoid it. So they ran back across the bridge instead. The villagers of Bridgeguard were also wonderful, friendly, appreciative, and interested in the heirs and their opinions. They weren't up to date on Adventurers Guild politics, and didn't seem to care much, so long as there were teams around to protect them from whatever Davra threw their way. They did learn about village politics.
It was a bit like small-town politics. Each village had its own petty squabbles, which were mostly forgotten when dealing with another village. And all of the villages stood together when dealing with Jamor. The villagers cast a lot of aspersions at the Traders Guild and Adventurers Guild for gaps in transport or protection, but those were more issues of schedule and coordination. The villagers seemed to generally appreciate individual adventuring teams who were just out there trying to do their best. The heirs had already earned substantial goodwill. Vanquishing 2 significant threats within a day of coming to town would do that. Nathan enjoyed meditating outside the barracks. The sounds of the village and the gurgle of the river gave him more points of focus, while the break from politics and conflict allowed him to truly dismiss his tension and worries.
He also spent a good deal of time considering his knowledge of biochemistry, in preparation for his eventual development of regeneration. He wanted to incorporate everything he knew about cellular biochemistry into the talent when it developed. His goals were poison immunity, anti-aging, and, preferably, the ability to make more fundamental changes to how his cells worked. He was assembling the insight piece by piece from his extensive knowledge of human biochemistry and cell biology, storing it in his memory for quick recall later. High-tier Enhanced Memory 4 achieved. Stella, can we chat about magic? Nathan and the heirs were headed out of the village in the early afternoon for some practice. That morning, they'd been asked to help protect a gathering party going farther afield. After returning, they'd finished a hearty lunch and decided to spend some time practicing outside town. Arl looked over at Nathan's question. I wonder if we should stop this conversation.
We'll have to deal with the destructive consequences.
A slight smile made it clear he was being sarcastic. Nathan smirked back. If only you knew some of the conversations we could be having, you'd be right to be worried. I could, for example, be teaching her nuclear physics with an eye towards fission or fusion. I don't know how you'd help somebody survive inventing a mana type for that, but it'd be one way to destroy Giant's Rest. Sarah narrowed her eyes at Nathan. I know my brother is joking, but I can't tell if you're joking, and that is concerning, given what we know of your background. She was clearly thinking of Earth and what Nathan had mentioned of its technology and wars. Stella just rolled her eyes. I'm not bothered. I'll take any insights I can get, but I need some time to digest the meal I've already got. 6 mana types, and I am only studying the surface of 3 of them. Which ones? Sarah and Arl asked simultaneously. looking curious.
She counted on her fingers as she answered.
Air doesn't come naturally to me and hard to make into substantial spells with a lot of control. Gusts are easy, but combining control and power is hard. I keep meaning to work on it, but there's always other things to practice. She ticked off the next finger. Earth. I don't have the control to aim spikes and move around platforms precisely. Still can't conjure or raise walls, dig tunnels, or any of the other things that make Earth mana so useful. But that's partly because I don't want to get sent to help build new villages. The final finger dropped. Magnetism. Great for controlling lightning, but I need to invent every application of it. No spellbooks on it. No experts, apart from Nathan, and he's not an ideal conversationalist for building new spell forms. She turned to Nathan, looking up at him expectantly. So, which of the magics do you want to talk about? Nathan struggled to keep a straight face as he looked back.
I want to finally teach you about light mana.
Kachi gave a low chuckle while Sarah rolled her eyes. Stella didn't look so convinced. My parents asked me not to pursue that. Not until they taught me about light. I tried to explain what you said, and they didn't like what they heard. She kicked at the ground. They hinted it would be a chunk of time before we got there. Nathan held his hands out to the side. No pressure, just offering the option. I think I might have an insight into that would work with light mana, since air doesn't seem well suited to the spell. They kept walking for a moment to get as far away from town as they could while remaining within sight. Stella didn't answer for a little while. I'll think about it. My parents, well, hear me, but they've taught me most of the magic I know, and they've got so much left to teach me. Nathan nodded back. Yup, and my insights are different from theirs.
It's up to you to decide what path to follow, or if you want to learn both. But if we want to keep leveling like we have been, then we'll need all the insights we can get. And I've thought of a different way to explain it. The conversation ended there, and they proceeded to practice hard enough to test the limits of their levels. Arl's blows hit harder, but Nathan was stronger and faster in return. All of his class skills carried more oomph, and his assorted rank-ups and developments meant that his combat-oriented utility skills were also more impactful. Nathan had already been practicing incorporating gymnastic-like movements into his fighting. It would have been ridiculous on Earth, but when you had skills that made you faster and good enough that your tricks worked every time, it suddenly wasn't as risky to grab a tree branch and pull yourself into a flip, then speed up your fall and plant your feet on your foe's chest. It turned out that slow fall worked great together with Juggernaut's inertia, sprinting, dodging footwork, and tumbling. The ability to control the speed of his fall and nudge his direction was a game changer. Nathan could launch himself into the air without worrying about becoming an easy target. He could spend stamina to pull himself to the ground, or remain airborne longer than he should, throwing off any predictions of his movement. In particular, Nathan was starting to notice something about his build that he hadn't been great at taking advantage of. His Juggernaut's inertia was an integral part of his class. It amplified the power of Nathan's blows and synergized with anti-magic momentum to help him shatter any magic by simply having enough speed. But it didn't have that large of an effect when Nathan was standing in place. The class skill really became significant when Nathan was moving quickly, with the momentum of his whole body. It made his charges unstoppable.
He now had two skills to help him gain speed quickly, and slow fall. It was a little weird that he could use slow fall to fall faster, but it was high tier. He had two skills to help him change directions quickly, and they were both more effective when Nathan had speed to work with. Remembering his last fight, a single legionary had given Nathan trouble when he'd stood and fought, and Nathan hadn't even beaten him. He'd just run away. But the moment he picked up speed and stopped fighting normally, he'd done much better, escaping an encirclement and nearly disarming two legionaries on his way out. Even when he'd gone in to rescue Zanwin, he'd been able to dodge around one legionary and bowl over another almost entirely because he'd had a run-up and hadn't ever abandoned his momentum. In discussion with the other heirs, Nathan confirmed his conclusions. He wanted to be able to stand and fight, but he needed to keep in mind that his primary fighting style was more suited to staying mobile and using his momentum to set up unstoppable attacks. He was a SPA after all. The second part of that class was more than just window dressing. Chapter 12. Secrets of Storage. Over the next week, the heirs settled into their new routine: a run before dawn while scouting out the far shore, then taking on any necessary tasks in the morning before using the afternoon to practice. They spent the evenings socializing with each other and the villagers, and were starting to get used to the slower but constant pace of village life. It was easy to make friends here. Arl, in particular, was popular with the local girls. The food wasn't as fancy or as heavily spiced as it was back in Gamor. Regardless, Nathan found himself preferring to be away from the Adventurers Guild and its politics and gossip.
Like he'd noticed before, it provided a more relaxed atmosphere that soothed all of them and made him more comfortable parceling out all of his biochemistry knowledge into his mind palace. At first, they'd expected to be needed more, but eventually it sunk in that the heirs were here as a contingency, to have a combat-capable team ready to defend the bridge if needed. The Agmon legionaries never showed up, and nothing happened that demanded their attention. If they'd had the ability to send and receive messages, it might have been a different story. They might have been informed of things happening in nearby villages, but nothing came up in Bridgeguard itself, and nobody arrived with orders to the contrary. So, they leaned into their practice. One afternoon, Arl, Kachi, and Nathan rehearsed advancing under ranged attacks. Sarah was using her old arsenal to imitate a dozen bowmen, while Stella filled the air with elemental attacks. It wasn't anybody's favorite kind of practice, but it was necessary given some of the things they might face. Stella's spells tore up the forest, but they were some distance outside Bridgeguard and had confirmed nobody was around. Afterwards, Arl was slumped against a shattered tree with a large splinter in his leg. He grimaced as Kachi pulled the thick projectile and healed the wound. The swordsman looked up at Stella and gestured around at the carnage. "How much mana do you have? This should take more than you have at our level, especially since you're the lowest level of all of us." Stella glanced sheepishly around the devastated forest. "More than I'm supposed to have, yep." She looked down at her feet, kicking one heel with the other. "I think it's time to hear that secret spoken aloud. I know enough of your secrets." She faced them, eyes noting Kachi, Sarah, and Arl before coming to rest on Nathan. "And you don't know mine." Everybody perked up at her words. Sarah had been about to give Nathan shit for being hit by a few arrows, but she closed her mouth and wiped away her sardonic grin. Kachi finished healing Arl and sat down next to the wiry man, crossing his arms and paying undivided attention to the short mage. Stella tossed her staff between her hands nervously, eyes flitting around. She spoke hesitantly, but she spoke. "There's a talent I have. It lets me transfer mana in and out of materials capable of holding it." She picked at her green robe, the heavily enchanted one that she'd been wearing for almost all of the time Nathan had known her. It had been carefully repaired after she'd been injured by the last dungeon of Old Gemor, and was replete with dimensional pockets. Her tone was uncertain, but grew firmer as she continued to explain. "Just before the solstice, I developed it into external mana pool. Any item capable of mana storage I have on me becomes part of my mana pool." She reached into her robe, pulling out a hand-sized chunk of glowing conductive quartz from a dimensional pocket. Nathan recognized the shape of the crystal. It was one he'd purified after they'd shattered the crystal at the center of the Sklias Magelord's tomb. The crystal glowed with a vague blue light that intensified as Nathan watched. Stella held the crystal up proudly. "The reason my parents were so controlling of my level 27 class development?
I got a class skill that makes my mana regenerate faster, depending on how much mana I'm missing from my pool. Kachi breathed out slowly, wrapping his head around what Stella had just said. I understand. With an extensive amount of conductive quartz and similar materials on your person, you have an enormous mana pool that regenerates proportionally to the fraction that is empty? Stella nodded fractionally, her excitement showing through her anxiety.
The skill's based on the absolute amount of mana missing, not a proportional amount. With the spells I can sling now, it's impossible for me to run out of mana. I could throw lightning bolts all day, and my pool would come back faster than I could spend it. Stella's previous uncertainty had morphed into a self-satisfied smile, and her posture spoke of confidence backed by power. She was clearly enjoying this reveal immensely now that she'd gotten over her hesitation. That's why I'm working on casting bigger spells faster, which Nathan's calculus is helping a lot with. Being efficient is not important, not until I can cast spells as large as my parents can. I'll only need to be efficient with my spells once I'm destroying mountains. A moment of silence greeted the arrogantly spoken words, as the rest of the heirs absorbed the bombshell Stella had just dropped. Arl tried to speak, but found his mouth dry. He swallowed and continued. Why are your parents worried about the Giant's Rest Archmages? If they have so much mana, can't they just crush them? Stella's grin slipped off her face, the mantle of infinite power evaporating from her posture. My parents don't have the exact build I do, and the Giant's Rest Archmages have their own insights. Obviously, we don't know what they are, but there are some that can match and overpower my parents, spell for spell, and Gamor wouldn't survive that fight. That brought the mood down, as it reminded them all of the likely catastrophic consequences of aggravating Giant's Rest. It was important for Nathan to remember that they were effectively in a Cold War. Sure, there were slave raids and lower-level adventurers like the Giant Raiders nibbling around the edges, but the true elites didn't normally get involved. Because, while the elite Gamor adventurers could kill Giant's Rest Archmages, there were more than a dozen Archmages, and each could simply Gamor and the villages from a mile up. And the only reason they didn't was because the elite Gamor adventurers, people like the Guardians of Gamor or Feline the Witch, would go to Giant's Rest and kill them in revenge. While a sufficiently powerful spell could level Gamor, it was much less likely to kill the Gamor elites. How will I get around that issue? Giant's Rest knows that I'm an adventurer of Gamor now, or at least Tael does. If I start acting against them, will they take it out on Gamor? Probably, but I can't think of a way around it. Feline would be able to tell me more. If anybody knows, it's the leader of the assassins of Gamor. Nathan hadn't seen the intimidating assassin since the solstice. She'd been the first to give a eulogy on that day. According to tradition, the eulogy had been for Istin Bo, the founder of the Bo clan and first adventurer of Gamor to kill an Archmage of Giant's Rest. The first assassin. Then the mysterious woman had vanished and left Nathan remembering her offer. That he could help her kill Giant's Rest mages once he leveled up past 81. Nathan looked around at the suddenly gloomy heirs. Taking that offer would probably mean leaving them behind, at least for a time. But it would be what he would have to do if he intended to follow through on the promise he'd made when he first came to Devrar, toppling Giant's Rest. He just wasn't sure he wanted to follow through if it meant the destruction of Gamor. Nathan was about to change the subject, but Kachi beat him to it. Have you decided if you wish to learn of Nathan's offered insights? The big wolf folk asked. Stella pursed her lips, nodding. Yeah, I do. I think it will help me figure out what my style is. And if we keep leveling this way, I might not have the time to learn it properly from my parents. Kachi nodded in agreement. Good. Is a priority, and our man from another world thinks he can help. He shrugged one armored shoulder. I have come to trust Nathan's insights. Everybody turned to Nathan. What? I feel like there's a lot of pressure on me now.
I don't know if this is going to work, you know. Sarah spoke up from where she had started to whittle another piece of wood. Less pressure than being thrown into our last 2 fights. She mimed an object flying in a high arc before landing in an explosion. Nathan threw up his hands. Not really. How do you want to do this, Stella? She looked at him, exasperated. You're the one with the insight. Don't you have an idea?
I tried alternating electric and magnetic fields, but neither kind of mana had an effect on light. Stella had a tendency to get frustrated when things didn't work the first time. Nathan sympathized, but he'd had some time to give this some more thought as well. Yeah, it's complicated, and light itself is not simple. Maxwell's equations are one way to understand it, but not really a complete picture. So let's try another course. No math for now. I think I've decided against special relativity or wave-particle duality. For now. Probably better to wait until she's working on advanced light spells. Following the pattern they'd developed earlier, Nathan spent the rest of the afternoon explaining to Stella how light was generated and absorbed. The rest of the heirs quickly peeled off to other forms of practice, letting Nathan fall into the Socratic method of teaching he liked best for one-on-one tutoring. The lesson focused on the interactions of photons with electrons. He didn't want to get stuck in the details of atomic theory, but Stella was already familiar with the idea of electrons as point charges and current flow as the movement of electrons. That meant his statements about light being absorbed and released from units of charge were pretty easy for her to understand, especially because she understood light in terms of electromagnetic waves already. It made sense to her that light would interact with charged particles. He talked about why light warmed things up. The energy from the light was absorbed by the electrons in matter. He talked about why light was emitted. High-energy electrons became less high energy, and the balance of energy was emitted as light. He could tell that Stella was vibrating with a desire to try zapping electricity mana around to generate light, but Nathan wanted to cover a few more bases. First, he talked about how voltage and current flow was not the same as electron excitation. If voltage was like water pressure, and current was water flow, then electron excitation was more like having hot water. You could certainly create pressure with heat, and heat with pressure, but they weren't the same thing. Then he talked about how light was created through black-body radiation, and how that wasn't the right way to do it. You could run electricity through air or metal and create light, but that was just because you were heating up the material until it got so hot that it started glowing. Most of the energy was wasted as heat, and it wouldn't get you light mana. No, what you needed was an opportunity for electrons to fall in energy without transferring that energy to another material. If you did that, then that energy would have to be emitted as light. Nathan suggested that Stella use air mana to create a small area without air, then send electricity mana across it, and try to somehow decrease the energy partway across. The difference would hopefully show up as light mana. He cautioned her to only start with a small energy difference, since the color of light would depend on that gap. One short explanation of gamma radiation later, Nathan hoped the point was made. Mid-tier lecturing 3 achieved. Stella accepted his skill-enhanced explanation, asking questions as he went. She frowned at the complexities Nathan described, but he'd earned enough credit that she didn't ask for any kind of proof. The mage mostly just tried to figure out how to translate his explanation into practice. She first implemented the suggestion by sending a crackling arc of electricity from one hand to the other, while quickly modulating its intensity. After that, and a few more experiments failed, she sighed and accepted that it wasn't going to be so easy. In her own words, "I don't have the spell work to give that insight a fair shot." It would soon be time to return to Bridgeguard, but Stella had one last question for Nathan. She leaned against a tree burned from her magical exercises. "You mentioned another insight, a way to use light mana for message? How would that work?"
Nathan had been sitting on the ground and watching her practice. From what I understand, message is mostly about sending traces of your mana far away, towards the person you want to contact, right? They need to still have some structure, but you can think of it as reaching out and touching a person at a distance, correct? Stella nodded in return. Yup. Easy with shadow and dream mana. You just reach out and touch your target's shadow or their dreams. It still has a range limit, but it's a long one. And a dream message can take a while. My dad can do it with air mana. He talked about guiding a gust of wind across the sky to find your target and convey the message. She waved a hand through the air, imitating a leaf falling on the wind. I can't use air mana that well.
It might take a few years of practice. She said that last part with a fragile casualness, like waving away a gaping wound with nonchalance. But I don't see how light could do better. Maybe if I can see the person I'm sending it to, but I don't see how it is useful. Nathan nodded, thinking of what he could say to encourage the mage. Yeah, well, I mentioned different colors of light, and how there's light above and below what we can see. Some of the really weak, invisible light is called radio, and it bounces. It can bounce off the top of the sky, as well as around on the ground. On Earth, we can use it to send messages long distances without needing line of sight. If all you need is a structured trace of your mana reaching somebody, then it should work. Stella shrugged. I'd be pleased to try it, but I need that light mana first. Practice seems like the proper solution. I know a lot about light. If this insight isn't enough, we'll figure out another one. Yeah, but Nathan, I've gotten used to taking insights from you, without thinking as to debts. But this can't just be me learning. What sort of favor do I owe? Nathan blinked up at Stella. Her tone was troubled. She was clearly reflecting on how he was acting through the lens of traditional Jamor adventurers. She had realized they'd skipped past negotiation and was calculating how large of a favor she'd owe Nathan for sharing his insights. Nathan had the urge to stand and clap Stella on the shoulder, ruffle her hair, and tell her not to worry about it. But he didn't think that would properly address the issue, and he didn't want to condescend to his teammates. This was a real concern for Jamor adventurers. They kept track of a complex web of favors and debts in their society, with disputes mediated by duels. Instead of patronizing Stella and intruding on her personal space, he reached his hand up, and she took it, leaning backward and putting her full weight into levering Nathan to his feet. Nathan stepped back, sighing and rubbing his hand through his own hair. Stella, you stood with me on the solstice, when I challenged Simla and the way the adventurers of Jamor work. You helped me win that duel, and have faced mortal danger at my side. The rest of the heirs were approaching, gathering up to return to Bridgeguard. But Nathan wasn't quite done. He looked up, addressing the rest of the heirs. I know how the adventurers keep track of favors. I don't want to do that. I don't want to worry about our relationships being balanced. We have enough to worry about with the endings and monsters, not to mention Giant's Rest. I want to help you, and I hope you want to help me. To me, friends give without expecting anything in return. Nathan saw apprehension in the heir's eyes, and he pushed onwards. This isn't an ultimatum, but it's how I want to proceed. I want to win, and help my friends do the same. There are secrets I won't share, but I don't expect payment for the insights I do share. And I want to be clear, I do not expect anything for this. One day I'll go to fight Giant's Rest, and I will not expect you to join me. High-tier earnestness 4 achieved. Then he turned back to Stella. But in the meantime, I'll share every insight that seems like it might give us an edge in this conflict. And Kachi gave me an idea with his Mage of Science comment. So, Stella,
Let's talk about something called the scientific method the next time you work on light. Chapter 13. A Field Revisited. Their vacation continued, and the heirs doubled down on their training. It was the only thing to do. Nathan followed up on his promise and worked with the heirs to refine their insights with knowledge from Earth. Bridgeguard was well suited for those discussions, since there weren't any other adventurers around who might be interested.
The villagers were also quite accustomed to giving the adventurers a lot of privacy, and it was easy to get out of the village to practice. Nathan talked over the basics of Newtonian physics with Arl, describing the conservation of momentum with a special focus on his understanding of angular momentum. Arl already had an instinctive grasp of how acceleration and momentum worked, but Nathan worked on filling in the unintuitive edge cases that could potentially lead to new insights. For Sarah, Nathan didn't know a ton about long-range shooting, but he knew enough to describe most of the variables and start talking about how to correct for them. He explained bullet drop and windage, and they sketched out some math about how to deal with them. Stella was interested in some of that math as well, and they worked through it together so Sarah could start figuring out how to correct for long-distance shots.
Nathan knew there was more going on than that, though he had no clue as to the details. He'd heard that altitude, temperature, and humidity were all important variables for truly long-range shooting, not to mention Coriolis force. However, that worked in a non-spheroid world like Davrar. The goal here wasn't necessarily to teach Sarah to be able to do all of these things. It was to give her a stock of insights to use on developing her class and skills. Stella continued to practice with her new mana types in addition to trying to figure out Nathan's insight of light. He tried to guide her towards doing it scientifically, telling her to change one variable at a time and figure out some objective way to measure the effect of her tests. He even got her to get used to doing controls. In this case, that meant flowing electricity mana through her impromptu vacuum without trying to generate light, so that she had a baseline for comparison and knew when things weren't working.
Mid-tier lecturing 4 achieved.
Nathan answered Kachi's questions about religion on Earth, but he'd never been religious. He'd learned a fair amount about Christianity during his Western history minor, since it was impossible to understand the early modern era and the European Enlightenment without that context. But he'd only taken one theology class, and that had focused on the implications of religion for human bioethics. And I'm like 90% sure the professor was high most of the time. Regardless, Kachi didn't seem particularly interested in the monotheistic religions that dominated Earth. He was much more interested in the stories of pantheistic religions that Nathan knew about, as well as the separate philosophical and ethical frameworks that Nathan described. Nathan described the grand overviews of Norse, Egyptian, and Hindu mythology, as well as the general beliefs of Buddhism and Shinto.
Kachi asked Nathan for his thoughts, and was somewhat annoyed when Nathan described those religions as ways people came together to make sense of strange phenomena.
They did end up talking for quite some time about various theories of deontological ethics. Kachi told Nathan of the gods of Davrar in return, or at least as much as Kachi knew of them. There were a lot of gaps, some gods that Kachi didn't know much about, but Nathan was surprised even this much had survived past the two endings, deicide and elements. It seemed that Davrar's pantheon had been large. Daemon was the god of righteous war and battle, and he'd had 6 siblings who all represented different aspects of fighting and bloodshed. Nathan asked where all the information had come from. Kachi reluctantly explained that Kia had discovered most of it, and taught Kachi as he'd grown up. She had a single salvaged book of some kind that contained most of it, but the cleric didn't want to go into details.
There were clearly more secrets, more details of religion that Kachi didn't see a need to share.
There was one thing Nathan could offer Kachi: medical knowledge. Nathan hadn't taken any medical classes on Earth, but he knew a lot of biology and a fair amount of anatomy.
He tried to teach Kachi some useful information, though it was hard to know what insights would help with divine healing and which ones wouldn't. The cleric seemed exasperated by the amount of things Nathan tried to teach him. It is repeating prophecy to remark on your insights. But it is no wonder you have such a healing insight, with this level of understanding. His explanations to Kachi also helped Nathan recall details that would likely be useful to develop regeneration. He spent additional time by himself, focused on calling up and storing details with enhanced memory. He wanted to develop that talent the moment it ranked up to 10.
He was a little disappointed it hadn't ranked up during the fight with the Agmon legionaries. High-tier enhanced memory 4 achieved. Days passed without much to concern the heirs. They spent half of the day training and the other half relaxing or exploring the forest near Bridgeguard. It was fun and comfortable, like an ideal summer vacation. But every night before meditating, Nathan remembered Kia's words. This was a time of happiness that they'd look back fondly on. It was strange, having that thought bouncing around in his head. He imagined some future Nathan, bloody on a battlefield and recalling these weeks as the good times before everything went to shit. Did these weeks deserve being put on that pedestal? Nathan didn't know, but he tried to live each moment to its fullest, thinking about what that future version of himself would want him to be doing now. Eventually, they received a report of a siege boar snuffling around to the south.
They headed out to intercept it before it came close to the town or the vegetable patches.
The goal wasn't necessarily to kill it. Siege boars were dangerous, and its carcass would attract scavengers if it wasn't completely disposed of. Nathan had seen drawings and heard descriptions of the enormous animals before, but none of that really prepared him for the sight of a hairy hog as long as a semi-truck and significantly thicker. The creature should have looked ponderous and slow, but it was poised atop dense, muscled legs that looked capable of moving its barrel-shaped body at incredible speeds. The siege boar was busy eating the roots of a tree it had knocked over. Nathan gulped as he saw the creature casually rip apart the thick and knotted wood with enormous, blunt teeth. It used its 6-foot-long tusks to dredge the ground and pull up a few buried roots.
Some minutes later, the animal gave a satisfied grunt and sauntered away from the tree, leaving behind a fallen trunk attached to a denuded root ball. Arl spoke for all of them. At least it's headed away from Bridgeguard. They followed the siege boar for a few more hours, ensuring that it was headed away from town. Stella kept a light breeze blowing in their faces to prevent their scent from drifting towards the boar. It wasn't hard to keep track of it from several hundred feet away, even as the forest grew thicker and more wild. Nathan whispered the obvious question. Should we kill it? Probably worth some levels. Sarah can probably do it with a shot to the head. With these trees as obstacles, we can fight it normally even if it survives. Kachi looked back at Nathan from where he'd been studying the creature. Should we risk deadly battle for no other reason than to gain Davrar's favor? His voice was low, but not judgmental.
For what we want to do? Nathan replied, keeping his eyes on the siege boar.
Low danger levels seem like something we can't turn down. Stella examined the enormous beast. We're far from Bridgeguard. The terrain is good. I want my next class development. Kachi rumbled uncertainty in the back of his throat before looking to Sarah. Can you kill it? Her dark eyes studied the boar, which was eating a thicket of berry bushes a few hundred feet away. I don't want to use an enchanted round, but I have regular rounds to spare. I want to get closer for a good shot. But this is a good chance to rank up some skills. She cracked her knuckles and looked around at her party. Let's kill this problem. They approached the boar slowly, with Sarah leading the way. Arl and Nathan were close behind. They would be responsible for distracting the boar if it charged. Kachi was the farthest back, since he was the least stealthy in his armor. Arl handed Nathan a spear, and he clutched the rod of dark wood tightly. I really don't think this toothpick is going to do much against that wall of bacon. They got to about 100 feet away, and Nathan was having second thoughts upon seeing the absolute unit of muscle and bone in front of them. But Sarah was already setting up, quietly lying down on a patch of moss and withdrawing the huge rifle from her bag of holding. She carefully loaded a cartridge and took aim. Nathan braced himself to have hundreds of tons of mammal charging in his direction. Blissfully unaware, the creature tossed its head, ripping free an entire bush before tilting back its head to swallow the jumble of brambles. As the siege boar waited for the meal to slide down its gullet, Sarah fired. The bullet impacted the animal's eye, blowing flesh and bone out the other side. There was a mighty bellow, and it spun to face them. The brow of the siege boar's face was a ruin, with one eye completely gone and the other half destroyed by the firearm. Sarah leapt to her feet and ran backwards as the boar moved in their direction. Its steps were unsteady, but it was picking up speed quickly. It wasn't coming precisely for them, but it was close enough that Nathan ran to the side to get out of its direct path. He called out, yelling wordlessly to pull its attention from Sarah. I'm both more capable of dodging and surviving a blow from this thing. Regeneration has got to be close to 10, too, so taking a blow and healing during combat might push me over that edge. The boar dug in its hooves to change course, but slipped as the ground beneath it became mud under a spell from Stella. The legs skittered, but there was too much momentum and too little coordination for the enormous beast to regain balance. It toppled to the ground and slid a short way, legs flailing.
Arl popped out from behind a tree and ran towards the shuddering animal. He raised up a saber in a two-handed grip. Lightning boomed as he rammed the magical blade into the gushing wound that Sarah had left in the creature's skull. The massive animal spasmed violently, its head jerking and throwing Arl aside. The wiry man narrowly avoided being eviscerated one of the massive tusks as he flew through the air, but smoothly regained his footing and put some distance between him and the wounded creature. The sword remained planted in the siege boar's skull, channeling lightning into the steaming wound. The boar tried to get to its feet, but was clearly uncoordinated and suffering from the weight of its injuries. Each time the sword sparked, its limbs flailed uncontrollably. But it was still moving, still an enormously muscled beast that could easily crush any of them. A line of intensely bright lightning connected Stella's outraised hand to the sword protruding from the siege boar's forehead. The creature's muscles locked up, and it remained standing for a moment longer before the arc of electricity cut out. The monstrous animal slumped to the ground. The only sound was a slight hissing as pressure escaped its charred and split skull. You have leveled up to level 67. Congratulations! Your teammates have killed a siege boar sow. Kachi's heavy footsteps squished into the mud that was quickly turning back to forest loam as Stella's spell expired. He looked down at their kill, and his canine lips curved up. Who wants pork? The heirs were walking back to Bridgeguard after packing an enormous amount of boar meat into various dimensional storage spaces. Arl had done the butchering, and he'd mentioned being glad they'd found a sow, since the meat was cleaner and tastier. Stella was practicing her light spell, a faint jolt of electricity linking her hands as she wandered through the forest after them. Her attention was on the spell, and she'd almost walked into a few trees. Now she was following Nathan, relying on him to guide her around the obstacles. Arl was discussing dodging insights with Nathan, trying to pass on some of what he'd learned from Stannel. But Nathan held up a hand when he noticed a radiant heat on the back of his neck. He stopped and had to quickly sidestep to avoid Stella walking into him. She was frowning intently at her hands, seemingly oblivious to the world around her as she muttered, "Why is it warm?"
A grin spread across Nathan's face as he parsed what was going on. He let out a relieved laugh, and Stella looked up at him as the spell faded. Her brows were still furrowed from concentration. "What?" His eyes were focused on her outstretched hands. "That heat means it worked," Nathan explained.
Light that's too weak to see feels like heat from a fire. We call it infrared. Do that again, but make the energy difference a little larger. Stella's eyes widened, the stray sparks in her pupils starting to dance. Her head snapped down, and the dim flicker of electricity resumed. After a moment, Nathan could once more feel the warmth once more. It was like standing right next to a small space heater. Stella twitched a finger, face stern with concentration. The spell went out. She shook her head, braid whipping behind her as she recast the spell. The other heirs had noticed and stopped to watch. Arl was about to say something, but Kachi held out a hand in a quieting gesture. Sparks once more danced between Stella's fingers, and she slowly drew her hands apart. The sense of heat returned, then faded as a bright red glow overwhelmed the faint blue-white of electricity. Stella's face morphed into a maniacal grin as she slowly moved her hands apart.
The light went through a rainbow color progression, changing from red to yellow before phasing through green, blue, and finally purple. She kept moving her hands apart, and the light faded from visibility. Nathan grabbed her hands, breaking the spell right as he felt a vague ache at the back of his eyes. "Stop! Light past the visible is dangerous." The rest of the heirs were blinking, and Nathan felt the tired feeling in the back of his eyes fade as his regeneration took care of the injury. Stella tugged her hands out of Nathan's, and he let them go as she rubbed at her own eyes vigorously. Well, she was staring into a strong ultraviolet light from just a foot away, no wonder. Shouldn't be much more damage than you'd get from looking at the sun for a bit. It should heal on its own, but why wait? Nathan stepped away. "Kachi, I think her eyes need healing." The big wolf folk was on the case, having already given the other heirs faint jolts of healing.
Once healed, Stella read invisible text, and tears flowing from eyes that now shone with multicolored light.
"I have light mana! It worked!" She threw her arms around Kachi, embracing him as he gently returned the gesture. She looked sideways at Nathan, smiling shyly. "Thanks." Everybody congratulated the short mage as she positively bounced around, shooting out flares of discordant light from her palms like a budget Iron Man. She was excited and was soon pestering Nathan to explain more about the different colors of light. He was eager to keep talking about it, and it was easy to explain. Stella already knew all the building blocks. She understood that light consisted of electromagnetic waves, and how those waves were formed of oscillating electric and magnetic fields. So, when Nathan explained that the color of light was dependent on the frequency at which those waves oscillated, Stella quickly grasped the explanation.
He further explained that the color was separate from the intensity, which was just a measure of how much light there was. So there was just as much energy in a light source that shone with twice as much light, but at half the frequency. Mid-tier lecturing 5 achieved! The rest of the heirs listened to the explanation with bemused expressions, as Stella's experimental flares of light started cohering into individual colors. By this point, they were approaching Bridgeguard, and they were looking forward to a grand barbecue upon their return. The town was as quiet as ever, with most of the activity occurring around the fishing boats out on the river. Arl was looking at Nathan with a sense of resignation. "Hear me, your explanations sound like nonsense to me, but their results are solid as adamant. I've never heard of a mage under level 81 with 7 mana types." He counted on his fingers. Force, fire, earth, air, lightning, light, and whatever this magnetism thing is. He shook his head with baffled wonder. Nathan grinned back at Arl. Regretting your relationship with math? Sarah punched her brother in the shoulder. You mean lack of one? I doubt it. He wishes math was a monster so he could kill it. The heirs strolled back into town with a lot to be happy about. They quickly set about looking for somebody who could fulfill their barbecue desires. End of summer. Nathan was sweating as he rolled under yet another swing from Arl's unenchanted greatsword. He should be sore from all of this practice, but continued to be immune to that particular malady, along with the bruising that should accompany all of his rolling over rough ground. Arl was teaching him a trick from Stanel about dodging utility skills. The gifts of Davrar would enhance your ability to dodge blows to a superhuman level. But those gifts had limits, and those limits were hard to learn. So Nathan was repeatedly rolling under the same horizontal swing. But every time Arl swung the greatsword, he brought it a little closer to the ground. Soon Nathan was practically flattening himself to the ground to get under the blade, trusting his skills to allow him to pop back to his feet after it passed. They'd started with vertical and diagonal strikes that Nathan dodged away from, helping teach him the limits of his dodging skills. Then he'd started incorporating more moves from his skill, seeing how high of an arc he could roll over, and what moves allowed Arl to readjust his trajectory to hit Nathan anyway. Nathan rolled again, and the sword skimmed his back, clipping his butt as he tried to slip through. The motion failed, and he ate a faceful of the leafy loam. For a second, he just lay there. I guess that's the limit. Can't roll under swings only 2 feet off the ground. For now. Mid-tier tumbling 3 achieved. Mid-tier dodging footwork 6 achieved. Nathan took a hand from a grinning Arl, who had a questioning eyebrow raised. Nathan nodded in return. Yep, 2 ranks. Thanks for the small insight. Mini-sight? Arl shrugged. More of a helpful training technique than a true insight. We might continue at a later point, though I doubt it will grant further ranks. All training tools are like that. Still useful beyond the ranks it grants, Nathan said, though you'd need to continue doing that in order to keep up with advancing skill ranks and developments. Arl grunted in acknowledgement, spreading his hands to cede the point. They turned to watch Stella competing with Sarah on target practice. Kachi was using his divine mana to send pieces of wood flying erratically through the air, like a devious skeet shot. Stella alternated between lightning and her newly discovered light magic to blast the wood from the air, while Sarah fired off her revolvers. Nathan didn't know exactly how much ammunition Sarah had, but it was a lot. Stanel had gone back to Poppy and Beatrice to have them manufacture more before the heirs had left town. The ranged specialist was still sparing with it during practice, but had decided this exercise was worth the expenditure. Her aim was also much better than Stella's. She hadn't missed a shot yet. Meanwhile, Stella was making up what she lacked in accuracy with power and rate of fire. She blasted out narrow streamers of lightning with wild abandon, and her light beams were fired even more profligately. The beams were more like the lasers Nathan was familiar with from light microscopy than the beams of light he'd seen Kulal use. For one thing, they were mostly invisible unless you saw the target point. He'd taught Stella a bit about collimation, the process of aligning light into parallel rays, and she'd taken the lessons to heart. I'm actually kind of terrified of what she could do with a beam of collimated gamma in the future. She'll need to learn how to aim, though. Probably will need to build more spell work around it, and I don't know how to help with that. But she'll figure it out. Sarah called a halt, and they regrouped before splitting up in new training exercises. Sarah went with Nathan, teaching him some of the eyesight tricks that helped with seeing things accurately at longer distances. Mid-tier. Notice 9 achieved. It didn't take long for Stella to learn how to cast Message with Nathan's descriptions of radio waves. She was having trouble generating shorter wavelengths of light,
and had held off experimenting with them too much, given the demonstrated danger of even long-wave ultraviolet light. However, she could generate longer wavelengths of light fairly easily by just lowering the energy. Combining her own lessons on message with Nathan's instructions for modulating the intensity of a signal of set frequency, she'd quickly learned the spell and started communicating with Jamor.
Her first had been to her parents, and she'd winced at the response received in reply. Apparently they could tell she wasn't using air mana to cast the spell, and Darlow was not particularly pleased with that. Nathan imagined Stella's parents must have viewed him as a bit of a Pandora's box at this point, which was honestly pretty fair. Her second message had been to one of the mages who conveyed messages at the guild. She reported in and linked them to the Adventurers Guild communication network. That had been the start of the end of their little vacation in Bridgeguard. Another team was sent out to replace them, and the heirs were directed to another mission not too far away that aligned with their abilities. Some kind of magical anomaly was plaguing the terrain around the village of Farfield, limiting the extent to which the farmers could tend their crops.
They didn't have a lot of details, given that the report was delivered by villagers who'd been running away from scintillating patterns of color. The strange phenomenon apparently gave off terrifying sounds, levitated random objects, and left troughs gouged from the terrain. A few villagers had been caught in the chaos, and there'd been no trace of them afterwards. Some of them had been hunters, used to dealing with the monsters of the forest, but the only thing left behind were rough furrows in vaguely arcane patterns. It sounded a lot like another weird magical occurrence, similar to the book, some kind of ancient magical construct gone haywire, or a strange magic-using monster. It seemed perfectly suited to Nathan's specific talent. The heirs had one last dinner of roasted fish, seasoned with forest herbs, before bidding goodbye to the people they'd come to know in Bridgeguard. Nathan found himself missing the sleepy little place already.
Arl seemed especially sad to go, giving several girls heartfelt goodbyes. The next morning they departed, heading back east towards Jamor. They'd spend the night at Firewatch, then go north to Riverbank. Past that was their target, the village of Farfield. The route was familiar, the reverse of the one they'd taken. Not far out, they met the team that was coming to replace them in guarding the bridge. They were called the Blades of Steel, a generally older team of seasoned warriors who'd lasted through a decade of solid adventuring. 4 of them were competent with both blade and bow, and were viewed as a stolid presence who would stand firm in the face of any reasonable foe. The one exception to their age and experience was a recent graduate from the Tower of Trickery, a foxfolk girl named Sune, who couldn't have been older than 18. She'd been part of the trainee program, but hadn't had a team.
Instead, she'd joined an existing team to provide magical support and message capability. Sune looked cowed by her towering teammates, but Nathan got the impression that the seasoned and scarred veterans were extremely protective of the small mage in their midst. It was pretty cute, like seeing a kitten guarded by giant wolfhounds. The leader, a grizzled man named Armin, greeted the heirs politely. He asked after any details of Bridgeguard and the Agmon legionaries that hadn't made it into messages. Kachi gave a quick but detailed summary of the significant events, describing the size and composition of the Agmon force, adding that they were certain those troops had retreated by this point. Armin thanked them for the information and bid the heirs a quiet goodbye before both teams passed on to their respective destinations. Nathan waited until the Blades of Steel were several hundred feet away, then asked, "Did they seem impressed by us?" Arl gave him a crooked grin. Our deeds fly before us.
Sarah's smile mirrored her brother's. Time to add to the ledgers, no matter what awaits in Farfield. They bypassed the village of Tenby, planning to stay the night in Firewatch. It was a long hike, but all of the heirs were more than capable of it. They weren't even carrying a lot of weight, though Nathan knew that everybody besides him had the contents of an armory, a grocery, and a tailor stashed in assorted dimensional storage spaces. The trip passed quickly, and they spent the time talking about class builds and further plans. While the heirs hadn't been hiding things from each other, there was a new air of openness about the conversation. They'd all loosened their grips on the secrets they held, details of their skills and plans for their builds. Nathan ended up describing airplanes, though he admitted he didn't have many special insights into how they worked beyond some obvious ones about pressure differentials between the top and bottom of the wings.
Stella was still fascinated, clearly making mental notes for when she eventually attempted the flight spell. Sarah was spellbound by Nathan's description of fighter planes. The other thing Stella was doing was practicing spells. With a variety of new mana types at her disposal, she was testing out small combinations of light, lightning, and fire. Occasionally, she would turn to Nathan with a barrage of questions about the natural world. The heirs speculated on the nature of the threat they faced in Farfield. It seemed like another ambiguous magical phenomenon, best solved by the genius plan of throw Nathan at it and back him up if he needs it. The bigger problem was how to find the magical anomaly, since it had been cropping up in seemingly random places in the fields outside of town. Their best plan might just be to remain ready to spring into action if it was sighted.
Firewatch was a bigger town than Bridgeguard. Its buildings dug surprisingly deep into the cinder cone it was situated on. There were clearly tunnels and caves that led further into the crumbly black rock. They didn't look dug by human hands, but like something an ant would dig. Is this a cinder cone or an old ant hill? Nathan shivered slightly. He didn't want to meet those ants anytime soon. The adventurer quarters were also larger, though the heirs were the only ones here. Unlike their time in Bridgeguard, nobody paid them much attention beyond providing them with food and basic amenities. Now that Stella had, they were likely to spend a lot more time in the field, bouncing from village to village and solving problems. There was a good chance they'd be sent to deal with weird magic more often, if it was where they demonstrated proficiency. Nobody was particularly sad that they probably wouldn't be doing more patrols in the future.
Nathan meditated quietly before bed, calming himself of the anxiety that surrounded their changing circumstances. Tomorrow they might be fighting a mysterious new enemy. Just in case, Nathan reviewed his packaged insight on regeneration. It seemed ready to go, but just in case, Nathan went over the high-level details of the information again. It started with a central idea: protein expression. Every cell in the body could express any protein in the genome, but most didn't. If Nathan was poisoned, he wanted to make his every cell express detoxification enzymes that normally only existed in the liver. And that was only the start. He wanted general control of subcellular behavior, filament formation, metabolism, organelle turnover. With the control of those levers and the knowledge he had, Nathan would be able to do a lot of things, ranging from improving oxygen transfer to increasing muscle power to, well, Man, writing that review paper for the causes of aging sucked. But I'm glad I did it now.
The next morning, the heirs woke early and hastened northwards to the town of Riverbank. It wasn't too far away, and they made good time. Riverbank wasn't on the edge of the Drakefish River like Bridgeguard, but instead sat on the smaller tributary that flowed through Jamor, the one the heirs needed to cross to get to Farfield. It was a small town that was built on a moderately sized island a little ways into the river. The island had steep stone banks on all sides, looking like a fort surrounded by a wide and quickly flowing moat. The town was made of the same brown stone as the island's banks, but didn't occupy the whole footprint of the island. Almost 2/3 of the island consisted of active fields, growing vegetables and some crops. A smooth stone bridge of 4 arches connected the town to the southern shore, where the heirs stood.
The bridge was clearly a recent project,
reminding Nathan of the newer stonework he'd seen in Jamor. There was a gatehouse in the middle, and 2 sections of the bridge were joined only by a lowered drawbridge. But the heirs weren't here to sightsee.
They were here to cross the river. A fisherman was only too happy to row them past the island village to the far bank, regaling them with tales of the terrifying river monsters he'd personally defeated with his trusty oar. It looked like Stella was having difficulty holding a sarcastic remark, but Kachi merely thanked the man and said they'd ask for his knowledge if they needed to defeat a fanged water maw. The heirs stood on the far shore for a moment, watching the man row back to riverbank. Nathan asked the question. "That's not a real monster, right?" Arl snorted, and Stella answered. "Hear me, but I've never heard of it." Kachi shrugged. "There is more to Davrar than the Adventurers Guild knows."
That we can be certain of. He looked at their skeptical faces and threw up his hands. And the man was kind enough to row us across the river. It's not as dangerous as a drakefish, but would you rather swim? And with that, they were off towards Farfield. They had to move quickly to make it by nightfall, and even then it would be close. A bare path led in approximately the right direction, and the heirs followed it. Nathan set a brutal pace, encouraging the heirs to keep up with help from his earnestness. Stella kept up her questions, asking Nathan about different forms of energy. He was surprised the short mage was able to hold this kind of conversation at such a rapid pace, but he supposed she was using force magic to travel more easily. After a few hours, they were jogging through fields of various crops. Nathan pointed out a disturbed area off to the side, where the land was scarred by jagged gashes in the earth. He wanted to investigate, but they decided it was more important to reach the town itself and ensure nothing worse had happened. When Farfield finally came into view, Nathan was almost disappointed. Of all of the towns he'd seen, it seemed the least defended. There was a strangely shaped wooden palisade with multiple guard towers and a single sturdy gate, but that was it. No cliffs, no stone walls, and no natural moat. As they got closer, Nathan had to revise his opinion. The palisade was alive, with tree branches twining the wall together into a sturdy hole and roots stretching into the earth to form a solid foundation. The wood was slick and sturdy, though there didn't seem to be a lot of leaves supporting the whole edifice. Magic sure allows for some pretty cool things. They'd been spotted coming down the path, and the single gate was unbarred as they approached. A pair of youths, a boy and a girl, hauled open the heavy pane of living wood, admitting the heirs to Farfield. The two were about the same age as the other heirs, but their relieved faces made them look much younger. They seemed entirely ready to pass all of their responsibilities off to the new arrivals. Nathan took in the town around him as he entered. Continuing the theme, all of the buildings were made of living wood. It wasn't like somebody had carved a house out of a tree, but more like a series of 8 or 12 trees had grown into houses, with broad, flat trunks shaping the walls and interwoven branches forming floors and roofs. There were people around, mainly doing chores or killing time. A small crowd started to form. Their hosts watched the heirs with expectation, waiting for them to do something. The heirs looked back, not quite sure what to say. After a moment, Kachi rumbled a question. "Might there be a person we should speak to? The village head, mayhaps." The girl in front of them shook herself and spoke with a strong accent.
"Aya, get your chin ven!"
She turned and dashed past the people starting to throng, turning a corner and disappearing from sight. Chapter 15. Puzzles of Magic. There was a moment of awkward silence as the boy who'd opened the gate shifted from foot to foot. They were waiting for his compatriot to return with somebody who could tell the heirs what was going on. The boy seemed to want to ask a question, but held back. He looked from Arl to Stella before his eyes landed on Nathan, and he relaxed and opened his mouth. "How's it be going with the heirs?"
Sarah chuckled as Nathan was reminded that he didn't fit in with his teammates. They were known as the children of some of the most powerful people in Jamor, and they all were bedecked in enchanted armor and weapons to look the part. He wore cheap clothes, simple shoes, and carried very few possessions. He'd gotten in the habit of leaving his spear in Arl's dimensional bag, so he bore no weapons either.
With defined muscles and not much else, Nathan looked like he could be a laborer. He smiled back. "It's a good time. I've seen some pretty incredible things traveling with them. They're good in a fight, too." The boy blinked, formulating his words. "How's it happening? You traveling with them?" Nathan was saved from thinking of a polite response by the return of the girl who'd run off. The growing crowd split respectfully before her, and it wasn't until they had entirely moved out of the way that Nathan realized they weren't moving for her. They were getting out of the way of a small woman who must have been the widest Knold Nathan had ever seen. Her skin was a pale orange, like clouds barely tinted with a red sunset. Her clothes were a rich brown, falling in layers from a tasseled hood that framed a face stuck in a permanent, disappointed frown. She was shorter than the average Knold, standing barely 3 feet tall, but made up for it in her width. Her hand grasped a gnarled wooden staff that seemed so old it might have been fossilized. The girl tried haltingly to introduce her, but the Knold woman spoke quickly and loudly over her. "I be Kinven. You'd be de adventurers I sent for." She looked them over, then snorted. "Could to get the value from the food we send 'em. You'll do. Get ya waitin' for the next attack." The heirs were a bit blindsided by the verbal assault, but Kachi once again proved his equanimity. "We shall be ready for the next occurrence. Can you tell us anything of them?" The Knold woman, Kinven, pursed her lips, then nodded. She tapped the staff against the ground and sat on the delicate chair that suddenly sprouted to receive her. Stools appeared behind each of the heirs, and Kinven gestured for them to sit. She looked around at all of the onlookers. "All got aught to do? Get ya to it." The crowd scattered, though some stayed to spectate. Chinven turned back to the heirs, who were gingerly taking their seats on the stools. Nathan poked at his, and it withered from his touch. He sat on the ground. Wood mana. Cool. The boy who'd asked Nathan what he was doing with the heirs looked between Nathan and the disintegrating stool, mouth hanging open. Chinven gave the boy an exasperated glance before dismissing it and explaining what was going on in Farfield. It didn't seem like there were many details that hadn't made it into the previous report. Weird colors, keening sounds, and randomly moving objects marked the events, and anybody too close was dragged inside and vanished. Clearly, magic was at work, but beyond that, the hints were few and far between. There was no record in the Adventurers Guild of anything like this. Chinven had tried breaking the illusion of scintillating color with her own light magic, as well as growing trees in the middle of the disturbance. Each time, her spell had been torn apart by hostile magic. She'd volleyed wooden spikes at it to much the same effect. There was usually one occurrence each day, sometime in the mid-morning. The events had started farther out and were slowly moving closer to town. If the pattern held, the next one should be only a few hundred feet outside. The next steps seemed clear. The heirs would be ready the next morning to respond if it happened again. Chinven would have somebody in the watchtower who would ring a bell and point in the direction of the anomaly. All the heirs had to do was follow a pointing finger and successfully engage the whatever it was. They didn't discuss specifics with others watching, just nodding and agreeing with Chinven's strongly suggested plan of burning it to a crisp with that Caxel magic. Later that evening, they talked about the plan in quiet voices. Plan A was still the Flying Nathan special, while other contingencies depended on what happened after that. If Nathan couldn't deal with the problem, They would either retreat and let Stella and Sarah barrage from afar, or close the distance to allow Kachi and Arl to deliver damage at close range. Or both. The problem was that they didn't know much and only had second-hand accounts to go off. Nathan and Stella both had abilities that could discern the details of hostile magic, and they planned to evaluate what was going on as quickly as possible. But there was only so much they could do to prepare. As Arl summed it up, "We'll give the waking giant a look, then probably throw Nathan at the problem. It doesn't grab people who are too far away, but it can move towards them. We'll need to react quick and think quicker." Nathan agreed. That's the goal, learning how to react properly to unanticipated events. Another nugget of wisdom from the art of war. When all else fails, retreat. We need to be ready to run away and come back later. If it's truly beyond us, we can evacuate the town and protect the villages while we call in heavier firepower. That's always a contingency to keep in mind. The heirs all nodded solemnly, and they spent some more time discussing other potential plans before retiring for the evening. Nathan found himself calmer than the previous day. Jitters had given way to confidence, and meditation only made him feel more certain that they could handle whatever happened tomorrow. Breakfast was a sedate affair of vegetable soup. It was rather heavily spiced, but the heirs drank it down all the same, poised to leap into action should the alarm sound. But nothing happened. The heirs camped out underneath the watchtower, sitting around and talking about small things. They still had a sparse audience for much of the day, with various kids and farmers loitering around. They weren't necessarily there to watch the heirs, but more because they expected action and didn't want to miss it. A few hours later, right before Nathan was about to suggest lunch, the bell rang. Nathan looked up and shaded his eyes against the sun. The hunter in the tower was pointing directly towards the front gate. "Right beyond the gates." The delay didn't slow the heirs' reactions, and they took off. Beyond the walls, they could hear a cacophonous wailing, like the sound of a dozen bagpipers walking across hot coals. The gates were closed, but Nathan made quick work of it, throwing off the bar and yanking both panels of wood aside. He led the way out of town, and the magic was immediately obvious. An oblong bubble of pearlescent light rested on the ground about 200 feet away. Waves of color rippled through it from various points. Rocks and fence posts hovered in the air around it, orbiting with an eerie smoothness and occasionally jerking to new locations. Nathan blinked at the image before him. It was just so magic. Like what he'd describe if somebody asked him to imagine a weird magical anomaly. And looking closer, nothing was coordinated. The colors didn't correspond to the sound, and the orbiting objects didn't move on their own. Nathan focused past the illusion, and his unease grew. As far as he could tell, there was nothing there except for the magic. "Nathan? Stella? Commentary?" Kachi was keeping the heirs grouped up, ready to run back to the gates if anything especially weird should happen. Stella sounded intimidated. "There's light, dream, darkness, gravity, force, and sound mana in there. It's like a half-dozen different spells in the same space." Nathan looked around for more details. The thing in front of him felt like a distraction, an obvious one whose purpose was to draw attention away from something else. "Mid-tier Identify 8 achieved." Yup, distraction. Time to look for the thing it's supposed to be distracting us from. His eyes settled on a faint patch of hazy air occupying an innocuous gap between the crops. It was about 100 feet to the side of a direct path between the heirs and the magical anomaly, and would be behind them if they went straight for the magical construct that was supposed to draw their attention. "Mid-tier Notice 10 achieved. Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further.
You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to high tier.
That looks like an invisibility spell. A good one, too.
He turned back and fixed the rest of the heirs with an intent gaze, signaling for their attention while keeping his voice low.
Something invisible at 10 o'clock, between the vegetable patches. Let's pretend we don't see it and head towards the anomaly, but circle towards it. I'll lead, and when we get close, I'll stomp my left foot and charge the invisibility spell.
He got a series of firm nods in reply.
Only a few seconds had passed once Nathan turned around again. The scintillating orb of color had grown a little brighter and larger, as if displeased he'd turned his back on it, however momentarily. Nathan kept his eyes and body language fixed on what he was convinced was a distraction, as the heirs cautiously moved forward. He left the path and stalked through the low vegetable patches, acting like he was trying to hide from the orb and circle closer to it through the cover of the dismen. He broke free of the garden and stood in the clear space between the patches. The magical bubble of light and sound was still some distance in front of him, but just 40 feet to his left was the bubble of invisibility. Nathan waited for the rest of the heirs to file out of the rows of vegetables. Then he stomped his left foot and spun to charge. The heirs spun with him. Stella's hands sparked with electricity. Sarah's guns came up, waiting for a target. All ran beside Nathan, and Kachi was just a step behind. A command snapped out as the heirs refocused. "Now!" Multiple voices spoke their spells aloud, in a style of spellcasting Nathan hadn't heard since he'd fought the enslavement mages of Giant's Rest. Mass daze, sleeping fog, wind gust, aimed force launch. A dozen needles flew towards Nathan as Stella's lightning struck the haze in the air. The invisibility spell shattered, revealing mages in the colored robes of Giant's Rest. The lightning spell danced along the edge of an invisible sphere of force, failing to reach the mages within. Nathan didn't have time to parse anything more as the wave of enchanted needles struck. 8 pierced the skin all across his body. Numbness began to spread from those points, and Nathan made it 3 more steps before he stumbled and fell to the ground. The impact snapped some of the needles, but the rest were driven deeper into his body to deliver more poison even as their enchantments failed. Arl stumbled next to Nathan, shaking his head to clear it of the daze, and ripping out a needle that had hit the inside of his elbow. Kachi raised his shield and halted his advance, quickly re-evaluating the situation. More spells flew from the Giant's Rest mages. Kachi snarled, his voice vicious. "Petty magics shall not stand before my... By Daemon's grace, we will weather your attacks. Feel my scorn." Golden magic flared from Kachi's eyes and extended sideways from his shield. It covered Stella and Sarah just before flying magical chains clattered off the protective barrier. Divine light shone out from the Wolfman, and Nathan saw the fizzle out as the Giant's Rest mages shielded their eyes from the holy glare. But a thinse was blowing in their direction. Stella cast a wind spell of her own, sending a powerful but ragged gust to scatter the spell. Nathan heard Sarah's pistols fire a few times, but the bullets deflected off the invisible dome of force covering their attackers. Nathan battled against his rage and his desire to help his friends. Rationally, he knew that his muscles were frozen by the paralytic poison. Greater strength wouldn't help when the muscles themselves weren't functioning. He very intentionally did not panic, thinking of solutions. He tried scouring magic from his body, but the poison wasn't magic. It also hadn't killed any cells, so Nathan couldn't regenerate from it. He flicked his eyes over to Arl, who was on one knee. The swordsman's mental protection skills had helped him shake off the daze spells, but the paralytic poison was taking effect, leaving only one arm and one leg functional. Through gritted teeth, Nathan forced out the words. His tongue was numb, and his speech was slurred. "Cut off my arm." Arl's eyes narrowed.
Then his face grew intent.
He leapt over Nathan to avoid more, and his one good arm flickered to his pouch. To put all of his weight behind a downwards blow from his favored enchanted greatsword. The blow sliced cleanly through Nathan's arm, right next to the shoulder. The sword's enchantment flickered, but Nathan felt his start to work. Then Arl was blown backwards by a spray of conjured earth, and the battle ramped up in intensity around Nathan. Stella was casting spells like a woman possessed. Walls of blue force blocked projectiles, wind held more fog at bay, and directed beams of light blinded the mages ahead. Kachi's shield was triple its usual size, and the dragged Arl behind its golden cover with one hand. But Nathan ignored all of that. He focused his entire mind on his missing arm. It was regrowing automatically, but Nathan seized control of the operation. He wasn't just guiding cells to divide and replace lost tissue. He was mastering the process, emphasizing metabolic pathways to speed up the production of necessary proteins and lipids to replace the lost tissue. High-tier regeneration 10 achieved! Congratulations! You have maxed out this talent. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this talent to develop it to the next level. As it is high-tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. There was a doubled crash of lightning that overwhelmed all other noises in the battle, followed by a moment of silence. Nathan heard a familiar voice speak overhead, low and bitter. You teach her the insights of your world? Gifting the insights of Earth to a mongrel of Gamor. Nathan, you disgust me. The mage. Tael's voice almost carried Nathan away in a flash of rage. He views my knowledge as his property, and will go after the heirs because I told them of Earth. I'm going to rip that man's head off and see how far I can kick it. With immense effort, Nathan dragged his attention back to his body and the insight he was feeding it. He didn't judge himself for almost losing focus, didn't think about how much he wanted Tao-Well's blood on his hands, but smoothly guided himself away from extraneous thought. He focused on his healing, his talent. He had stamina. It was time to use it to achieve something amazing. Something he'd dreamed about since his old life on Earth. Stamina, 607 over 770. High-tier focused mind 10. Achieved! Congratulations, you have maxed out this utility skill. It cannot be improved any further. You must achieve insight into this skill to develop it to the next level. As it is high tier, the kind of insight will greatly affect how it develops. Nathan broadened his attention to his entire body, opening his mind to the insight he'd spent weeks preparing and storing in his enhanced memory. Nathan knew textbooks of information about the most subtle workings of his body. He knew things that had been discovered too recently to be in the textbooks. He knew the dozen causes of aging. Nathan's biochemistry was his own, and he would master it. His mind flashed through his body, directing the production of cytochrome P450s in his bloodstream and muscles to neutralize the poison, accelerating the calcification of the bones in his new arm. He also paid attention to his regenerating muscles, directing growth of aligned muscle fibers. His focus went deeper, to the organization of the myofibrils. He wanted them packed in, densely organized. He took every intention, every improvement he'd thought of that could be made to his own biology, and fed stamina to all of it, using his memory skill to hold everything in his head. Stamina, 240 over 770. Congratulations, you have developed the high-tier regeneration talent into perfected body. Permanent talent. You have achieved precise control of your body at a minuscule level. This talent will automatically spend stamina to efficiently and immediately heal wounds. You can spend stamina to make innate changes, which include banishing poison, countering aging, and optimizing your body on a minuscule level. Larger wounds and greater changes will cost more stamina. Perfected body will not prevent you from dying of grievous wounds. Nathan rolled over as the poison vanished in an instant. His arm finished regrowing, and the needles fell from his wounds. He spared a glance at the heirs. Kachi's golden shield was battered, cracks spreading through the divine mana. A whip of shadow tried to strike past the shield, but a blue-tinted bubble of force materialized around the heirs, covering them from the attack. Then Nathan heard Tail cast a familiar spell. The beam of pale green light popped Stella's force spells like soap bubbles.
It impacted Kachi's shield and warred with the glowing golden light for a moment, before punching through that as well.
Kachi tossed aside the disintegrating chunk of metal, shaking his arm as his metal gauntlet also turned to dust. Golden light played up his arm, fighting off the diminished effect of the disintegrate. This time, Nathan didn't try to restrain his rage. He leapt to his feet and immediately charged the Giant's Rest mages. There were 5 of them, 2 in green robes, 2 in purple, and Tail standing in the back in orange. The blood drained from his fleshy face as Nathan charged. Stamina 69 over 770. The purple robes blinked dumbly as he closed the distance. The green robes were more disciplined, one hurling balls of conjured stone, while the other hit Nathan with a paralysis. Nathan bowled through the spells, building up momentum. He crashed through the perfectly transparent Giant's Rest shield without slowing. He ignored the other mages, heading directly towards Tail.
It was time to fix the mistake he'd made last time. But once again, Tail's lips moved more quickly than Nathan could reach him. The mages vanished, reappearing with a loud pop a few hundred feet away on the other side of the heirs. Nathan pivoted and accelerated quickly, sprinting towards his friends and the slippery foes beyond. Mid-tier sprinting 7 achieved. The mages were establishing their position, preparing to re-engage. Nathan saw more needles levitating out from a bag of holding, and the 2 green robes channeled some kind of spell into the ground. Tail aimed another disintegrate at Kachi as the wolf folk knelt protectively over Arl. Kachi's arm looked like it had been dunked in acid, inhabited by flesh-eating piranhas. Nathan dove in front of his friend, taking the beam of sickly light in the face. He resisted the spell, breaking it down to its component parts. Was a tightly woven braid of void, shadow, and force mana that sought to tear apart molecular bonds. Flakes of skin peeled off his face and were quickly replaced by Nathan's stamina ticked up 100 points. Magic absorption 8 achieved. That certainly felt better than the last time I got hit by one of those. He's definitely not trying to capture us anymore. At least, not Kachi. Nathan got to his feet and was just about to resume his headlong dash towards the hated foe. His rage was pushing him to keep running, to not spare a moment until Tail's brain matter decorated his fists. But if he attacked without thinking, that put the heirs in danger. He looked back at them. Stella wiped blood from her nose as smoke rose from an amulet around her neck. Sarah was shaking her head to clear it of the barrage of mental spells that would have left a normal person catatonic. Arl was getting to his feet, having been just healed by Kachi, whose face was a grimace of pain as his arms smoked and bled. Nathan felt a surge of concern for his friends. He slowed his run, focusing on that feeling, and pitting it against the rage that was pushing him onwards, demanding that he kill his foes. Nathan remembered a meditation technique called loving kindness, and focused on his benevolent desire to see the heirs live and thrive. The benevolence warred with rage for a moment, for how could such a calm emotion coexist with the all-consuming desire to rip and tear? Then, Nathan felt clarity. They could coexist. His rage empowered him, but it also blunted his reason.
if he held his desire to protect what was dear in mind. It channeled his rage, focusing it on those who would harm his friends without cutting its blazing intensity. Nathan's flash of insight showed the path to transform his rage from a ballistic artillery shell to a precision-guided weapon.
Congratulations! You have developed the high-tier focused mind skill into battle meditation. Utility skill. Battle meditation. This skill will allow you to remain focused and undistracted in the harshest of conditions. With his newfound focus, Nathan thought quickly and spoke to the heirs even quicker. I'm going for the Archmage. Arl around the side, hide in the tall crops, ambush if they move. Sarah, snipe the green robes. Teal's got a hell of a mage armor. Stella, keep their heads down. Kachi, cover them. Nobody die. High-tier earnestness 5 achieved. Sparks jumped from Stella's eyes in response. Sarah snarled assent as she loaded an enchanted round into her rifle. Arl saluted with his blades, while Kachi bared his canines. Status text comparison. Permanent talent. High-tier regeneration. This talent will automatically spend stamina to very rapidly heal wounds. Larger wounds and replacing greater amounts of missing flesh will take longer and cost more stamina. Regeneration will not prevent you from dying of grievous wounds, and will not protect against poison. Permanent talent. Perfected body. You have achieved precise control of your body at a minuscule level. This talent will automatically spend stamina to efficiently and immediately heal wounds. You can spend stamina to make innate changes, which include banishing poison, countering aging, and restructuring your body on a minuscule level. Larger wounds and greater changes will cost more stamina. Perfected body will not prevent you from dying of grievous wounds. Utility skill. High-tier focused mind. This skill will help you attain a focused and undistracted state under most conditions. Cannot be maintained under stress. Utility skill. Battle meditation. This skill will allow you to remain focused and undistracted even in the harshest of conditions. Status of Nathan Lark. Permanent talent 1. Magic absorption 8. Permanent talent 2. Perfected body 1. Talent 3. High-tier slow fall 4. Class. Spellbreaker. Juggernaut, level 67. Stamina, 201 over 770. Juggernaut's Wrath. Anti-magic momentum, Raging Thrill. Juggernaut's Inertia. Unarmored Resilience. Utility skills. Battle meditation 1. High-tier earnestness 5. Mid-tier sprinting 7. High-tier spell sense 4. Mid-tier notice 10. Mid-tier identify 8. Mid-tier dodging footwork 6. High-tier enhanced memory 5. Mid-tier lecturing 5. Mid-tier tumbling 3. Chapter 16. A Grudge to Rest. The heirs stared across the field at the Giant's Rest mages. The distraction spells had faded, and the ambush had failed. Now it was just 100 feet of crops separating the two groups of 5. On one side, Nathan and the other heirs stood. They were bloody and battered, having come out badly from round 1. But they were resolute, and now they had a plan. Standing opposite were Tail and 4 other mages. They were unharmed, and powerful magic glimmered at their fingertips. But despite appearing to have the upper hand, their stances were uncertain as Nathan stalked towards them.
I have built myself to kill mages. It's time to test that out. The pair of green-robed mages finished their spell, and the ground in front of them cracked open into a wide crevasse. A pit opened up, 30 feet across and 100 wide, separating Teol's group from the heirs. Nathan saw Teol's smile across the field as the archmage inspected the array of floating needles the two purple-robed mages were marshalling into place. Nathan murmured out of the corner of his mouth, "Stella, I need a jump assist, as close to the crevasse as you can manage." There was a grunt of assertion from behind him, then Nathan charged once more. He ran straight at the crevasse, trusting his team to handle their roles. The two purple robes were marshalling another storm of poisoned needles, while the two green robes re-established the sturdy dome of force. Fat lot of good that will do. Nathan picked up speed, hurtling over the ground on a straight line towards his foes. One of the purple-robed mages held the cloud of needles aloft, while the other aimed the projectiles at Nathan. Teol cast a spell that Nathan couldn't hear, and his senses cut out. It was a spell of void and shadow, similar in concept, if not construction, to the sensory deprivation spell Gale had cast on him after his plummet into Jamor. Instead of working as an illusion, this one absorbed all of the light and sound that reached him. It also contained a component that would quickly suffocate the target. High-tier spell sense 5 achieved. Nathan broke Teol's spell as the needles hit, another dozen of the wickedly sharp enchanted objects hitting him. But this time, he was raging. A third of the needles penetrated, but the rest deflected off his skin. One sunk into Nathan's right eye, scraping against the back of his eye socket before he yanked it out. Each point of impact briefly became numb, before a moment of focus banished the poison, and the needles were pushed out of his body.
A rock a couple feet wide vibrated ahead of him. Nathan jumped on it and crouched, then pushed off as the rock jerked upwards with Stella's magic. He soared into the air once more, propelled by the same trick they'd used so often. Nathan soared through the air. Once he reached the apogee of his arc, he used stamina to guide his fall toward Teol, judging the flight with one good eye. The purple-robed mages stood there, slack-jawed. The green robes were faster to react, and one of them hurled a gust of at Nathan. The spell tried to slice him to pieces and push him back into the crevasse, but Nathan's momentum-enhancing skills allowed him to plow through the magic. The shredding blades of air sliced his clothes to shreds, but left not a mark on his skin. The other mage levitated a rock from the ground and was about to hurl it at Nathan when Sarah's rifle rang out. The enchanted bullet crashed through the force bubble, then through the mage armor, and hit the Giant's Rest mage in the neck. It kept going after that, punching through the other side of the force bubble and, presumably, flying off into the distance. The rock fell to the ground. Good targeting. That mage was a little too clever for my preference. And Teol is mine. Nathan's flight was uninterrupted, and his mouth pulled back into a snarl as he approached the force dome. Teol looked up at Nathan descending towards him. Nathan strained his slow fall, trying to reach Teol in the seconds before his lips moved. Once again, he was too late. Teol vanished in a flicker of orange light, and Nathan shattered the barrier, screaming his frustration. Not again! High-tier slow fall 5 achieved! As he landed, Nathan lashed out with his fist, backhanding one of the purple robes through her mage armor. She spun and fell, clutching at a shattered jaw. The remaining purple robe raised her hands to either cast a spell or surrender, but a bolt of lightning curved through the hole Nathan had left in the shield. It consumed her for several seconds until her shattered and she fell as a smoking corpse. The sole remaining mage, away, running as only a man running from death could run. Nathan's right eye finished healing as he stalked after the fleeing mage, plotting routes to cut off the man's path.
Then his quarry dove into the tall crops and was blown back out by Arl's lightning blade. The strike blew out a good portion of his abdomen, and the corpse tumbled into the crevasse, leaving a bloody splotch on the ground. Nathan looked around for a moment, trying to spot if Tail had reappeared nearby. He saw nothing but fields settling down after the sudden winds and explosions of the fight. You have leveled up to level 72.
Congratulations. You have defeated an ambush laid by an archmage of Giant's Rest and sent him fleeing. A weak cough sounded from behind him, and Nathan turned back to the single enemy survivor. He strode towards her with purpose, not going to kill her, yet. I want answers. He reached down and grabbed her hands, roughly pulling her to her feet and holding them tightly behind her back. The mage moaned, struggling to pull her hands free to touch her bleeding jaw. Nathan wrenched her hands upwards to put strain on her shoulders. He heard Arl approaching from behind. Can I get some rope? Nathan could hear Arl's hesitation in his slow footsteps. The live man approached carefully, putting away his weapons. He reached into his dimensional storage to hand Nathan a length of rough rope. The swordsman voiced his concerns with a simple question. Why? Nathan wrapped the prisoner's hands with the rope, running the excess cord down to her ankles.
He wasn't trying to make the knot unescapable or hog-tie the mage. He just wanted another barrier to complicate any escape attempt. I want to know why Tail was here, and what he's planning next.
Arl grunted, then handed Nathan a fresh set of clothes. Nathan took them, glancing down at his bare chest and shredded pants. At least his underwear was intact. Watch her. If she tries anything, kill her. Another grunt was affirmation enough, and Nathan took a step back to pull off his clothes and wipe off the bloodstains left by the needles. He quickly garbed himself anew, then turned his attention back to their prisoner. The mage had turned around and bent over awkwardly because of the rope linking her wrists and ankles. She was breathing hard, wincing around her visibly broken jaw. Her purple glowing eyes flicked between Arl and Nathan. Nathan addressed her, leaning into earnestness. As you saw, I'm immune to all of your magic.
Cast any spells, and I'll crush your throat and let you choke to death. We have questions. Will you answer them? The prisoner nodded and made an uh-huh sound, once again flinching at the pain. Nathan sighed and looked around for Kachi. Sarah, Stella, and Kachi were standing on the other side of the chasm as Stella conjured a stone bridge over its depths. Nathan filled the time by patting down the captive, stripping off 2-dimensional pouches from her belt, as well as a thin wand and a dagger, and leaving them on the ground. Her robe was also magic, but as far as Nathan could tell, it held only self-cleaning and durability enchantments, so he let it be. Stella skipped across the bridge and joined them, eyeing the other mage with hostility. Why is she still alive? Tried to kill us, didn't she? The captive made an "nuh-uh" noise and shook her head vigorously. Kachi gingerly crossed the narrow bridge, favoring his partially healed arm and looking over the edge of the chasm.
He was clearly wondering why he hadn't just walked around like Arl had done.
Nathan gestured him forward. Can you heal her jaw? The big wolf folk barely paused before he reached down, cupping the prisoner's face with golden, glowing claws. She flinched away from his touch, but then stopped herself, looking up at Kachi's stern expression with a measure of hope. Sarah joined them, holding a revolver loosely in one hand. Stella picked up the items that Nathan had stripped off the mage and stowed them away, then joined Arl in patting down the other bodies and stripping them of valuables. Kachi stepped away, gesturing for Nathan to take over. Nathan watched as their captive's eyes flicked to the smoking body that wore charred purple robes. Her face went slack, and her already teary eyes grew wetter. Nathan snapped fingers in front of her face. Hey, I have questions, and you better have answers, or... He gestured to the corpses.
She looked up at him. setting her shoulders and working her recently healed jaw. Now that Nathan took a look at her, she was rather pretty, in a sharp-faced way. Her hair was a dark brown and reached the nape of her neck. They matched her eyes, amusingly enough. "What's your name?" The mage looked up at him, and her face grew calmer. She took a shuddering breath and closed her eyes for a moment before answering. "I think she has some kind of mental focus skill." "Harthi. Harthi da Jaltre. Daughter of Archmage Chenal da Jaltre." Her voice was defiant, but then she remembered her present company and swallowed her last words. She seemed to want to take back what she'd said. Nathan nodded, pursing his lips. "Harthi, tell us about how you came to be here. Farfield is an awful long way from Giant's Rest." Harthi chewed on her lip, but Nathan raised an eyebrow and looked expectantly at her. He didn't step forward or make any additional attempts to loom, but he didn't need to. She trembled slightly and continued speaking. "Archmage Tail usurped teaching some advanced classes a few weeks ago. He has been known to teach expert dimensional magic to favorites. Me and Ruthal tried to get him to teach us, as one does." Her eyes lowered and her attention drifted to the purple-robed corpse. "He said he'd favor us, take us on as full apprentices, but he needed a special project first." Nathan looked around the battlefield. "This?" Harthi's eyes closed, and she jerked her head away from the corpse. "He needed a giant's trick to capture one who could resist magic. Ruthal was a librarian and alchemist. She discovered a recipe for non-magical paralysis poison, and I enchanted the delivery needles. Tail was pleased and promised on the grave to teach us spatial insights after." She rolled her head around to indicate the battlefield. "And the green-robed mages?" Harthi opened her eyes and shrugged dismissively, her movements limited by the ropes. "Tail hired enslavement mages to help against your teammates, Stram and Brogar. Promised them favors and positions in his household. They bragged about their accomplishments, but they're just dropouts who couldn't ascend in the academy." "And how did you get here?" "Tail can cast a true spell of an archmage. It lets him bring 2 people with him. A week ago, we started teleporting here every day. We would weave spell work to confuse and scare. He wanted it to look like a magical threat of adamant, such that they'd send you. Farfield is far enough away that elites from Jamor wouldn't interfere." Harthi's voice had grown more clinical, recounting events precisely and without emotion. "Ruthal and our purpose was to nullify you with the poisoned needles. We had 3 volleys." She looked at the bloodstains on Nathan's skin and swallowed, reminded of how that had gone. Nathan ignored her discomfort. "Some people from the village vanished."
What happened to them?
Harthi shrugged again, unconcerned. "We brought them back to Holzmet. They were a 6th finger bonus to the enslavement mages. No idea what happened to them." Nathan frowned. If the villagers were in Giant's Rest, they were gone. At least until he could seriously threaten Giant's Rest, and then he wouldn't restrict himself to freeing one set of slaves. "No, my goal is all of them." He looked down at Harthi. She was eyeing him and the other heirs with trepidation, darting hopeful looks at Kachi. Her casual remark about the slaves had reminded Nathan of whom he was dealing with. She was an ambitious young mage who had wanted to get ahead in Giant's Rest's cutthroat academia. But she was also somebody who could see people ripped away from their home as slaves without batting an eye. That realization chilled Nathan's mind, and Harthi's chances of surviving the conversation dropped. He cast around for more questions.
What did Tail say about me?
Harthi glanced around at the listening heirs before turning her attention back to Nathan. "Nathan Lark." It wasn't really a question, but he nodded, and she let out a shaky breath. He said you could resist magic, and that you knew something he wanted. Implied it was the insight to your magic resistance. But it seemed like more than that. He'd been ordered to capture you. But then, during the fight, he said— She cast a look at Stella. I've never seen anybody use light or lightning that way. By the giant, there's more going on here, isn't there? Earth. Her face had gone calculating again, and she was clearly reconsidering her opinions in light of new evidence. It appears my secret is kept better in Giant's Rest than it is in Jamor. Funny. I'm sort of impressed by Harthy's ability to think and connect details under pressure. I bet it's a survival trait in Giant's Rest. Nathan didn't want to dwell on that topic. Who could order Tail?
He's on the council, right?
Is there anybody above that?
Harthy snorted. The voice of the crowd speaks that a founder has returned. Badud, an ancient mage of unlimited insight. He hasn't appeared to students like me, but Tail said he'd be rewarded an insight worthy of a giant if he captured you. Her expression softened, looking hopeful.
Tail spoke of it often. He is hungry for that reward. He will keep trying to capture you. I listened to him. I can help you predict him. Her voice turned breathless, desperate. He's got a spy in Gamor.
Nathan's eyebrows raised. Do you know who the spy is?
Harthy flinched. No. From what he said, I don't think it's an adventurer. She cast around for something else to placate Nathan. But Teol is staying in a manor in Hallsmet, the one atop the second hill. And he can teleport others, so he will try again.
Nathan nodded at that. This was useful information. Do you know what he'll try next?
Not really. He wanted this to work.
He said he didn't want to owe Exia for borrowing elite slave soldiers.
I'm glad he didn't go with that option, though I've got the heirs to back me up against that sort of threat.
Nathan looked back at the heirs. I think that's all. Anybody else got questions for her?
Sarah raised her revolver, aiming at Harthy's forehead.
Nope.
She was clearly about to kill Harthy. Nathan had a second to interfere and decided against it. He hadn't made any promises. He didn't see a good way to keep her prisoner, and he remembered that she'd just tried to capture him and his friends for chattel slavery. Kachi was the one who placed a hand on Sarah's gun, pushing it gently aside as he addressed Harthy. Tell me, what path do you see for yourself from this point forward? Oh, you have to be kidding me. Harthy was breathing quickly, shivering at her near-death experience as her eyes darted between Sarah's gun and Kachi's face.
She licked her lips nervously, looking at the heirs and calculating her odds. Then Harthy's shoulders slumped, and she addressed the ground.
I would ask to go to Jamor, whatever may befall me there. I can enchant or whatever is needed. She shivered, and Nathan couldn't tell what she was imagining. But I don't want to die, she said in a small, quiet voice. Kachi seemed to expect no other response, and his upraised hand pointed to Stella. Ask the guild if they want a captive student of Giant's Rest, cooperative and knowledgeable of recent workings of the Academy, skilled in enchantment. Direct the Tsudrael's immediate attention. Sarah threw up her hands. What you want is no mystery. Stella just shrugged, and Kachi ignored Sarah, keeping his attention on Harthy. I know Giant's Rest does not put much stock in oaths, that you view them as cheap tricks easily escaped with mental magic. Still, I would ask you to swear an oath to us. Swear to me, on your class and your magic, to not cast a spell or harm any of those present in any way. Forswear yourself from the Academy and swear to never return or provide aid to Giant's Rest. Harthy nodded quickly, grasping the lifeline the cleric had thrown her. She stood up as straight as she could and stared into Kachi's eyes, repeating the vow he'd suggested back. I swear on my class and my magic that I will not cast a spell on any of those present or harm them in any way. I forswear myself from the academy and swear to never provide aid or return to Giant's Rest. Kachi rumbled, his thin lips curving up. Know that this oath means you may not cast magic on yourself. I may free you from this oath in time, but even casting mage armor would break your word to me, and to Davrar. A message to any of Giant's Rest would do the same. Their prisoner's eyes widened, taking in the meaning of the oath she'd just sworn. I remember that oaths made under duress are less effective. I wonder if Hathi knows that. This seems like a terrible idea. Stella spoke up in a light, almost sing-song voice. To repeat prophecy, Sudrail wants her. We've been directed to return to Jaymore with the prisoner. Al chimed in from the side. It's time to get back anyway. He shot a meaningful look at Sarah. I'm ready for my level 81 development. Sarah grinned back lopsidedly. So am I. High-level enslavement mages give good levels, eh? Chapter 17. Ethics of Captivity. They bid goodbye to Chin Ven and the people of Farfield. The wide Knold wasn't particularly thankful for their assistance, and demanded that Stella close the crevasse in her fields before they left. Stella grumbled about it, but she flipped open a spellbook and started working on the wide pit in the ground. She complained vociferously about never wanting to work on permanent earth constructions. She didn't want to build houses. She wanted to blow them up.
While they waited for Stella to work her magic, Nathan took Kachi aside. They left Sarah and Arl in charge of Hathi. Their prisoner was still jumpy and upset, but she was remarkably functional after being captured and coming within a hair's breadth of execution. She followed Kachi with her eyes while trying her best not to meet Sarah's gaze. After they got out of earshot, Nathan turned to face his friend, trying to figure out how to explain his conflict. Nathan had been preparing himself to kill another person for months now. He'd fanned the embers of his rage, telling himself that mind mages did not deserve to live. And now there was one here, and Kachi was protecting her. Nathan had struggled with his anger in the moments after Kachi had found a way for them to spare Harthi's life. Luckily, his newly developed made anger management easier than ever, so instead of shouting at his friend, Nathan made a simple statement, starting with an easier issue. It's a risk leaving her alive, much less traveling with her. Kachi gazed calmly back, eyes placid over his muzzle. It is, but it is not a great risk. Harthi has abandoned Giant's Rest for the snake pit it is, and looks to a future in Jaymore. She can make a life there, if only we give her a chance. Does she have a future in Jaymore? I cannot imagine people accepting her. Some adventurer will cut off her head within a week. Giant's Rest mages have joined Jaymore before, by desertion and capture. And she is an enchanter. I can only give her a chance. Her past will be her own nemesis to slay. Nathan tensed. I almost killed her during the fight. Would it have been wrong then? Should we have tried to capture the other student? What about the enslavement mages? Kachi turned and looked at the battleground, where Stella labored over the crevasse. At the moment, I am a follower of Daemon, god of righteous battle. In time, I will carve out my own piece of the divine to shape how I will. To achieve that, I must first learn the truth of the divine, in body and mind. In battle, one must vanquish their foe. So long as the fight is righteous, that follows the path of Daemon. After the battle is done, it is no longer righteous to kill a surrendered enemy. This is not just a teaching of my God, but my own belief. The path I will follow. He turned back to Nathan. We can turn her from the path of a Giant's Rest mage.
Her life has been spent cloistered in the academy. We can choose to give her the chance to choose, to live a better life. Is her life, her potential, worth so little? Nathan closed his eyes. He agreed with Kachi. Each person was a story. They existed as they did because of all the myriad experiences of life and what they'd chosen to do with it. Every person deserved to be treated with respect and dignity. But the mind mages of Giant's Rest trod all over that principle.
They crushed people underneath them, dismissed the fact that their slaves had hopes and desires of their own, and used them like objects. So Nathan had decided that those mages had sacrificed the right to be treated with dignity, like people. It was how he reconciled himself with his plans. After all, if I'm going to bring down Giant's Rest, I'm going to need to kill a lot of mages to do it. When Nathan opened his eyes, he had one last question that he asked in a soft voice. But what about everybody she hurt? The slaves who were crushed beneath her? What of their justice? Kachi smiled gently, the expression oddly natural on his elongated canine face. What is greater justice? That she should die for her past crimes, assumed as they are, or live and contribute to freeing the slaves of Giant's Rest who need help? Nathan nodded his acceptance, somewhat resigned. He didn't fully agree with Kachi, but he wouldn't push the issue of Harthi any further. From what he'd heard, he guessed that sparing Harthi and helping her change into someone better was part of an insight for his friend, and not a small one. They turned to walk back to the other heirs. I know one thing now. I won't hesitate to kill like I did with Tail back in his mage tower. I am capable of looking somebody in the eyes and deciding to kill them when I think it needs to be done. It took almost an hour for Stella to work out the magic that would let her undo the damage to the fields that the enslavement mages had wreaked in barely a minute. She didn't do much more than jam the pit closed, leaving an expanse of turned earth and ruined crops, but it was crossable now and could be replowed and resown. Kinven grumbled about the state of her fields, but the heirs left Farfield with packages of rolls filled with sweet syrup. They mostly walked in silence, their normal banter interrupted by the presence of their new guest. Nathan wanted to ask about Sarah and Arl's level 81 development options, but that was a bad idea given the extra ears present. They'd removed the ankle bindings and tied Harthi's hands in front of her, so she wasn't hobbling along anymore. Nathan was a bit disconcerted by the visual reminder of the people of Pilridden he'd helped rescue from the slave raid so long ago. Eventually, Harthi broke the silence, speaking to Stella. How did you create the wonder of that lightning? Archmage Exia gave a demonstration of lightning magic once, but yours curved. It was unlike any I've ever heard of or read about. She shook her head in wonder. Worthy of a giant's praise. Stella was smiling, basking in the compliment. Harthi continued. And the light! Some part of it went through the... It was... She seemed to be searching for words. As if it was closer to true light than any light magic I've seen. Your magic is rooted in the world in a way the mages of Giant's Rest cannot imagine. Nathan felt proud of himself. Those insights had come from him. He'd been able to communicate the truths of electricity and light to Stella, and she'd been able to use them in her magic. Harthi turned toward Nathan. The things you must know, the insights to be tapped. My imagination overflows with the wonders that could be made. You have no idea. I wonder what kind of bioengineering would be possible with magic. Maybe somebody with specialized enchantment knowledge. His chain of thoughts was interrupted by a caustic comment from Sarah. Bet dragon bones to stalker teeth that she's using a social manipulation skill. The statement threw cold water over Nathan's excitement. He centered his mind, looking out into the forest and objectively considering his reaction to Harthi's comments.
He had been considering teaching her insights from Earth. He probably would have reflected on it later and not followed through. But given he'd been fine with executing her this morning, the difference was stark. He looked back at their captive. Harthy flinched as if expecting a blow. Everybody glared at her to one extent or another, and it looked like Stella was considering lighting her on fire. I need to figure out a better way to insulate myself from social manipulation skills. Nathan was furious, certain that Sarah was correct. What is the skill called? He wasn't asking a question, he was demanding something he already knew. Harthy shook her head and opened her mouth, then saw Nathan's expression and stance. She swallowed and spoke in a small voice. She rushed to defend herself. Everybody in Giant's Rest has one like it. I needed it in the academy. You can get yourself out of a mistake by telling a professor how clever he was for noticing what you did wrong. I'm not a duelist, so I made nice with everybody. She trailed off, seeing Arl stow a sword in his bag of holding. His expression was grim, but he looked around at the other heirs with a shrug. Flattery won't free her from this. Harthy, I'd recommend abandoning that skill. You won't get away using it again on us, and Gamor does not react well to such things. Harthy looked around for any other opinions, but the rest of the heirs were silent, nodding along with Arl's comment. After a moment, Kachi asked a question, trying to change the mood. Harthy, tell us of Giant's Rest. We know it as an enemy. Tell of it as a home. Fair enough. Know thy enemy. Harthy blinked, then said in a more natural tone, Giant's Rest is where I grew up. The Ascendant Academy. Have any of you ever seen it? When they all shook her heads, she looked off into the distance, as if gazing at something that towered high into the air. It's taller than you can believe. Many towers together, stretching to the sky. Every space is sized for giants. They shouldn't stand, but by a giant's strength, they do. But I didn't see it from the outside often. When I was young, I would go onto the balcony and watch it. There were always whirls of light floating around it. I told myself, that's where magic happens. She waved her hand. I was raised in the Pelogi family complex with my sisters. When we turned 8, we went to the academy and were taught magic. Nathan interrupted. Your father didn't teach you? Harthy snorted. I saw my father twice when I was young, and never on my own. He inspected the nursery once, checking on us, and he gave us a speech when we went off to the academy. Her mouth curled bitterly. Called us investments. What about your mother? Just a slave. Harthy waved her hand dismissively, as if the topic was over and done with. Nathan was a bit shocked, his mouth falling open as he parsed Harthy's last comment. She ignored him and kept going. The Ascendant Academy is what I've been since then. I was top of my fraction, selected for advanced classes. Most of the others were spun out to be crafters and enslavement mages. Menial mages. Stella cocked her head. Aren't you an enchanter? I will not sit and repeatedly enchant golem cores for years on end, Harthy replied hotly. I will design new enchantments, be a true heir to my father, regardless of what the standings are. This time it was Arl who asked a question. Standings? Yeah, the standings. They're based on duelist proficiency and displays of overt magic. And I'm 12th among my father's children. She sniffed in a superior fashion. But I'm the best enchanter, and so I should succeed my father, who is the foremost enchanter of Giant's Rest. She was clearly proud of the title. He'll find that insight when I ascend to Archmage on my own. Kachi spoke up. You are blessed to leave these worries aside. They are not of concern anymore. Harthy blinked, wrapped up in her past strivings. She looked around and her voice became small, as if remembering her current circumstances. No, I suppose not. She let out a deep breath, closing her eyes as if to find her balance before she fell over. Kachi prompted her again, voice gentle. Many things must change now. You most of all. Gamor is different from Giant's Rest, and if you are to survive, you must leave behind the past. She nodded slightly, looking up to ask a question. Her face had a calculating look on it. Nathan was not inclined to be gentle about helping Harthy transition to her new life. He interrupted their conversation. How many slaves are at the academy? He asked. Harthy wrinkled her nose at him. I don't know. A lot. The academy only gets the best. What do they do? She shrugged, unperturbed. Everything not done by magic. Cook, clean, serve. What do you think of them? Nathan tried to keep his tone light, inquisitive.
But he couldn't stop a hard edge from creeping in as he spoke. They're useful. Slaves are to be tended, not discarded. Is that what you mean? I don't see them as valueless like some mages do. They don't have magic and cannot manage themselves, but they're valuable. I never saw the attraction to some of their baser uses. I treat the slaves better than most. Did you ever imagine yourself as a slave? Nathan's line of questioning drew looks from the other heirs, wondering where he was going. No, why would I? I'm a mage, and a child of an archmage. They're slaves. Nathan felt a cold anger suffuse him. The answer seemed so innocent, and so lacking in empathy. Harthy had just never considered what the life of an average slave was. She had her place, and they had theirs. He had almost been one of those slaves, yoked and put to work for a master who didn't spare him a second thought. Nathan would have lived as a prized possession, perverting the knowledge of Earth to enrich his enslavers. And from Harthy's perspective, it would have been right and proper. Nathan rounded on Harthy, barely restraining his rage. It was difficult because he couldn't tell himself he was wrong. He wasn't overreacting. This was one of Giant's Rest's ruling class, one of those atop the system from all her descriptions of the Ascendant Academy. And by failing to consider the system she existed within, she perpetuated it. She'd interacted with hundreds of slaves and never once questioned if they should be slaves. He was shaking with anger, and Kachi stepped forward. Nathan held up a hand to calm the cleric, stopping a bare foot away from Harthy. She shrunk back, her hand going to her recently broken jaw. Nathan stopped himself from yelling, but his voice was harsh and pitiless. You should consider what their lives are like. A living hell, all for your convenience. If we were more like you would be a slave now, to spend the rest of your life submitting to our whims, existing for our convenience, lacking any ability to act on your own desires or wishes. That is what you subjected others to. Nathan had to pause for a breath, but he continued without giving Harthy an opportunity to interrupt. But we are better, and I say that with certainty. You must change to survive in Jamor. Learn to respect all, even those you consider your lessers. Nathan spit that last word out viciously, thinking of how Teol described people like Artha. He said that Jamor was home to barbarians and intelligent monsters, only deserving extermination. He continued his rant. But you'll get to decide your own path nonetheless, because my friend has argued that you can become better. I have chosen to believe him, to hope that you don't need to be put down to protect Jamor. We won't strip you of all choice, like Giant's Rest would if they captured us. That kind of domination is why I fled from Teol, and why I will kill any Giant's Rest mage who cannot change their ways. So, this is my ultimatum. Abandon the ethos of Giant's Rest, or I will kill you. High-tier earnestness 6 achieved! Kachi frowned at Nathan, chiding him. Consider her circumstances. She never knew another way.
Nathan turned to his friend, releasing eye contact with the terrified student. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. It would take an extraordinary person to question their upbringing and decide their entire society is wrong, and then dedicate themselves to fixing it. Then he raised his head and glared challengingly at the cleric. That person I will pardon. But any mage of Giant's Rest that does not rebel against their society, I would kill for no other reason. Kachi gave him a slow nod, but did not respond. Nathan almost continued, but he held himself back. I've made my point. Continuing will only dilute it.
Instead, he turned back to the path and resumed the walk to Riverbank.
The heirs and their prisoner followed after a moment, and his allowed Nathan to pick out a quiet whisper from Harthy. Is he always like that? Sarah's response was derisive and a bit cruel. Yeah, he is. You'd best take it to heart and watch yourself. I'll watch your death eagerly. The mood thawed over the next hour or so as they talked of other things, like Arl complaining that Nathan had messed up the enchantment on his favorite greatsword. Nathan, offering to break it the rest of the way, didn't help. Overall, the group was still walking on eggshells, especially around Nathan. He could feel the tension in the air, but didn't know if he wanted to break it. His emotions were still roiling around the whole issue, and he wanted to revisit the topic when he wasn't upset.
The heirs wanted to get back to Jamor as soon as possible, and so they hadn't stopped to eat, instead handing around the sweet rolls that Chinven had given them. Harthy eyed hers suspiciously, before shrugging and chowing down, getting syrup all over her face. They continued, pushing onwards into the night. Stella was checking in with the Adventurers Guild every hour, both to report more details on what they'd learned and to reassure them that the heirs hadn't been attacked again. Harthy complained about the pace until Kachi hefted her like a sack of potatoes. The uncomfortable carry convinced the mage it was worth it to keep walking. It was dark by the time they reached the shore opposite the village of Riverbank. They debated having Stella try to signal for a boat, but decided against it since they didn't want to spend the night in the village with Harthy. They set up an extra paranoid series of traps and a watch schedule to match, with at least 2 of the heirs awake at all times. The primary concern was Teo coming back, but he would hopefully have difficulty finding them. He'd set a trap for them at Farfield instead of ambushing the heirs at Bridgeguard after all. That made Nathan believe Harthy's claim that Teo didn't have easy access to scrying magic. Shit, Devrar has scrying and teleportation? That's a scary combination. Scry and die is a valid strat. I wonder if I'm immune to scrying. Probably. But the heirs aren't. Not yet. I need to make sure nobody gets a scrying focus off them. Assuming that's how scrying works. It seems like a rare branch of magic, at the very least. The night passed without any notable events, except Harthy's complaining about eating trail food and sleeping in the open. The heirs didn't have a lot of sympathy, and she fell asleep quickly, exhausted by the long walk. The next morning, they got the ride back to Riverbank. It was from the same old man, who eyed Harthy and her purple robe with suspicion, but didn't comment on it. Nathan was tense as they passed through town. If Harthy was going to try casting a spell to cause chaos and make a break for it, now was the time. But she seemed relaxed, even accepting. It didn't stop Nathan from walking a few paces behind her, watching her every move, and ready to break bones if she made a move. She noticed and shot paranoid looks back at him. He just gave her a blank stare until they were out of town and headed back towards the transit road. Once more, they ate meals on the move, aiming to make it to Gamor quickly. It was clear that Harthy hadn't ever done long-distance travel by foot, and she started limping from sore legs and blisters until Kachi healed her for the last leg. And, just like that, they passed along the transit road and entered Gamor.
Harthy gazed up at the city built into the mountain, brows furrowed in confusion. It's so small. Chapter 18. Gamor Once More. Once more, it was late afternoon by the time the heirs made it to Gamor.
The gate guards had been warned what to expect with Harthy, and they'd finally worked out an efficient way to test that Nathan was free of Soul Eater influence. They just zapped him with a wand. If it didn't do anything, he was free to pass. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was good enough, given that most talents didn't stick around after a person was taken over. The exact rules weren't known. It wasn't like they'd done experiments, but it was probably better than just asking Nathan a bunch of questions. After entering the city, the heirs beelined for the Adventurers Guild. Harthy had pulled up her hood, but was still very much wearing a Giant's Rest mage robe, albeit the student version. The purple apparently meant an advanced student, but the cut was distinctive enough that a few people on the street noticed. The adventurers inside the guild definitely noticed, and a wave of silence spread across the hall as they entered.
The void was soon filled with whispers and pointed looks, while Harthy tried to make herself look small. Nathan looked around warily for Eldred or Simla, but didn't see either of them. A clerk scurried out from behind the desk, and Nathan recognized the short man. It was Velik, who had taught him to read. He beckoned them. "Come! The guildmistress wants to see you before the embers cool." He gestured at Harthy. "You too. Follow, please." They walked up the back stairs, headed to Sudrael's office. Harthy hesitated, sensing that her fate was about to be decided. But she was boxed in between Kachi and Nathan prodded her forward when she slowed down. They climbed to the top floor, to the waiting room in front of Sudrael's office. It was manned by Siltul, Sudrael's old Knulled secretary. He fixed Harthy with a gimlet eye and spoke in a scratchy voice.
"The guildmistress will see you in a moment."
The massive, battle-scarred door opened at Siltul's wave, and the heirs entered the guildmistress's office, leaving Harthy outside. It was just as Nathan remembered it. Weapons on the wall that belonged to her dead family, and a recently repaired window looking over the front of the guild and the walls of Gamor beyond. Sudrael sat behind the battleship of a desk, her wizened fingers clasped on its surface as she examined them. There were 5 chairs facing the desk, and the heirs took their seats as the door swung closed behind them with a ponderous thud. Sudrael stared at the heirs as if they were a puzzle to solve. Nathan was pretty sure she wasn't mad at them, but they did present a problem for her. She voiced it aloud. "You have an Archmage of Giant's Rest hoping to eat your livers. He can teleport himself and others, and has been ordered to capture Nathan by no less than a returned founder of Giant's Rest. Somebody Feline believes is a questa. Somebody who may take action on their own." She paused, her face intense. "You might have a quester after you." Nathan furrowed his brow. He'd heard that term more than a few times since he'd arrived in Jamor, but he'd assumed it meant adventurers from beyond Jamor who traveled around taking on quests. So he asked what seemed like a pertinent question. "What is a quester?" The guildmistress leaned back in her throne-like chair, rubbing at a chip in the wood from when she'd thrown it out the window. "Much detail about questers is unknown, and we do not spread what is known broadly. But you have cause to know. Questers themselves say they come from a place called the Distal Expansion. We don't know where it is, and even the traveled traders of Litcliff are blind to this question. I believe it is a place that has survived at least one ending, perhaps more. Perhaps it lives above our heads." She started ticking points off on her fingers. Through some dimensional talent, enchantment, or other ability, questers can travel immense distances instantly, without using teleport. Even non-mage questers can do this. They're inordinately capable fighters, often with multiple classes, impeccable builds, and extraordinary levels. I consider the Guardians of Jamor, all together and well prepared, an even match against a single quester, and some of the more powerful questers could likely defeat them regardless. Sudriel continued, ticking down another finger as she spoke. A quester can discern hidden secrets and powerful insights with the barest effort. This is probably through powerful skills from the distal expansion. Be careful of your secrets, for a quester will learn them with the slightest hint and involve themselves without your request. She ticked down her last finger. And last, they are very hard to kill, both because of their strength and because they travel away when in danger.
The only questers we have ever seen die were killed by other questers. Shit. Scary bastards. And I was worried about teleport being strategically dangerous. These guys sound much worse. And Badud is probably one? At least he's a mage, so less dangerous to me personally. Though he could probably just throw a mountain at me. There's not much I could do about that. Sudriel leaned forward, placing both hands on the desk and conveying utmost seriousness with her words. A questor is a person you hope never to fight. They can appear from anywhere, at any time, with any purpose. They have their own games and politics on a level above our own. They usually match off against one another whenever conflict flares between cities. If Badud moves against Jamor directly, I expect a questor will appear in Jamor to face him. Sudriel sighed deeply and rubbed her forehead, which was creased with worry. It'll probably be Brox Thastus. He's the quester who comes most commonly to Jamor, and to old Jamor, according to some murals we've found. Or it might just be a look-alike, but he doesn't appear to age. She shook her head, still massaging her temples. Regardless, it would be a disaster if Badud pushes the conflict and comes to blows with Brox. But we have no voice in the arguments of questors. I've alerted the guard and all adventurers to be on the lookout for Brox or another stranger who could be a quester. If one does appear, it will be up to me, the elites, and the other counselors to manage them. Under no circumstances are you to involve yourself with even a potentially friendly quester other than to point them to me. People around questors tend to die. Quickly. Brox's sense of humor is unfortunate at best. The old guild mistress looked up, a small grin on her face. Did you know? I believed Feline a quester for some years. She managed to discourage me of the idea, mostly by being too slow and too emotional. Questers solve problems in days, usually by leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Then they travel away as quickly and as mysteriously as they arrived. Feline is strong and strange, but she is not a quester. She waved her hand to encompass the airs. The only way to deal with a hostile quester is to not be found. And if you stay in Gamor to avoid Teol, Badud might decide to take over the hunt, and he may bring all the might of Giant's Rest with him. It is a good thing that Stella has learned message, for tomorrow morning you will be leaving Gamor, and you should not return for some time. Gamor is where they will look for you. The heirs shot confused glances at each other. Where will we go? Stella asked. Sudriel shook her head to dispel the miscommunication. I do not think you should leave the region around Gamor. You should continue with your duties as adventurers. Protect the villagers from the threats which ail them. Fulfill your oath. She snorted with amusement.
Those words carry more weight for you than for most.
Then she grew serious once more. But we will not give you instructions, merely inform you of the threats. You will have to use your own judgment to avoid traps like the one Teol set for you yesterday. Above all, you must level, and quickly. You should take tonight to see your families. Stock up on everything you will need for an extended trip into the wilds. Any questions? Sarah spoke up quickly. When can we return? The guildmistress shrugged expressively. When something changes, Or when you become powerful enough to ward off a questor. She snorted again. That would seem an impossibility for any other group. But your achievements are impossible to ignore. Her eyes softened, and she looked at them with a measure of pity. I am sorry. I hope you will be able to return soon. But this exile may last years.
We will certainly allow you to return whenever, but know that every time will be a risk.
Then Sudrael reached out and slapped the desk lightly, signaling an end to the meeting. Now, you have much to do and little time in which to do it. The guild mistress frowned. And you have left me more work. I will determine Harthy's fate. A Giant's Rest trained enchanter would be a boon, if she can adapt to Jaymore. As they stood to leave, Kachi bowed his head to Sudrael. I have faith she will. I hope to meet Harthy and Jaymore the next time I return. Sudrael's only response was a raised eyebrow, and then they were passing through the sitting room. Nathan gave Harthy a meaningful look as Siltal followed her into Sudrael's office. Arl spoke quietly as they descended, addressing Sarah. We should speak to our father. Nathan's response was dry. I think we all have people we need to talk to.
I'll bet digging the latrine next week that at least one of the Guardians is waiting in the guild hall.
Stella looked back, amused. No bet, even if that task is as lighting a candle to me. Stella's parents, Dalo and Kulal, weren't waiting, but Arl and Sarah's father, Stanel, was just pushing open the doors into the guild hall. He looked somewhat sweaty, as if he'd just finished a long run. And damn was it a look. Arl and Sarah's father was muscled like an Olympic sprinter. His coppery skin was a touch lighter than his children's, contrasting beautifully with his black, shoulder-length hair and closely trimmed beard. That man has an air of raw physicality to him that Hollywood would have spent millions on. Stanel's eyes fixed on the heirs, and he jerked his head in a wordless request to follow. The heirs did so, accompanying the Olympian adventurer out of the guild. Many pairs of eyes watched them go, and Nathan spotted Orem keep hold of the forest rangers raise a mug in his direction.
He gave a quick salute in return, and then they were gone.
The heirs followed Stanel as he turned and ascended the slope of Gamor. He turned and pointed at Nathan. You should get to Beatrice's shop. She and Poppy have said they must speak with you. Come to the Caxel's house when you're done. We'll be there. Don't take long. Nathan nodded. If he was going to be gone from Gamor for a while, then he needed to talk to the blacksmith and alchemist he'd turned into gunsmiths. He'd been worried about the proliferation of the weapons, but there hadn't been any problems on that front so far, and he really couldn't argue with the results Sarah had gotten from her new gear. I hope I'm not about to be told that the secret is out. He broke off from the group, knocking urgently on Beatrice's door. The broad black woman answered after a moment, waving him into her shop. It was sparser than Nathan remembered. Half of the enchanted weapons on display were gone, and the barrels of arrows were mostly empty. He followed Beatrice past the barren displays, asking her about it. Not making more normal weapons anymore? Any problems with your new projects? He didn't want to be more specific until they got within her warded workshop. The burly blacksmith shook her head. No. Busy with the new weapons. We need to talk about that. She unlocked a new enchanted door, then led him into her workshop. It was more crowded than before, with magical presses, drills, and a rifling table scattered around a space liberally coated with metal shavings. Beatrice ignored all of that, calling out to Poppy and leading Nathan towards a set of storage drawers in the back of the room. The orcish alchemist opened a door set into the back wall that Nathan didn't remember, and he caught a glimpse of coiled glassware beyond, before Poppy closed the door. I guess he did move in next door.
Glad that worked out.
The alchemist hustled over, confirming Nathan's guess by giving Beatrice a peck on the cheek.
He gave Nathan a quick nod and headed for the front door.
I'll go get Herden.
Nathan watched as Beatrice began pulling open drawers and setting out cases.
What's all of this about?
He asked, his voice apprehensive. Beatrice pushed hair out of her face, quickly tying it back. I'll let Herden explain. She is the one who... Well, we're all worried, Nathan, but let me show you what I've been doing. Beatrice went ahead and started opening up drawers and pulling out cases, showing Nathan what they'd been making. Guns. Lots and lots of guns. In different styles, with different kinds of ammunition. About 2/3 of them were long-distance rifles. She explained how they'd been prototyping new enchantments, trying to use dimensional ammunition holders with semi-automatic actions.
They hadn't succeeded on that yet, but they had succeeded on a few other projects, including a large-gauge pump-action shotgun. He hadn't really known how the pump mechanism worked, but now that Beatrice had some experience with gunsmithing, she'd apparently figured it out. Nathan looked around at the display of guns that would have fit in at a Texas gun show. He was concerned about all of this. He'd discussed a few more ideas, specifically suggesting the shotgun, but had never brought up the idea of a fully automatic weapon. But Beatrice, Herden, and Poppy were smart. They'd taken what Nathan had said and run with it. And now he was looking at the results of their work. Given what was on display in front of him, Nathan would have been shocked if she hadn't thought about it. He hesitantly asked, Beatrice, have you thought about making a weapon that can fire continuously, as long as the trigger is pulled? She flicked a hand dismissively.
Yes.
I could likely make such a thing, though not without trade-offs. But to what purpose? The limitation here is ammunition. To supply such a weapon would require incredible amounts of it, and we think the true capabilities of this weapon lie in the distance it can shoot, and the increased penetration it provides. But we should wait for Herden, the further conversation. Beatrice continued pulling stuff out, until the workbenches in front of Nathan looked like a gun nut's wet dream. He just watched, noting that only a few of the weapons were enchanted. They showed a progression of design that spoke of an obsession with marrying form and function. His eyes lingered on some of the newest weapons. They were sleek and deadly in a way that the first few sets weren't. Then the gunsmith put 4 guns off by themselves, on a table just to the side. Nathan spent a moment admiring these new weapons. There was a rifle, 2 pistols, and a shotgun. They were of an artistry that went beyond the clean efficiency of their lines and the glowing enchantments. The guns that Sarah had been using for the past few months were very functional weapons that were decorated by their enchantments. But these guns looked like something you'd see in an auction house, with lustrous wood and steel ornamented by intricate scrollwork. Nathan took in the spread of steel again. How did you make all of this so quickly? This is amazing. Beatrice took a deep breath. I developed my class. I'm a gunsmith inventor now, and that's related to what we want to talk to you about. Yeah, that would do it. New class skills focused around making firearms? No wonder she can bang out so many, and with such fine details. The door flew open, and Nathan saw the familiar figure of Herden bustle in. The short woman's cascade of white hair seemed alive as she stormed into the room, taking in Nathan looking over Beatrice's display. Poppy came in behind her and hurried to lock the door. Herden had caught the last words and spoke up. Let me handle this, niece. She pivoted to Nathan. When we swore that oath, did we think about what would happen if you died? We didn't, did we? She pointed at Beatrice. My niece was as pleased as a muck grabber in the sewer, so excited that she developed her class to focus on gunsmithing, without thinking of the consequences. If you died, her new class would be char in the forge. Herden stayed fixated on Nathan, jabbing at him with 2 fingers on her hand.
These weapons could change how Jamor fights. Imagine a ranger in the woods, hidden in a bush, shooting at foes a half-mile away even before skills. Nathan, see the light in your eyes. According to Sudrael, you have fought 3 fights of life and death since last we spoke. Do not smother our fire, Nathan. Not when we can finally see its potential. She waved expansively at the arsenal of firearms arrayed on the table.
Hear me. I understand your desire to control the insights you have brought to Devrar. We understand the weight of them. But we want you to yield your control of these insights. Allow the 3 of us to manage the insights of guns. Let us decide who to teach, who to sell to. She spoke beseechingly. We are natives of Gamor. We will hold these insights tighter than a dragon's egg, hiding them from our foes. But I beg you, do not let these weapons die with you, or make us wait for you to return to approve any new agenda. Allow these weapons to become an insight of the bow. Well, shit. Chapter 19. Crafting Conundrums. Nathan spent a moment looking around the room, locking eyes with Herdine, Beatrice, and Poppy in turn. His brows were furrowed in thought. I can see where they're coming from. It must be frustrating to pour your work into something and worry it'll all amount to nothing for reasons outside of your control.
But I didn't ask for Beatrice to take the class development for this. That was her decision. He frowned as he scanned the workshop, taking in all of the guns laid out. It was clear that they were ready to adopt guns as a way to fight more broadly. They just needed his approval. But he needed to leave tomorrow, for who knew how long. Nathan wished he had more time to think about all of this. Beatrice gazed at him imploringly. Surrounded by the fruits of her labor from her new class, Nathan could understand why. She really wants this, but doesn't know how to ask for something so significant. This is totally beyond Gamor's culture of hoarding insights. They don't really have anything to offer me in return. Maybe I should give it away for that reason alone. I want to break Gamor out of that stupid tradition. Poppy could barely meet Nathan's eyes. The short orc looked ashamed. He was shooting glances at Herdin, wincing at her tone. He doesn't want to be here.
I think he feels the most indebted to me of all of them. Especially if that supercritical carbon dioxide extraction insight panned out. Though I would probably consider that debt repaid if he figured out how to use alchemy and chemistry together. That sounds awesome. As the last of their little gunpowder cabal, Herdin stood as a pillar of authority in front of Nathan. The enchanter had been the guild mistress of the Crafters Guild before her retirement, and she seemed to be uncomfortable at having to make such a request of Nathan. Nathan did appreciate that Herdin had been straightforward about the request. He was sure she could have been underhanded in getting leverage on Nathan, or tried to call in favors for people to lean on him. But then he would have felt ambushed, and Herdin was smart enough to just give Nathan the straight request. It meant there was a way for him to refuse.
He couldn't complain about that request being made so suddenly. He was being actively hunted by an archmage of Giant's Rest, and maybe by a quester. The plan was to leave Gamor with no solid date of return. If he didn't come back, then under their oath, these guns couldn't be given or sold to anybody. That would leave them out in the dark. They couldn't give these guns to anyone, even the young bows who are going to become adventurers in the next few years. On the other hand, Nathan did not want to release information freely, or even to all of the bows. He was intentionally holding back insights he thought were dangerous, like atomic theory and covalent bonding. Though guns wouldn't be as bad, it would unleash a new kind of warfare, but it wouldn't spell doom for the entire continent. It was possible that gun-based classes might end the dominance of magic in combat, but Nathan's real worry was that Giant's Rest or Agmon would start producing the weapons, as a tool of expansion. Both of their militaries were well suited to mass deployment of the weapons. Telling Beatrice and Co. about guns had been a calculated risk, a way to help a struggling Jamor that was hemmed in by dangerous enemies on all sides. But Nathan had reassured himself that he had control of the process. Now, they were asking him to give that up. Though if I deny them, and then go off and die, all it does is slow people down. The secret is out, one way or another. They could probably figure out a loophole, maybe accidentally leave a gun without a self-destruct around for some other craftsman to find. Or just break the oath. I still don't know what the consequences for that are. Beatrice saw Nathan's hesitation and spoke up, her voice deep and placating. We're not asking for this in exchange for just a weight of favors, though you will also receive that. She gestured towards the 4 guns that each looked worthy of a craftsman's masterpiece. Take those. The rifle is for Sarah. More accurate, faster action. Each should be nearly silent, and the barrels are almost completely frictionless, with no overheating. Then she pointed at the shotgun. Stanel asked about an appropriate weapon for Arl. I think that's suitable, but you would need to agree to give it to him. Nathan looked over the weapons, frowning. He addressed the gathered crafters with his greatest worry. In my world, these kinds of weapons have replaced all others. They were expanded and developed into tools of death, capable of massive slaughter. I don't know if I want to unleash something like that on Davrar. I know the story of that transition, and want to avoid the worst horrors if I can. Artillery, in particular, is a weapon I'm not sure I want invented. The death tolls in battle before and after artillery were invented are starkly different. The collateral damage, too. Herdin's brows drew down as Nathan spoke, though she waited until he was done before she snapped back. You act as the master of the mountain, dispensing wisdom to poor disciples. Nathan Lark, you are not the sole responsible person in Jamor. I have lived 3 times your years, and buried enough children and grandchildren to fill a heart overfull. We have dangers on Jamor that make these weapons small, such as monsters and mages. We need every tool to fight such things. She broke off, visibly pulling herself back from the tirade, and her voice became pleading. You give us weapons that would let us challenge the dangers of Davrar. Let a new adventurer slay a stalker or a siege boar to earn their level 27 development without risk. I cannot help but be frustrated at the thought that these weapons will be limited because of the fear of what could be, when they could help us challenge the problems that are. Her expression had cracked from one of stern ferocity to that of a worried mother, fearing for her children. This is your insight, and you may freely choose what to do with it. But we ask, let us use it to defend Gamore better. We will owe you for it, a favor to outweigh all others. You fear that the insights of these weapons will escape? So do we. We fear all insights we hoard may be used against us. What is special about this one is that it is not ours to lose, and that it could change the way we fight. So we ask you, may we use it to its full potential? Nathan was rocked back by Herdin's speech. He took a second to think over what she'd said. Then he frowned and asked a question that seemed relevant. But how sure can you be that you can maintain secrecy? What happens if the Council asks you, or Agmon or Giant's Rest decide to try and steal the secret? Herdin shrugged. It is an insight. We are accustomed to the spycraft used to safeguard crafting insights. We already guard our workshop with enchanted locks, but as the existence of the insight becomes known, we may bring in bow guards or employ further magical protections. As for the Council, they can ask. But if you wish, we will refuse them. This insight is yours. We merely wish to use it, if you will allow us to do so, on your terms." Nathan nodded, considering the old craftswoman's argument. "You know, she's got a point. I'm being a bit paternalistic here. I know how this knowledge changed Earth's history, but things are different on Devrar. Classes, skills, and talents completely change how both manufacturing and warfare work. And I shouldn't be so worried about weapons development. Mages are basically artillery on their own, and monsters require heavy weaponry. The danger here isn't guns making battle more dangerous. It's already dangerous with monsters like the Grave Tangle running around. Guns will let lower-level people kill higher-level people, and even the playing field against mages. Gamor already has fewer mages, but makes up for it in experience, grit, and sacrifice. And Herdine thinks the guns will reduce the amount of sacrifice necessary.
Herden went to speak again, but Nathan held up a hand.
"Sorry, I need to think for a second. Let's drill down past the emotional argument and lay bare the pros and cons. The bows are better positioned to navigate some of these issues than I am. They have lifetimes of experience both in adventuring and crafting, and greater knowledge of what Devrar can facilitate. And I do want Gamor to be more capable. They seem generally much more decent than both Giant's Rest and Agmon. But I really would rather not spread this knowledge recklessly. I don't want to be responsible for armies of slave soldiers with rifles, or Agmon legionaries with cannons. But there has to be a balance. I can't help Gamor without some risk of the secret being stolen. All I can do is take the necessary precautions and be ready to run damage control if necessary. But I'm not in a position to really oversee things if I'm adventuring in the boonies for the next year."
He leaned down over his chair, massaging his brows as he thought.
Ultimately, the cat's out of the bag. The oath isn't perfect, and the information isn't going to die, not with how many guns have been made. Not unless I demand they destroy them all right now. But this is a great way to give Gamor an edge, and I'd prefer to be on good terms with the people who are leading this revolution. In fact, if I hold the favor for the insight, then I might be able to use it for real change in the future. Break the culture of insight hoarding. I think this is the way I do that." Nathan sighed, and Herdine patiently waited for him to speak. He still had some reservations, and wanted to phrase this carefully. After another moment, he said, "I'm willing to relinquish my hold on this insight, allow you to teach more people about guns, and sell them as you want." At Herdine's victorious expression, he held up a finger. "But I have some conditions."
"While I'm going to let you teach new apprentices and sell the guns, I want to retain some ownership. I know you already want to keep control of the insight, but I'm going to require that you three retain direct control over every weapon sold and everybody who is taught. Furthermore, I want favors from everyone. Part of the sale of these weapons should be favors, and I want to be able to call those in later. I also retain control of the insight. If I come back and find you're doing something I don't like, then I'll be able to tell you to stop. Is that enough? Those conditions seem kind of harsh to me, but they're asking for a lot. Do I want to give my veto power to Stanel or Kia or someone else? Not really. That just seems like another back door. But I can leave them with a warning. All that said, there's a quote from my world that I would like you to keep in mind. You may live to see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Please be careful. Don't chase lethality to the exclusion of all else. I don't want to see guns in the dueling arena, or a scaled-up version hurling explosives into a city, and I will put a stop to it if I see that. If you change how warfare works, then people will stop at nothing to emulate your methods. Beware that every weapon you invent may someday be used against you.
You know, under that principle, I maybe shouldn't have started this whole project. It's hard to think of a tool better suited to kill me than a gun. Beatrice gave Nathan a slow nod, and Poppy let out a tightly held breath. Herden's broad face morphed into a gentle smile, and her voice was quiet. Your conditions are acceptable. We will be careful and treat this insight with the respect it is due. And we will continue to speak to you and ask your advice whenever you're in town. You are due a large favor from us, and the bow broadly.
You will have the influence you seek.
And so Nathan gave them permission to use the insights he'd given them. They'd still have to get agreement from each other to teach people or sell guns, but that would be easier than waiting for Nathan to return. The atmosphere lightened now that they'd dealt with the elephant in the room. Both Beatrice and Poppy looked like a large weight had been lifted from their shoulders, while Herdine just looked satisfied. With that issue solved, Poppy dragged Nathan into his lab to show him the progress he'd made with using carbon dioxide extraction to create new alchemy reagents. The orc had worked up an impressive setup for it, and the alchemist excitedly walked Nathan through the process. First, he would pass air from Beatrice's forge through a series of tubes with enchanted cold traps to condense dry ice. For the extractions, he had an enormously strong crucible with a lid that looked like the hatch on a submarine. He showed Nathan the grid what he would pile raw materials so that they'd be submerged in the supercritical carbon dioxide, and the collection vessel underneath, where the extract would end up as the supercritical carbon dioxide vaporized. To get there, he'd add dry ice and heat the crucible over a fire. Poppy complained that he'd had problems with burning the extract, since it was hard to control the temperature. Nathan reminded Poppy that the temperature he needed to push the dry ice into criticality wasn't really that high. He suggested using a water bath with lukewarm water. It was easier to stabilize the temperature of a large pot of water than a chunk of metal over a fire, especially because you could add more water of a different temperature. If the alchemist could just keep the water around body temperature, that would be enough to prevent burning, but allow the temperature inside to reach the necessary level to drive the carbon dioxide supercritical. Honestly, Nathan found it nice to discuss basic experimental design like this. It felt so familiar to talk about a protocol and figure out how to deal with issues. This was something Nathan had spent literally years doing, even if it had been a while since he'd done physical chemistry like this. Poppy showed Nathan some of the resulting extracts, remarking over how concentrated they were. He held 2 green glowing extracts aloft, admiring their shifting glow. The orcish alchemist mentioned offhandedly how he was trying to figure out what extraction time gave the proper balance of the different components. Before Nathan knew it, he was explaining how he'd designed the experiment, including a staggered time course and controls like not adding any materials to the crucible to see what contaminants came from the process itself. He bet there were other organics in there from the forge fire production of dry ice, but it would be hard to tell. Mid-tier lecturing 6 achieved.
Have you made anything from the new extracts yet?
Nathan asked. The alchemist shook his head and grunted in amusement. I tried to make a healing potion, but the vessel exploded, as if I was using essence extracted from the verdant snow petal instead of simple bright leaf. I'll either need to dilute the essence down or get an entire new set of equipment to contain it. The alchemist rubbed his hands together excitedly, looking over the shelf of glowing extracts. But dilution is for the cowardly. I will rise to this challenge and follow Beatrice's development. He turned to Nathan, a confident smile on his face. Next time you return, I will give you the most powerful potions ever made in Gamor. Even you might not be able to handle them. Nathan coughed out a laugh at the unexpected remark before the pair returned to Beatrice's workshop.
Beatrice was packing up the gift she'd made for Sarah and Arl, and Nathan took another moment to admire the incredible workmanship and dense enchantments.
The shotgun and rifle each went into their own case, while the pistols shared one. They packed everything up into a large burlap bag, along with a bunch of ammunition, and handed it to Nathan before bidding him farewell. Poppy gave Nathan an elaborate bow. "May Davrar be kind and the endings pass you by, friend of my house." Then he blinked and reflected on the formulaic phrase. "Well, sorry about—" Beatrice cut him off. "Never mind him. The lessons of youth are vigorous." She simply drew Nathan into a hug, pounding him on the back with great strength. "Come back to us. I want to pay back this favor and learn more of your home." Herden was last. She looked into Nathan's eyes and grasped his forearm with a serious expression. "Nathan Lark is known to the Bose as a friend, and we will always give you shelter and aid."
Freedom and brightness to you.
Her mouth quirked up. "I am realizing I should do something nice for Vala for bringing you to us." She glanced at the bag of guns. "I can come by later to bind the self-destructs. Have Dalo send me a message." Nathan left Beatrice's workshop a few minutes later with mixed feelings, some weighty favors, and a sturdy sack containing 3 weapon cases and several boxes of ammunition. It was heavy. "I don't think I could have carried this at all before, but I've been doing hours of physical training every day. On Earth, that wouldn't be sustainable, but here I've got regeneration to help out. Wait, it's called Perfected Body now. With all the complications with Tael and Harthy, I've really let it drop to the perimeter of my attention. Well, time to check it out and see if I really got what I wanted." After all, he'd built Perfected Body as more than a simple upgrade to regeneration.
It was supposed to give him a functional level of control over his own biochemistry. Not only would that help him deal with poison and aging, but it would hopefully allow him to improve the efficiency of almost every part of his body. Nathan turned downhill as he thought, looping around an indirect path through the steep streets of Jamor. He strongly doubted that Tael had anybody capable of direct action with this little warning. A spy was not a hit squad. But it was worth a 15-minute detour to render himself unpredictable on the one occasion he was unaccompanied. He kept one eye on his surroundings, relying on notice to pick up anything suspicious, while the rest of his attention focused on the wording of Perfected Body. Permanent talent, Perfected Body. You have achieved precise control of your body at a minuscule level. This talent will automatically spend stamina to efficiently and immediately heal wounds. You can spend stamina to make innate changes, which include banishing poison, countering aging, and restructuring your body on a minuscule level. Larger wounds and greater changes will cost more stamina. Perfected Body will not prevent you from dying of grievous wounds. Yeah, definitely a significant upgrade over regeneration. Very rapidly heal wounds had become efficiently and immediately heal wounds. And Nathan had the sense that there was a lot of meaning contained in that one line about restructuring. Nathan flexed his left arm, the one that Arl had sliced off at his request during the fight with Tael. The arm whose regrowth he had guided with all of the insight into human biochemistry he could muster and store in that regrowth had earned him Perfected Body, but it had done more as well. Nathan hoisted the heavy bag of weapons with his right arm, straining to curl his arm. Then he repeated the motion with his left arm, easily curling the bag up to his chin. They don't look different, but the regrown one is a lot stronger. I think shaping the regrowth of high-density actinomycin is responsible for that. I wonder. Nathan focused on the muscles in his right arm, guiding his stamina into the tissues to replicate what he'd done on the left one. He focused on the muscle fibers, aiming to tightly and efficiently pack in the fibers of actin and myosin filaments, such that every myosin head had an efficient and proper binding interaction with a neighboring actin filament. Too much detail,
and it felt like Nathan was only succeeding at improving a single cell. Too little, and nothing happened. It was only by leveraging his battle meditation and enhanced memory that Nathan could properly induce a specific improvement in all of the muscles of his arm. At that point, Nathan's stamina started plummeting. His right arm grew warm and uncomfortable, bones creaking slightly. Neat. I won't have to cut off all my limbs to get the benefit. It would be hard to do that with my core anyway. There's got to be an upper limit on how much I can improve things. But if I systematically reinforce bones and tendons, I bet it's pretty high. Need to think about ways to do that. Nathan halted the exercise before his stamina dropped below half, feeling that his arms were close to matched in strength. Definitely going to do more of that when I can get stamina from Stella. Nathan spent the rest of the walk brainstorming other applications of his new talent. He could think of dozens of other ways to improve his body, from increasing the air permeability of his lungs to improving myelination patterns in his peripheral nervous system. He was almost to the Caxall mansion when a final thought came to him. Oh, time to clean out any remaining toxins from Earth. No more microplastics or polyfluoroalkyl shenanigans in this, Nathan. No siree. Then he had a second thought. What if one of those toxins was the source of his anti-magic? Would cleaning out toxins cripple his most potent weapon against Giant's Rest? No. It's acknowledged by Davrar now. Whatever chemical gave me the anti-magic isn't needed anymore. The talent is the source of that power now. And with that thought, Nathan swept himself clean of one of his last connections to Earth before he went to meet his friends. Chapter 20. Guardian's Challenge. Nathan approached the gate to the Caxall mansion, which was protected by a high wall sparking with arcs of silent lightning. He could probably have climbed the wall without issue, but instead waited for the gate to open and a force bridge to extend across the electrified gap. Nathan hopped over the bridge, not wanting to break it and risk touching the enchanted metal of the gate. I mean, it looks expensive.
I'm a lot more worried about damaging their security system than about the security system damaging me.
Anti-magic is funny like that. Nathan walked through the verdant garden, seeing Kalal waving him in from the wide sitting room that overlooked the meticulously landscaped yard. The petite foxfolk woman was alone, clearly waiting to let Nathan into the front yard. She hurried to open the door for him, seeming somewhat more reserved than her usual ebullient self.
Nathan, you are welcomed to our home once more.
Stella's mother gave him a quick hug. Nathan almost protested, worried for her magical robes, but she was quick, leaving him with just a memory of soft fur. Kalal turned and walked deeper into the house.
The heirs will be staying in our home tonight, for we wish you close on your last night in Jamor. Your room is upstairs. Darlo is with Stella getting things from your rooms at the guild. He wishes to speak with you when he returns.
Kia's with Kachi downstairs, and Stanel is with Arl and Sarah in the dining room. Can I guide you to your room? The house can feel quite large. Nathan followed her in, holding out the bag. This is for Sarah and Arl, actually. Can I bring it to them? Kulal looked back at him and the bag, gauging its contents. She gave an amused smile. You are a generous one. Indeed you are. They're right through here. She gestured Nathan to the dining room, and he opened the door and strode through. Stanel looked up, annoyed at being interrupted from his intense conversation with his kids. He was sitting at the head of the table, with Sarah on his left and Arl on his right. Nathan took a second to appreciate the tableau of the three people with sculpted features and incredible physiques, all looking at him in surprise. The family resemblance was strong, as was the look of concentration and frustration all three wore. Now that looks like a carefully staged scene from a movie.
Too bad the lighting's a bit meh.
Nathan, we are discussing class developments. I would ask for some time alone with my children before we meet for a meal. Nathan stepped into the room, setting the bag and the cases they contained onto the table with a thud. This might influence your discussion. New guns and ammunition from Beatrice, Poppy, and Herden. Stanel's eyes narrowed further. New weapons. I had asked Beatrice for 2 pistols for Arl, but she did not agree to the order. She said she needed your acceptance because of the insights involved. Nathan gestured towards the bag, shrugging. It's a bit more complicated than that. More gifts. 1 for Sarah, 2 for Arl. We'll need Herden to come by later to bind them. He didn't move towards the bag, not wanting to risk damaging the unique weapons inside. Arl's attention focused on the bag, and he reached for it. Stanel grabbed his hand, eyes intent on Nathan. What's the price? You've given us much, and only received a single talent in return. I won't accept largesse without knowing its cost, especially without wondering at the price you paid to Beatrice. Sarah rolled her eyes and grabbed the bag, digging out the cases. Dad, we've got an understanding with Nathan. Don't worry about debts between us. If he gives us these gifts, they're ours. What's he going to do, use them himself? The comment didn't placate the older, but he released Arl as Sarah laid out the cases and boxes of ammunition. She popped open the largest one, mouth opening in surprise at the contents. She hefted out the rifle inside, laying it on the table and running her fingers up and down the weapon. She looked up at Nathan. How's it better? He shrugged. They said something about greater accuracy, smoother action, and less sound. There should be instructions that explain it.
Beatrice's gotten a lot better at guns, and I think her deans worked out the enchantments and added more.
These are the best they've made yet. Stanel only grew grumpier as Arl flipped open the first of his cases, revealing the finely worked pistols. They were a bit stubbier and chunkier than Sarah's, with a shorter barrel and an 8-shot cylinder. He grunted appreciatively, then opened the shotgun case and pulled out the wide-barreled weapon. "What is this?" he asked, inspecting its profile. Nathan gestured towards the sheet of crude paper covered with tiny writing. "It's explained there. It's a weapon that I described to Beatrice a while ago, supposed to be powerful at close range and easy to use." The swordsman gave Nathan a friendly glare. "I'll ignore the water on my fire in that." He snatched up the instructions and started reading. Stanel scooted closer and read over his shoulder. After a short while, Arl tossed the instructions down and looked over at his father. "I think I should take Master of Many Weapons." Stanel blinked, then nodded slightly. "It's climbed above Blade Master in your eyes?" He cast the gaze over the weapons cases, nodding with some reluctance. "With these weapons, I can understand why. And it frees me from regret that you will follow in my footsteps." He turned to Sarah. "Has this swayed you from your chosen path?" Sarah shook her head, still eyeing the internal workings of the new rifle. "Now that I've got this, I'm more certain of my aim than before. I know you dismiss skills which provide ammunition, but with these weapons, I believe it is best to take headshot gunslinger." Stanel nodded and stood up from the table. "Acquaint yourselves with your new weapons, then. I wish to speak to Nathan." He opened the door out of the dining room, ushering Nathan through, and then gently closing it behind them. Stanel rounded on him with anger on his face, but Nathan forestalled the legendary weapon master. "I won't ask them to fight Giant's Rest with me," he assured him. "I won't stop them, but I promise you that I will not call in any debts whatsoever to ask them to fight." Stanel's handsome face lost some of its ferocity, but he still jabbed at Nathan with a finger. "But you have already drawn them into your conflict. You were ambushed by an archmage." His voice was low but resolved, clearly trying not to be overheard through the door. Nathan shrugged. "Yes, and that encounter wasn't even the most dangerous one on our journey. We fought back and won without any casualties, and because of it, Arl and Sarah have reached level 81 and their second-class development. But now we may be hunted further. He regarded Stanel a moment longer, seeing worry overtaking anger on the man's sculpted features. The only choice here is letting your children continue to adventure with me, or not, Nathan stated. And even that should be their choice, not yours.
Al and Sarah are adventurers. Adults, Stanel. Will you interfere with that? They'll listen to your wisdom, but do you want to impose your will on your children?
Stanel let out a long sigh, leaning against the wall and running his fingers through his dark, wavy hair. Just promise me this. If you bring the weight of Giant's Rest down upon yourself and the heirs, do your best to protect them. Value your team more than your vendetta. He looked up at Nathan, challenging him to deny the request. Nathan gave a slow, serious nod. I hate Giant's Rest because of what they would do to people like my teammates. I'll protect them. Or avenge them. High-tier earnestness 7 achieved. Suddenly there was a commotion by the front door, and Nathan stepped out into the hall to see that Stella and Darlo had just arrived. Kulal gave her husband a quick peck on the cheek before closing the door behind them. Darlo looked up and saw Nathan, and his face hardened.
With his long white beard and ascetic profile, the expression was pretty intimidating, like seeing the master of a Shaolin temple pissed off. God damn it, this is just going to keep happening, isn't it? Darlo strode quickly in his direction, wearing a similarly angry expression on his face as Stanel a moment ago. What really set Darlo apart was the way his eyes lit up like welding torches, and each of his footsteps sent a faint tremor through the house, with his beard blowing in an unseen wind. You! Darlo came to a stop in front of Nathan, and despite the fact that the elementalist was a few inches shorter, his figure seemed to loom with the promise of incredible power. The world warped at his word, bending in response to his magic and will. It's a good thing I know in my bones that his magic isn't particularly useful against me, and that he's unlikely to demolish his house to inconvenience me. Nathan stood still, furrowing his brow against the intimidating pressure and waiting for Darlo to continue. I think I know why he's pissed, but I want him to say it. You isn't a whole lot to go on. Darlo's presence receded slightly in the face of Nathan's calm response. His eyes still blazed, but the reality-bending effects lessened as he spoke. You have endangered my daughter twice over. You teach her dangerous magic, and you bring down the might of Giant's Rest upon her head. Dad! Stella's embarrassed and affronted shout rang out, and she stomped down the hallway. Her father waved a hand, and a barrier of force blocked the passage, so thick it was like looking through a foot of clear water. Darlo turned back to him, and Nathan noticed the mage was floating a few inches above the ground. Man, that's cool. I should probably be taking this more seriously, but I have a really hard time seeing how this goes badly. Too many restraining influences. Too many indications that Darlo is playing up his temper in order to impress on me how serious he is. Nathan made sure his face was straight, and he gave a second solemn nod to the second angry father of the evening. I understand. It is the life of an adventurer, the life Stella has chosen for herself, and you allowed her to choose. We fight dangerous foes and need dangerous tools. You will cease teaching my daughter magic. He snorted a brief burst of flame, somehow managing not to set his beard on fire. Leaving aside what an anti-mage could know of true magic, your insights are dangerous. The shield behind Darlo shattered to reveal Stella, her eyes crackling with multicolored bolts of electricity. A jet of incandescent light in her hands dimmed. Darlo blinked in surprise, eyes glued to the spell dissipating in her hands. What was that?
Stella ignored his question and advanced on her father.
If you don't like what Nathan has taught me, speak to me. He gave me the choice, and I took it. It's thanks to him I have electricity, magnetism, and light mana.
Dallo bristled at her words.
He dangled a dragon's hoard of magical insights before your face and asked if you were interested, without mentioning the dragon's reprisal. Are you the dragon? I am without injury from his lessons. I know lightning magic better than you do now. Plus light and message. I have grounding enough to invent my own spells with ease. Stella was shouting now, her braid rising over her shoulder with static, flashes of light emanating from her fingertips as she gestured. Dallo looked doubtful, sneering slightly. Then show me this spell that your new insights have let you craft. Stella sucked air through her teeth and cupped her hands together, focusing her attention on the space between them. A small sphere of lightning and fire crackled to life. Heat spreads as another form of light, she explained. I concentrate fire and lightning mana into a stable vortex, containing both with magnetic mana. I use light mana to reflect and amplify all the light and heat back into the construct, giving the energy only one way out. Then I use air to guide the flow. A spear of hissing brilliance reached out from Stella's fingers, a 6-inch torch of extremely intense, bright blue flame, fizzing and cracking. Nathan could feel the heat on his face from feet away. Dallo recoiled. That is... Stella, stop! She cut off the flow of magic in response to the panicked tone of his voice. Dallo rushed forward to check her hands for burns, suddenly the worried father. That is a type of spell I only gained after my level 729 development. It is extremely dangerous. It's plasma, the fourth state of matter. Nathan spoke quietly, looking between father and daughter. Dallo's head whipped up. What? Nathan shrugged. That's what it is. I could explain what it is and how it works. Stella could probably develop the mana type soon. She already has the requisite mana, now that I think of it. Now that you think of it, Dallo's voice dripped with displeasure. Nathan, I categorically refuse to allow Stella to learn this. This kind of magic can kill, invisibly, silently, in ways both confusing and terrifying. Nathan nodded at the older mage. Radiation. I understand it, and why it happens. And I agree that insight needs to be treated with care, but plasma and radiation aren't equivalent. Stella's plasma torch spell wouldn't have done that, not in the way the spell you used to kill the Grave Tangle did. Light mana could do the same with the right spell. It's dangerous, but if you understand it, you can stay safe. I'm not sure I want to teach Stella to fire beams of gamma radiation. But that's the crux of his argument. Dallo thinks I shouldn't teach her because it's too dangerous, which is fair since he doesn't know how radiation works. I think I should teach her, but inform her of the dangers and let her make her own decisions. Stella pulled her hands from her father, stepping around him to stand beside Nathan.
This is why I listen to Nathan. Instead of refusing to tell me things, he explains why they're dangerous and helps me figure it out. He understands magic in a way you don't.
Dallo looked frustrated and angry. He opened his mouth to argue, when Kulal laid a furry hand on his shoulder. She didn't exert any force, but he closed his mouth and visibly calmed down. Kulal stepped up lightly, her own eyes shining a depthless blue.
I share my darling husband's worry. These draconic magics have killed many mages, and controlling them requires care and knowledge that few possess. Stella, dearest, we would teach you these things in time. Can you not be patient?
Stella looked down at her feet, and Nathan couldn't tell if she was mad, embarrassed, or sad. They waited a moment before she looked up again, and the magic in her eyes had dimmed. I would wait. I could do that if you asked. The light in her eyes reignited, and sparks played over Stella's hands. But the truth is that Nathan can explain some of these magics better than you could. He knows how they work. Can you make lightning do this? The sparks in her hand formed a crackling bridge between her hands, which flexed and bent. The shape grew more complicated, and tendrils reached off from the main path, forming characters. Stella spelled out her name, one letter at a time. Then she released the spell and started casting anew. Or control the color of light so easily? Stella made several balls of floating light, which each oscillated in color, ramping through the colors of the rainbow and back. She focused on one, and it split into bands of color which wavered and danced. Dallo stood slack-jawed, shocked by his daughter's control. He hugged Kulal to him as they gazed at the floating balls of conjured light. The foxfolk woman snuggled into her husband, and she murmured something quietly to him as the colors danced over them. He sighed and rested his head atop her own, shoulders drooping as he returned her hug. "Learn what magic you will," Kulal finally said. "We will always be here. Be safe." Dallo focused on Nathan, resigned and nostalgic. "I remember a time when magic was mine for the taking. Seeing this, it reminds me of such times, and makes me want to ask you for such insights. What would have been if you were a mage, Nathan Lark? I find myself glad we will not find out, but I wish to see such a conflagration of magic all the same. I only hope my child is spared from the immolation you would surely suffer if you challenged these most dangerous of magics." Kulal looked up at him, her gaze soft and pleading. "Understand the weight of these insights, Nathan. They could win wars or buy palaces, But do not lead my dearest daughter into danger for her debt, I beg you." A low chuckle echoed from down the hall, and Stanel stepped out of the alcove he'd slipped into while Dallo and Stella had let their emotions rule their magic. "I ask the same, given the gifts bestowed upon Sarah and Arl." He clapped Nathan on the shoulder. "Nathan has promised not to call upon these debts to take the heirs to Giant's Rest, and to prioritize their safety over his vendetta." Kulal's face morphed into a soft smile at Stanel's words. Dallo's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded, as if, despite his surprise, he couldn't muster up the energy to show it. "Yeah, but I don't really think they owe me a debt. They're my friends, so I don't view this as a terribly burdensome promise. And it's also not an oath. I've sworn enough of those." A door banged open downstairs, and Kachi clattered up the stairs, followed closely by Kia. The tall, scarred woman in shining armor fixed her attention on Nathan, and he felt like he was being sighted in by artillery. "Really? Again? I need to go through this with every single one of my friend's parents?" Kia walked up to him, face solemn. "Good aim, Nathan Lark. Kill the bastard next time, you'll level more." Then she walked past him toward the dining room. Over her shoulder she yelled, "I'm hungry! Let's make dinner our nemesis of the moment." Nathan blinked after her. "I guess not." In retrospect, I should have known Kia wouldn't have an issue with us being hunted by an archmage. She probably considers it good experience. Chapter 21. Guardian's Farewell. Dinner was elaborate, large, and delicious. Dallo and Kulal had brought out the best of Jaymore cooking for the heir's last dinner in Jaymore, and Nathan enjoyed the hearty meats swimming in heavy sauce, and the vegetables stewed in spices. The drinks were also good. Dallo had cracked open his liquor cabinet, and Nathan was once again drinking the syrupy purple Umna liquor that he and Kaya favored. Everybody was drinking a fair amount, Nathan noticed. The conversation was light-hearted, even if it covered serious topics. The heirs were telling the long versions of their adventures of the past few weeks. Stanel was proud, if a bit worried, to hear that Sarah had killed a member of the Agmon nobility, while Kulal was more interested in hearing about the crystalline book that had actually been a spell propagation engine, making it clear she wanted to study everything they'd recovered. The Guardians were duly impressed with how simple the siege boar fight had been, summed up by Stanel's wry comment that felling a siege boar without risk below level 81 is an impressive feat. However, the fight they dissected the most was Tail's ambush.
Dallo was somewhat perturbed when it became clear that Nathan had directed the team's actions, but Kia had approved of the way the fight had gone. She summed it up succinctly. They had a counter prepared, but you had hidden capabilities and took the advantage. Learn that lesson well. Never let your enemies know what they wish, for they will plan to win. Many fights are won before blades are drawn. Kachi looked over to Nathan, a faint grin on his face. Nathan has said as much, though phrased it as knowledge from his world. A book called The Art of War. Kia snorted. One doesn't need an entire book for that small insight. She cocked an eyebrow at Nathan. What else is in there? He shrugged. Some philosophy. Discussions on when and why to fight, when to retreat, and how to bluff well. To be honest, most of it is outdated political advice. The book's more than 2,000 years old. A moment of silence greeted Nathan's comment. The heirs had faced this realization before, that Nathan knew writings thousands of years old, but it was news to the Guardians. Gamor's culture was only a few hundred years old and mainly focused on survival. Instead of writing and history, they had lethal dungeons. The only things to survive the endings were ready to kill you. Stanel broke the silence, seizing on his comment. Nathan, what is the greatest weapon from your world? Nathan took another sip of Umna, and he almost coughed. He set the glass down before meeting the man's dark eyes. I shouldn't answer that. Stanel looked disappointed. I'm not asking for the insights behind them. I just want to hear the description of the greatest weapon. What even counts as a weapon? I guess they call nukes weapons of mass destruction, so that's obvious. Does a battleship count? The biggest weapon a person can really wield is probably a tank. Or a fighter jet. I've already described those to the heirs at least.
I won't talk about the most terrible weapon, Nathan said with a shrug. The most impressive weapons are probably flying machines. They can go faster than a bullet fired from a rifle and carry enough firepower to destroy a grave tangle, and cost enough to feed a small city for a year. Or something. I don't know the exact math behind all of that, but it feels like the right order of magnitude. The weapon master gave him a faint smile, eyes distant. Ah, to fly across the land at such speeds, dispensing destruction. Dallo's voice was sarcastic. To think, with such a thing you could nearly imitate a mage. Stanel threw a fork at Dallo. It bounced off a tiny shield of force before returning to Stanel's hands. Nobody said anything beyond a faint sigh from Kulal. Stanel leaned forward on his elbows and grinned at the powerful elementalist. Well, you have to worry about mana, or other mages messing with your spells,
Or even people like Nathan here, with a special relationship with magic.
The weapon master speared a long vegetable and chewed on it, looking victorious. How would you fight Nathan, Dallo? Stella's father shot Nathan an appraising look, running his fingers through his beard. Don't hit him. Break whatever he's standing on. Bury him in rubble, melt the rubble, then squash it. Kaya spoke up from the other end of the table, lifting her glass of purple liquor. Ah, but what if he is in the air, as I often am? Stanel spoke up once more, interjecting while Dallo thoughtfully chewed on his vegetables. We've pored over the specifics of the other heirs' planned builds, even if they've shifted in recent times. His eyes panned over his own children. But what of Nathan's? Can we give him advice? Everybody present turned to stare at Nathan, thoughtful expressions on their faces. He swallowed. This feels remarkably awkward, but I bet they'll have some really useful things to say. Nathan stayed quiet, waiting for judgment. Kulal spoke first, her voice even and lightly amused. It's hard to think of how to fight Nathan when I know any magic cast upon him will only empower him, and any non-lethal wounds will quickly heal. I would probably throw Stanel at him, or hide behind Kia. Dallo shrugged, adding his own reasoning. Stella can throw him with a controlled rock, so if he was airborne, I would attack by throwing natural boulders at him. More awkward and harder to control than conjured stone, but it would probably work. He would need to dodge like an air stalker to avoid even a standard volley. Stanel pursed his lips, nodding in agreement with Dallo. I've fought some on the Path of Rage before, and the trick is to control the distance. Some you must fight by wearing them down and exhausting their resource. Others you attempt to kill with an early, decisive strike. It's a hard decision, depending on their style and skills. He narrowed his eyes at Nathan.
I would try to keep Nathan at bay, drain his stamina until he stopped healing, then wound him repeatedly without giving him an opening. Divine knows that would likely cost a fortune in magic items, Kaya said. We saw him break Simla's swords. I would strike with a single powerful blow, with as little warning and as few tells as possible. She paused, tapping her lip with one finger. But if this is how we would fight Nathan, how should he further develop his build to counter such attacks? Stanel flicked his hand as if to throw his opinion at Nathan. Everybody needs a way to attack from range. I don't know how that could work for you, but it's needed. Kaya inhaled with a frown, her brows furrowed in disagreement. No. Nathan has his focus. Mobility, anti-magic, and is impossible to suppress. With airwalking, healing, and the ability to pierce any magical barrier, he should solve problems by closing the range and accepting non-lethal wounds to decisively strike at his foes.
He should focus on dodging and mobility to ensure that none of the blows he takes are lethal. Everybody took a moment to parse this. Then Dallo looked over at Nathan. Do you have a mobility or a dodging skill? You should get one if not. It works well with airwalking. Stella cleared her throat and chuckled. He has 3. Then she shot an apologetic glance at Nathan. Sorry. He waved away her apology. She hadn't given any details, and he was much more interested in getting better advice from the Guardians than he was in hiding secrets from them. If I ever have to fight these people, something is seriously wrong. Besides, I think both Kia and Stanel will be able to mop the floor with me for the next 1,000 levels? Dallo's eyebrows climbed higher. 3? Well, that is impressive. 3 high-level mobility skills in a fighter unburdened by armor is something I would normally torch a hillside over, or rely on force walls to narrow their field.
But for you... He considered the problem, regarding Nathan with a new weight. Train those skills as much as you are able. They will be key to your future. If you can, lean your class development toward mobility. An airborne speed fighter immune to magic would be the nightmare of any mage. Kulal was next to speak. Lost in thought, she clearly hadn't been following the conversation. Striking from stealth. Nathan would be as vulnerable as any to those striking from stealth, and he must watch out for that. But I also believe he would be well benefited by a focus on stealth and sneaking. Many mages rely on spells to detect threats. Nathan, have you been able to slip by magical sensors before? He nodded, thinking of the fight against the enslavement mages at the ford. He'd been hidden in a bush, and a spell had pinged Emerald, but not him. He'd also bypassed the guild's security system, hopping over a wall without setting off any alarms.
Yes, I also think I can get past security enchantments pretty easily. Stanel leaned in. Don't let Feline hear you say that. She's already interested in you. Half of the security enchantments in Giant's Rest were invented for her, and she's always looking for new ways to defeat them. Kulal continued, on a roll. Being sneaky would suit you well, since the blanket solution to stealth skills, magic, will not work with you. It is very hard to prepare blanket defenses against you. She paused for a moment before smiling with good humor. I do not believe the Path of Rage is well suited to developments focused on stealth, but I would consider a stealth skill if you ever have the option. This fire is embers, Kia cut in, raising her glass of Umna. A cheer for Nathan Lark, the anti-mage of Gamor. May he bring arrogant mages low, and may his weakness ever be a terrible choice of alcohol. He clinked his own glass of the sweet purple liquor with hers before they downed them.
I thought we had things to do after dinner, Stella said, sounding impatient. Don't you have more mana storage crystals for Nathan to purify? Are we going to need to pile them on his drunken body? Stella's voice was a bit petulant, which was honestly fair. Nathan grinned down the table at her. Nah. With my regeneration development, I can clear any poison. And alcohol is poison. A simple one at that. But not yet. This is fun. Stanel glared at him again, looking unamused. I know some poison resistance talents, but as part of a healing talent and selective? He shook his head. That healing insight is the jewel of a dragon's hoard. Arl snorted at his dad's comment. It's definitely worth seeing somebody absolutely unconcerned about taking an Agmon legionary spear to the gut, or just ignoring a sliced throat as it gouts blood. Nathan felt his smile turning smug as he snagged the bottle of spirit that Kulal was floating in his direction and refilled his glass. The talent can do more than just healing and poison, though I won't tell you what yet. You just need to spend 2 decades learning the details of life. He grew more serious. It's hard to build up that knowledge when an ending comes along every several hundred years. Would you consider teaching the insights of Earth to a broader audience, Nathan? This time the question came from Kachi, whose face bore a thoughtful expression. You hold so much of value, and not all of it destructive. We are on a different path now, but one day you may have time and peace. I would throw my weight behind a school of another world. Yeah, that is something I want to do. But not now. I need to be higher level, more capable of defending myself and my insights. Maybe once Giant's Rest is defeated. Nathan shrugged, not willing to commit to anything. Likely, though it depends on the circumstances. I won't promise it. Kulal changed the subject, explaining that they'd engaged a famous baker for dessert. She used her magic to bring out new plates heavy with slices of cake. They'd been sweetened with some kind of syrup and heavily layered with savory spices. It was delicious. After dinner, the heirs split up with their parents once more, carrying out errands and doing last-minute restocks. Kia took Kachi to pick up some shields and a new gauntlet, since his last one had been disintegrated by Tail. He muttered about getting spares now that he had a larger dimensional storage. Arl and Sarah asked Dalo to send it to Herdine, then went with Stanel downstairs. They were planning taking their class developments in a controlled space before getting used to their new weapons after Herdine put in the final customizations. Nathan wished them luck and couldn't help but want to be present. Instead, he went upstairs with Stella, Dalo, and Kulal, purging the alcohol from his bloodstream as they climbed the steps. They entered the library, where Dalo started handing Stella scrolls and loose pieces of paper on light spells. He pointed Nathan to a side room, where sorted piles of various magical crystals waited for him to purify. Stella gets all of them. Now that I know how Stella's mana pool works, I'm certainly not going to be shy about using my anti-magic to help expand it. I would rather like my friend to never run out of mana while we're in a life-or-death situation, even if it sounds like she'll be at the meteor swarm stage before that becomes an issue. Kulal asked for everything they'd retrieved from the crystalline Kalis spellbook, which she began poring over with specialized tools at an enchanted desk off to the side. Nathan left the door open, listening as Dalo walked Stella through the various resources he was giving her. The library wasn't huge, but it did have several bookshelves stuffed with a mix of scrolls, loose sheafs of paper, and a few books. There were even a few tablets. But Nathan couldn't give all his attention to Dalo, since he was busy siphoning mana from the crystals. They weren't especially charged, but between the meal he'd just eaten and the crystals, he soon was overflowing with stamina. He decided to use the excess to continue his muscle enhancement program, this time focusing on his legs. It takes a lot of stamina to enhance a little bit of muscle, but as far as I can tell, it's permanent, and the ceiling on the strength increase is pretty high. It'll take a while to get my whole body. I definitely don't want to ignore my core or back muscles. And then I need to pay attention to bones, ligaments, cartilage, nerves. I'm not sure how I'll enhance all those tissues, but I've got time. He looked up as Dalo fetched another book from a secluded corner of the library.
The mage looked uncertain. This one was a weighty tome, and the bindings glimmered with purple-red light. He held it out to Stella. "Be careful with this. It's probably the most valuable book we own. It's a Kalis Conclave introductory magical textbook the Guardians pulled from a hermitage. It holds hundreds of spells, covering dozens of mana types. If somebody," he glanced at Nathan, "teaches you to use other mana types, this book will likely contain starting points for spells that use them. Don't lose it. It's entirely priceless." Stella took it from him seriously, tucking it into a dimensional pocket at her side. Meanwhile, there were lots of fascinated noises from Kalal as she studied the pages from the book. Then she let out a gasp. It changed! The spell on the page changed! Nathan looked up from his latest crystal. He'd done about a third of the crystals, but decided it was time for a break and approached Kalal.
"Yeah, when I was wrestling with the book, it kept shifting through different spells to try and get me off of it. Tried some pretty crazy mana combinations." The foxfolk woman turned to him with shining eyes. "Tell me everything." Perfected Body 2 achieved. A few hours later, Nathan sat on a heavily stuffed couch, massaging his left leg. He'd accidentally torn one of the ligaments in his knee while trying to strengthen it, and repairing it properly had been a surprisingly tricky endeavor. But he couldn't complain. The entire process had earned him a rank up in his newest, unique talent. Stella was seated next to him, eyes drifting shut from exhaustion. She'd spent most of the intervening hours drilling her parents with spell work questions after skimming through some of what they'd given her. Dalo had made some sarcastic comments about asking Nathan, but had been quick to answer her questions regardless.
Nathan had finished purifying the crystals, using all of the stamina for his bodily enhancements. Once he used it up, he kept going, occasionally asking Stella for a shot of mana to replenish what he'd spent. Dalo had thought it was hilarious that Nathan kept asking to get zapped, while Kulal had forcibly pulled herself away from the spellbook pages to spend time with her daughter before they left. She'd given Stella back the Forceborn sapphires they'd pulled off of the book covers. In her own words, "You earned these. You should have them. They're exquisitely worked, don't hold any dangers, and have very high mana capacities. Their residual spell work will also convert ambient mana to force mana, which should suit you well. But I would prefer to keep the pages, if you would give your mother a gift." Stella hadn't been able to say no to that. Kulal definitely couldn't extract much in a single night, but she might have a few juicy insights to share once the heirs returned. Sitting across from them were Arl and Sarah, both still buzzing with excitement from their class developments. Nathan had asked about the details, but he'd been waved off, with Sarah saying they wanted to wait for Kachi. The problem was that he and Kia were still out. They'd been gone for hours, and Nathan was getting a bit worried about the cleric. 3 possibilities. Shopping for a new shield at this hour took a lot longer than they expected. They got attacked. Or Kia decided Kachi needed one last training session. The last seems the most likely, and also probably the most dangerous for Kachi. But Kulal was keeping a close watch on the front gate, and eventually she gestured to let in 2 returning figures. Kachi looked tired, while Kia was her indefatigable self. I swear, she reminds me of Superman some days, down to the perfect hair and being so goddamn attractive. They stomped through the front door, after which Kachi slumped onto a chair and let out an exhausted breath.
Nathan looked over at him, wishing he had a beer he could pass over. Rough night? Kahi rubbed the top of his head with one paw.
Kia made me run around Jamor 3 times while working on spells to increase my mobility. Told me that I'd need it to keep up with you. Nathan couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. Did you pick up a shield? The wolfman grunted with the faint hint of a growl, closing his eyes and relaxing into the chair. 6 of them. Not all exactly according to my preference, but I can use my magic with all of them. Nathan turned next to Sarah and Arl. Well, can we hear about your class developments now? Sarah gave him a sly smile. I am unsure. Stella and Kachi seem in no state to pay attention. Let's delay until tomorrow. Nathan sulked, but acquiesced. Before the heirs departed to bed, he gathered their attention. This has been wonderful. Let's note the good times when they come, yeah?
This was a good time. He got a sleepy wave from Stella, a grunted affirmation from Kachi, and a round of chuckles and nods from Arl and Sarah. Chapter 22. Into the Wilderness. The next morning, they didn't wake particularly early, but it felt that way. The heirs made their preparations with an air of finality. They had a leisurely breakfast and packed while going over some final details. There was one specific topic they hadn't discussed: mental protection. If they were worried about being attacked by Giant's Rest, they had to expect mind magic. Kachi was confident in his own unwavering protect him from potential mental attacks. It had let him repeatedly shrug off Tails' dominate, and Kia had told him about some more tricks since then. Divine magic was apparently well suited to defense against that kind of threat, reacting automatically and furiously to mental intrusion. Sarah and Arl both had skills that spent a class resource for that purpose, and they'd ranked up their skills significantly in the last fight. Nathan still wanted to hear about their full class development, but that would have to wait until they were well outside of Jamor. Stanel had provided them the next set of insights for their mental skills last night, and they were waiting for their next encounter with mind magic to develop the protection. The person who had needed the most help was Stella. She'd worn an expensive amulet that had protected her from mental spells during Tails' ambush, but it had been reduced to slag in the process. That kind of overloading was the weakness of such devices. Well, that and the fact that they could simply be removed. Before they left, Kulal handed Stella a half-dozen more of the pricey amulets. She'd promptly handed one to Sarah, Arl, and Kachi as well. They wouldn't wear the amulets, since it would prevent the advancement of their anti-mental magic abilities. But they could be used in a pinch. Or, if Stella's amulet was overwhelmed, they'd have a spare to put on her. By force, if necessary. Soon enough, it was time to go. They would come back to Jamor eventually. But it might be months, or years. It all depended on how the current conflict with Giant's Rest worked out. It felt like they were bidding goodbye for some time, though, and the heirs' goodbyes to their parents were solemn. It reminded Nathan of parents dropping off their kids at college, though with a lot more danger of death. The heirs left Jamor without visiting the Adventurers Guild.
They weren't escorted, and they didn't say anything special to the guards, just waved them goodbye as if this was a standard patrol. Nathan knew that the Guardians were watching from somewhere, ready in case there was an ambush just outside the gates.
The heirs made for the Eastern Transit Road, quickly crossing the killing field and entering the space-distorting highway.
They were heading towards Giant's Rest purely because that seemed like the least likely place for an ambush. There were no villages to the east, no jobs aside from those targeting Giant's Rest, like what the Giant Raiders did. The heirs expected to easily get lost in the hills to the southeast of Gamor. It was a territory rife with dungeons and monsters, but that just gave them more places to hide. Also, more things that can kill us in our sleep, but there are always trade-offs. The overall plan was to loop down to the southern villages over the next week or so. The land down there was hilly and rough, with lots of crags and caves to hide out in, as well as a never-ending supply of problems for adventurers to take out. They'd hopefully all hit level 81 before too long, and have more power to work with.
Nathan just hoped his level 81 class choice could be made without impending doom forcing a particular decision. Though it's one way to not get stuck in analysis paralysis. That hasn't happened to me in a while. I'd mostly quashed that issue before I came to Davrar. And all the combat training has helped my decision-making a lot. The transit road trip was uniquely tense and boring. Nathan expected mages or stalkers or something, but nothing happened. He knew that the Eastern Road was patrolled the least because it was only used by adventurers, but they still didn't get attacked. As the heirs left Old Gamor, they turned and followed the massive ruined walls for some time, heading south. Eventually, they chose a valley at random and headed for it. Once they were out of sight of the ruined city, the heirs began to relax. They were in dangerous territory, as evinced by the occasional dungeon they passed, but it was anonymous, dangerous territory.
If someone found them here, they would have found them anywhere. Nathan had asked a few questions about scrying last night. To scry somebody, you either needed intimate knowledge or something with a strong physical connection to them, like a lock of hair or a vial of blood. Regardless, they were probably safe. Getting out of Old Jamor had been the dangerous part, and it had only been a few days since Tails' failed ambush. Most of the dungeons this close to Jamor were cleared out a while back. They want to give themselves as large a bubble of safety as possible, in case all the dungeons wake up during the ending of history. Now that he wasn't concentrating quite so hard on avoiding an ambush, Nathan looked over at Arl. So, developments? You teased us with it last night. Now I want the scoop. Sarah shot Nathan a confused look. The scoop? Is this like the phrase out of left field in that it's absolutely nonsensical? Out of left field makes complete sense.
You just need to understand the sport it comes from.
But baseball is maybe not the easiest thing to explain. I'd much rather hear about your class developments.
You heard the important decision, Nathan. Arl cut in cheerfully. I took Master of Many Weapons, and Sarah took Headshot Gunslinger. The most notable skill was... Hey, Sarah protested. It's mine, so I'll tell of it. She held out an empty hand, then rolled it over like a magician performing a magic trick. A pistol cartridge appeared in her hand. I can spend my class resource to create ammunition for firearms I'm familiar with. She bounced the bullet in one hand. It's a large drain, and it shifts my weight towards depending on these weapons more, but it removes the shortage worry. She shrugged and tucked the bullet into her dimensional storage. I also got a skill that lets me see through fog and darkness while aiming a weapon.
Some of my other class skills developed as well,
Becoming specific to guns, but further improving their range and power based on the insights you taught me about shooting at range. I have great expectations for these new weapons. She smiled a Cheshire grin. And the last class skill rewards me with focus for headshots and strikes against similar weak points. So to sum up, A gunslinger with infinite ammunition. A resource that lets her use bullet time, and who is rewarded for shooting people in the head. I kind of wish I could let Sarah loose on the Call of Duty servers or something. Sounds hilarious. Kachi whistled. Class skills that return class resources are a powerful boon indeed. That seems like a potent combination. Arl wore a theatrically mournful expression, but was clearly quite pleased for his sister. Meanwhile, I am merely a master of many weapons. He pulled out the force saber with one hand and one of the pistols with the other. My new skills allow me to proficiently wield a weapon in each hand, controlling each without distraction from the other. Another enhances my toughness to match armor, though the armor must be flexible. No plate mail for me. The last gives me proficiency with any weapon I lay my hands on. His mouth twisted slightly. I am following the path of my father, with weapons equal to many in his arsenal. The weapon proficiency skill is one that can further develop to incredible heights. But I find myself thinking of what could be. All of a sudden, the shotgun was in his hands, and he caressed the weapon. This strikes as hard as any fancy trick with an enchanted chain, or the dozen other weapons my father keeps. I'm sure there will be some problems that can only be solved by blades, Nathan reassured him. Especially enchanted ones. Arl sighed, and the gun returned to his dimensional storage in another flicker of motion. I have a good deal of ammunition, but I may rely on Sarah for replenishment if we are truly gone from Gamore for months. Kachi stroked the wispy hair on his chin. But we have yet to ask the most important question. The rest of the heirs turned to him, and Kachi did his best to look wise and mysterious. And that would be? Sarah prompted. Kachi gestured at the barren landscape around them. I see no dining halls. What food have we brought if we are to spend months in the wilderness? Sarah, Arl, and Stella spent a moment inventorying their food. They'd been given extra by their parents, but it was maybe a few weeks' worth, not months. They'd mostly finished the siege boar meat, and it was on the verge of going bad even inside a dimensional space. Nathan felt a bit panicked. Should I have been paying attention to this? I wasn't paying attention to this. Should we go back? Kachi chuckled. It would have been difficult for you to impact this, for you cannot carry a meaningful amount of provisions without a dimensional space. No, but I could have made sure everybody else was packing their own spaces. Sarah's expression and tone were resigned. I presume you have extra rations? The big wolf folk nodded, fighting to restrain his grin. Sarah let out a deep and melancholy sigh. And they're all dried oats. Kachi burst into a deep and rolling laugh. Mostly. She made me promise to not bring up the topic, in return for providing syrup and other seasonings. And we can always hunt the Nindine. He gestured up the slope, where they could see a number of four-legged creatures eyeing them. The Nindine looked basically like gazelles or small deer, with a pair of short horns pointing up. Alert, agile, and without a ton of meat on them, they looked very annoying to chase down. Well, the Guardians did say I needed to work on my mobility for my build to truly shine. Sarah pulled out her rifle. Time to get some more practice with this beauty. Nathan held up a hand. I think I want to try chasing one. This is going to be rather embarrassing, and you can shoot one after they all get away from me. But I need to improve my mobility. Sounds hilarious. Stella gave him a thumbs up. Nathan looked up, gauging the terrain. Well, what are you waiting for? Nathan sighed and started jogging uphill. With my muscle enhancements, stamina, and sprinting, I should be superhumanly good at this. Maybe hunting with my bare hands won't be so bad. Nathan did not, in fact, get close to the Nindine herd. They scattered away from him with ease, leaping over the rough terrain with what had to be magic-assisted leaps. Nathan was about to drive them over the crest of the hill when one of the larger buck's heads exploded mid-leap, stamina a quarter full,
and red-faced from a mixture of exercise and embarrassment, Nathan returned to the heirs carrying the hoofed herd animal, handing it to Arl. The master of many weapons butchered the animal and stored the meat in a separate pouch that was easy to clean. While Arl worked, Nathan turned to Stella. "Were those things using wind magic to jump around?" "Yeah," she said. "I've heard the really old ones can fly, but they tend to stick with the herd. They can also be dangerous if you corner them. Those horns can pierce steel if they wind jump at you." "Why didn't we learn about them in the adventuring trainee course?" "They're not something adventurers deal with except to hunt for food," Sarah broke in, while carefully examining the barrel of her new gun for residue. "They don't attack people unless cornered, and they're too skittish and hard to catch to be livestock." Then they were off, intending to find a protected campsite or cave to camp in. The goal, for at least the first few days, was to drop off the map entirely. They'd back to Gemor in a few days to find out if there were any jobs they should take. But for now, their job was to disappear. A few hours later, Nathan noticed another herd of Nindine. With a sigh, he again stalked toward them. This would be a lot easier with a stealth skill. And maybe I could get closer before I had to start running. Mid-tier, sprinting 8, achieved. They kept walking into the scrubby hills and low mountains, the land becoming more arid as they traveled farther south. The dungeons continued appearing on all sides, and the sheer volume was just ridiculous. There are so many of those things. It's like there are zoning laws, and this is a high-density zone. More and more of the dungeons were active as they got farther from Gemor. It wasn't always easy to tell, but when you saw a giant face of a baby carved into a cliff face with eyes backlit by blue flame, it was a bit of a giveaway.
Or the steps that climbed up to a tall tower atop a hill that flickered with continual lightning, a small but permanent storm cloud shrouding the top. I'm really curious about those, but I know the rules about dungeons. Maybe we'll pick one and go in if there's a delve day soon. As the day wore on, Nathan spotted a cave that wasn't too close to an active dungeon. It was only a few hundred yards from a giant pile of rubble that seemed to have been blasted, crushed, and partially melted at some point in the past. But that wasn't an active dungeon. It was probably a former dungeon somebody had decided to deal with using overwhelming firepower. A stream of clear spring water bubbled out of the base of the wreckage and flowed past the mouth of the cave, so it looked like a good spot for them to establish themselves. The stream itself was surrounded by trees, which also grew around the mouth of the cave. As they approached, Nathan spotted a few woodstalkers inside, observing them silently. They looked weird. The same 6 legs and faintly glowing third eye as other stalker variants, but with flesh made of knotted wood and toughened bark. As the heirs moved to the entrance, the stalkers withdrew, clearly planning to ambush them farther into the cave. Stella torched the cave for 10 minutes, leaving it nice and toasty, and giving them some pre-lit firewood from the stalker corpses. The shelter was musty with organic refuse, but some wind magic and elbow grease solved that problem. Stella only earned a couple of levels from that, but the heirs had secured a place to stay. They set about making the cave comfortable. Mostly Stella, who used stone magic to make flat areas for bedding and seating, then formed a fire pit just around a bend from the mouth of the cave. Sarah and Kachi set up their gear, while Arl went out to cut more wood. Nathan explored the cave, his and a dim torch helping him navigate the dark environment. He leaned on his hearing as he walked, paying more attention to it than his vision. He could tell that the cave extended further back, but it didn't open up into a large space, judging by the lack of echoes from his footsteps. Nathan followed the twisting cave until he ran across a barricade of rubble. But the rubble wasn't natural stone. That looks like the stone from the ruined dungeon by the entrance. I'm not sure I'm pleased that the cave connects to it. There's nothing obviously dangerous, but it's never the obvious stuff that kills you. Nathan paid extra close attention on the walk back, noticing a few small cracks in the rock as he exited the vicinity of the ruined dungeon. He certainly couldn't fit through them, but he couldn't say that nothing could. The heirs were roasting some nindine over the fire as he returned. With a grim look on his face, Nathan relayed what he'd found. The rubble back there looked Edrani to me. You know, the guys who liked animated armor and golems. I'm not sure I want one that survived to break through the rubble and come after us. I think we might want to move. Kachi looked thoughtful, but Stella scoffed. She walked 30 paces farther back into the cave, molding a foot-thick wall to block the cave. See? Nemesis slain. Nathan eyed the wall without feeling especially reassured. Aren't Edrani golems supposed to be incredibly strong? Like, able to bust through stone walls strong? Stella turned away from the new back of the cave, dusting off her hands. If they come through the wall, we'll certainly hear them and get out if we need to. I was thinking about blocking off the front of the cave, but it's probably a better idea not to, in case we need to leave in a hurry. And with that, they settled down to a cozy evening in their new campsite, arguing over old subjects and asking Nathan for more stories of Earth. He'd started dredging up other stories to tell the heirs, and it felt appropriate to pull out some things he remembered from Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. He hadn't been a fan of the series when he was young. An active imagination and a fear of the unknown had left young Nathan scared stiff of the things that might exist in the dark places away from the streetlights. He'd wanted magic to be real so badly, but the flip side was that he'd been terrified of it being real, but unfriendly. Of course, now I know magic is real, and I have the tools to fight back. Rather literally, as far as magic itself is concerned. He was telling one of his favorites, the Wendigo. It drags you away so fast, Kachi interrupted. It's sneaky and fast? Sounds like a stalker. Sounds smarter than a stalker if it waited that long, Sarah said.
Might use shadow mana if it waited for nightfall. It was like that for all of the stories. They kept searching for how to kill the problem, instead of imagining the terrors that might be lurking in the dark beyond the campfire. But Nathan supposed that wasn't surprising. A lot of the scary stories just sounded like weird magic or strange monsters to them, and they'd trained to fight those dangers since childhood. And there was some stuff on Devrar that was honestly scarier than these stories. The Soul Eaters alone were nightmare fuel. Or stalkers. Magically stealthy, pony-sized lizard things, just waiting to jump out of the shadows and rip your legs off. And the bigger ones could shoot magical projectiles from their third eyes. Nathan found himself grumbling about how hard it was to tell the heirs a scary story because their world was already rather scary. Then he stopped himself, and they talked about more productive things, like what to do over the next few days. Chapter 23. Wilderness. Montage. Surprising nobody, the heirs spent the next few days training. They figured out a route for their morning jog, keeping clear of an ancient castle manned by animated suits of armor who would fire ballistae at anything in their line of sight. It was a shame. The castle looked awesome, like a single giant rectangular block of stone with arrow slits, gates, and crenellations smoothly melded into the structure. They spent the rest of their time training in the dell outside of the cave, where trees and grass grew around the stream emerging from the ruin nearby. It was as much to stave off boredom as anything. There wasn't much else to do. At least, they all had several significant advancements to consolidate. It's not like we have a pile of board games. Actually, maybe I should grab some sticks and build a makeshift Catan board or something. Need to figure out cards. It turned out that Stella was very good at Catan, though Nathan managed to win the first few games through sheer familiarity. The most important thing Nathan did was spend tens of thousands of stamina enhancing his body, giving puppy dog eyes at Stella to beg her for mana. It got to the point where all Nathan had to do was turn and look at her mournfully, and she'd zap him with lightning or light while the rest of the heirs laughed. Her effectively infinite mana became nearly infinite stamina, and Nathan used it to the fullest extent. Everything he could think of that didn't pose a horrible risk, he did. Thickening and strengthening bones, toughening ligaments, padding out cartilage. He increased the range of motion of some of his joints and increased his reaction speed by streamlining the myelination of his peripheral nervous system.
For all of the significance of these effects, they didn't change his appearance much. They made him a bit beefier, but most of the changes emphasized quality rather than quantity. I could enhance the stature of certain body features, but I already have enough of a problem ending up naked. I don't want to increase the risk profile. After some trial and error, Nathan improved his vision past 20/20 and increased the sensitivity of his hearing. That trial and error was not easy. Nathan first made his vision so bad he basically blinded himself. He tried to up the receptivity of his photoreceptors to see better in the dark, but had to tweak his pupil to narrow far enough so he wouldn't be blinded in bright light. Then he accidentally tuned his hearing so high that normal speech was deafening. Everything was a balancing act. He also figured out how to control his hair growth, mostly to stop his facial hair from growing so he wouldn't need to shave anymore. But it also let him grow his hair out if it got burnt or cut off. Nathan's preferred hair length was a bit shaggy, but not so long that it would get in his eyes. I'm pretty sure I could also grow a wicked beard if I wanted to. Maybe just a mustache. In a few years. I don't feel distinguished enough yet. It would be kind of hilarious to get hit by a fireball and stroll out wearing only a mustache. Nathan experimented with even more exotic enhancements to his own body. He wanted to try to toughen his skin with spider silk proteins, or integrate limpet teeth material into his bones, but his early attempts were met with failure, and he had to revert the changes. It's not very much fun running experiments on your own body, where the test is how much weight it takes to break a finger after you've messed with it, or how hard you need to stab your arm to penetrate the skin. Perfected Body 3 achieved. Nathan also earned a few other rank-ups during the training period, through various methods. He had kept up his tradition of recounting various stories from Earth in the evenings. He was in the midst of The Lord of the Rings, reciting the stirring speech from the Ride of the Rohirrim, when he was interrupted by a familiar blue box. High-tier Enhanced Memory 6 achieved! Nathan continued with barely a break, recounting one of his favorite stories as the fire burned merrily by his side. Listening intently, Arl gazed out into the darkness, a saber across his knees and his shotgun leaning against the wall behind him. There was a real sense of isolation in the darkness. The only sounds came from Nathan's tail, the crackling of the fire, and the occasional call of a monster. They were in a bubble of warmth, companionship, and safety that isolated them from the world outside and only intensified the comfort of the moment. Some of those predators had tried to attack their cave.
A crush bug had approached during the previous night, but Stella blasted it with lightning and fire, and it retreated quickly. The giant armored bugs were fast and tough, and they decided not to go after it unless it kept stalking them. By the next morning, the only trace of the force magic-wielding arthropod was a series of tracks and crushed trees. Other nighttime attacks had been taken care of even more summarily, like when some steel screamers had harassed them in the middle of the night until a groggy Sarah dropped 3 of them with her pistol. The skill that lets her see through the darkness is no joke. Nathan's other rank-ups came from taking a potentially unwise risk. He decided to get some dodging practice from the haunted, trigger-happy castle. It was definitely not safe, even for him. The ballista bolts were tipped with enchanted heads large enough to cut Nathan in half. But unless they hit him somewhere truly critical, Nathan figured he would survive. Stella hid nearby behind a rock, ready to haul him back with rocks and zap him with lightning if he needed more stamina. But in the meantime, and still keeping the Guardian's advice in mind,
Nathan needed to experience how his bodily enhancements improved his reaction times and movements. He didn't find the changes difficult to adapt to, especially with a skill helping him stay on his feet. Nathan practiced standard dodging before proceeding to more acrobatic movements, spending nearly half an hour dancing across the hillside, dodging projectiles larger than him. Mid-tier dodging, footwork 7 achieved. Mid-tier tumbling 4 achieved. He'd thought about gathering up the bolts that had been fired at him, but they were conjured and evaporated into mana before he could grab them. They were also enchanted, which meant it was possible to conjure enchanted materials. There are more secrets to magic than I can dream of, clearly. The rest of the heirs also made progress. Kachi practiced the new spells Kia had suggested, while Arl and Sarah got accustomed to their new weapons. Sarah's ability to generate ammunition made the siblings less conservative during training, and their aim and familiarity with the new weapons increased dramatically. At Nathan's suggestion, Sarah practiced going from unarmed to an aimed shot from the hip as quickly as possible. She was fast, boosted by skills she'd already had that let her quickly draw and swap weapons. They also let her reload quickly. She started whittling new speed loaders to increase the number of times she could do a full reload at once. Arl, meanwhile, practiced with his pistols, but was in love with his new shotgun. It turned out the skill that let him effectively wield a two-handed sword in one hand also let him effectively fire the shotgun one-handed, though it looked ridiculous, and the pump action did require his other hand to engage.
It would be kind of hilarious for all to get in a sword fight and then win by way of shotgun. Not hilarious for whoever he shoots, of course. Stella was even busier than the rest of them, exploring her new mana types and the synergies between them. She also had a whole catalog of new types of spells to master from the resources her parents had given her. Some of them needed to be adapted to how she understood and used mana, but with others, she found she could already do something superior. Understanding the deeper laws behind her mana types was an amazing boon to her. It helped her understand why various spells worked the way they did, and how to devise more efficient ways to achieve the same result. A classic limitation of light mana as an offensive tool was its range. Basically, no light mana spells were capable of a beam that wouldn't diffuse completely after 100 feet or so. But this was an area Nathan knew a lot about. He'd worked with microscopy, and you needed to know optics to do that well. Nathan taught Stella about lenses and collimation, then took a detour to explain lasers, the diffraction limit, and coherence. Stella latched onto his discussion of lasers, clearly intending to build a laser-like light mana spell that used constructive interference to bolster light magic to incredible heights. It wasn't going to be simple to build a magical laser, but damn did that sound cool. Also, absolutely terrifying. Especially if she can also figure out gamma. Grazers, here we come? Even X-rays would be pretty scary. Mid-tier lecturing 7 achieved. It's a good thing I have so many things of significance to lecture about. I was honestly thinking about that skill as temporary, but the more I consider it, the more it'll be essential if I want to enact any sort of long-term change.
Paper and books. Knowledge vaults against the next ending. All the stuff about crop hybridization I was considering. I'll have to explain it to somebody. It won't hold a candle to what I would have accomplished with the classes I was first offered when coming to Davrar. But it's better than nothing. So, you called it plasma. I want to hear about it. Stella's next question caught Nathan off guard, though it really shouldn't have. He frowned, then spoke carefully to avoid upsetting her. I think we should wait until you have a better mastery of light and magnetic mana. Both will be critical to shield us from the power of that kind of spell. And I need to figure out how to dance around radioactivity. I trust Stella with my life, but I'm not sure I trust her with nukes.
Stella didn't take that particularly well, furrowing her brows and glaring at him as her tone sharpened.
You said you would explain the dangers and trust me with these insights. Nathan scrubbed a hand through his hair, trying to figure out how to diffuse the situation. And I will, once you understand how to shape magnetism and light better. I will tell you what the first lesson of plasma will be, though. How to use the path of light to guide lightning. Electrolasers! Stella did get excited about that idea, though many of her questions had a challenging edge now, as if daring Nathan to withhold information. He wasn't sure he liked it. Shaking his head, Nathan went out to gather firewood. Their training was interrupted a few days later by a message Stella received. She explained it to them. The Dust Eaters are due west of the village of Taran and are requesting help. They've been tracking a series of ash-blood cobra nests for the past few weeks. They just found the central lair and want help clearing it out. They're offering loot right as an incentive, though they're keeping the bounty. The guild is pretty sure there's a matriarch. The mage sounded excited at the possibility. That's the team with Nornan and the two catfolk. I liked them. Kids from the villages becoming adventurers to keep their homes safe. Sarah cocked her head. Do the Dust Eaters have a mage capable of message? Stella shook her head. No, but Taran does, and the Dust Eaters went there to report before going back to the lair. They're picking off the brood serpents that leave to establish their own nests, but they need help. It's about a day and a half west of Taran. Nathan frowned, consulting his mental map of the area around Jamor. We could get there in a day if we pushed hard. Would this be much earlier than the next team? Frowning, Stella cast message to ask. A few moments later, she received an answer. Yes, the next team would have to come from Jamor, and it'd be at least 3 or 4 days.
Let's go, Arl said. He shrugged. If this is a giant's rest trap, I'll take up hydra farming.
Nathan blinked at the inscrutable expression, but nodded in agreement. He, Kachi, and Stella needed to hit level 81, and this fight was a good opportunity to get more levels. Granted, it wouldn't necessarily be the best experience for him, since he wouldn't be great at fighting giant snakes with 4-foot fangs who could spit flaming venom. But the Dust Eaters need our help. I like Nornan. He's hilarious, and strikes me as exactly the kind of adventurer I want more of in Jamor. He cares a lot more about protecting people than glory or status. And a lair of ash-blood cobras is pretty dangerous. Arl and Sarah were in obvious approval, already starting to pack up the cave. Kachi was about to stop them, but then he shrugged and began packing as well.
They were able to prepare pretty quickly, especially Sarah and Arl. The twins had class skills that allowed them to pull exactly the intended item out of dimensional storage, and so tended to simply throw things into their bags. Kachi and Stella were more careful, but only a bit. Nathan didn't carry any of the gear, so he just did the last-minute cleaning, throwing food scraps into the river and making sure the fire was fully extinguished. And then they were off, jogging over the rugged terrain. They knew the area around their little hidey hole pretty well after the week of exploration and exercises. There were a few places they might have been interested in delving, but there hadn't been a delve day declared, and they weren't about to go after a dungeon without one. The area around the cave was somewhat arid, but the mountains were still covered with greenery.
As they kept going south, the trees got smaller, more sparse and more scraggly, while the grasses were replaced by scrubby bushes. The mountains around them gave way to rocky hills, which were rounder and more eroded. The profile of dungeons changed with it. More of them were built into caves or cliff faces instead of tall constructions atop peaks or dominating passes. They were moving quickly south from atop a barren ridge when Nathan had a question. So, ash-blood cobras. Isn't it a bit weird to find a nest out here? I remember Jolba saying they needed a lot of water to breed.
They should be more common out by the river, even if they like to live in drier environments. They were all jogging, but could hold a conversation without any issues. Kachi responded to Nathan, sounding puzzled. Yes, it is. My guess is that they have found some source of water in the hills.
A spring is sufficient for a broodmother, but a matriarch should require a large pond or small lake to breed. They said something about a cave with ruins inside, Stella said from behind. The landmark is an old Sclea semaphore tower. You know, the ones that look like a snake.
By the endings, it couldn't be any other way. Cobras coming from an old Sclea city. Or is it a tomb?
Arl's question was a bit bitter and only half rhetorical. He wasn't a big fan of snakes. Stella sounded uncertain. It was described as larger than a tomb would normally be. Either it's an especially large tomb or a small underground town. Nathan broke in to keep the conversation on track. We're going to need to fight big snakes that spit venom and like to eat people and livestock, and their blood sets things on fire. Jolba said they're easiest to take down from range and with elevation, since they're large targets and can't climb very well. Anything else? The ones who go hunting are the adders, the males, Sarah chipped in. The females are the broodmothers, who can hatch adders, but not very many, and they can't hatch more broodmothers. It's only when they get old that they become matriarchs, huge serpents who can hatch legions of snakes. She swallowed. And the Dust Eaters found a matriarch. Kachi's voice followed her up, grimly supplying more facts. The adders can strike as far as 40 feet, but only when they rear back. The biggest danger is the flaming venom. It can reach nearly 100 feet, is hot enough to melt skin, and the toxin is quite potent. Nathan thought the next question was obvious. Is the flame of the venom magical or alchemical? I want to know how worried I should be about it. Magical, Stella answered. They imbue it with fire mana, and the older ones can spit out fireballs which produce toxic gas. Their blood also catches fire when it meets the air and is very sticky. Be careful not to get it on you. Charming. Sarah spoke to Nathan next. What can you tell us of Nornan and the Dust Eaters? You've spoken to them more than we have. Yeah, that's true. The heirs have always been objects of awe for the rest of the adventurers because of their parents. That's especially true for village-born adventurers like Nornan and his team. But I was more approachable. Until the solstice, I suppose. Nornan is great. He's funny, but very serious about being an adventurer. He leads the Dust Eaters, a team from the villages down here. I only know the names of 2 of his teammates, Ukrik and Inarl. They're catfolk. I think they've got hunter-derived paths, so bows, traps, and stealth, though they also carry spears. They've got a 4th human teammate, but I never learned his name. That was the end of the conversation, though the heirs spoke of other things as they continued their rapid movement to meet up with the Dust Eaters. They didn't get attacked along the journey, by either monsters or Giant's Rest. The lack of monsters wasn't surprising. The heirs were moving quickly and keeping to areas with long sight lines. The abundance of dungeons and harsh environment meant there were fewer dangerous monsters out here, and the ones around had mostly learned not to hunt adventurers. But Nathan kept expecting Tail to teleport back and make another kidnapping attempt, potentially accompanied by another archmage or the mysterious Badood. There was no obvious way for Giant's Rest to find the heirs. But there was always magic. Maybe Badood could scry somebody from just their name, or had some other bullshit magic that could locate them. And we've still got a ways to go before I want to fight somebody like that. Level 81 at a minimum. And by then, maybe they'll get bored, or political shit will happen. Who knows? Chapter 24. A Lair of Ash and Venom. They found Nornan the next day, standing atop a barren yellow hill,
looking out over the valley with a concerned expression. He'd definitely heard the heirs coming, but when they crested the hill, he turned theatrically, face splitting in a wide smile. "If I'd known I would be greeting the heirs, I would have stayed in Taran and spent some time with my grandparents. Are you just stopping by on your way to a true ghoul's lair?" Nathan stepped up, clasping Nornan's forearm and appreciating the way the sun illuminated the man's blonde locks as they blew in the breeze. "Just in the area, and heard you needed a hand. Is that the problem we need to kill?" He indicated a large cave across the valley, which was blocked by a crumbling wall the same shade as the sepia rocks surrounding it. A tall tower reached up from the cliff above the cave, standing with a sinuous curve that marked it as a Sclia's Dominion construction.
The adventurer nodded, releasing Nathan's hand and shading his eyes to look across the valley. "Indeed so. That dragon's maw is our lair. There's been a broodmother emerging every couple of days for the past week, so the matriarch's been fed. We've been hunting down the broodmothers and any adders that emerge, but our luck will only hold out so long. Ukrik was splashed with some venom the day before last. His fur'll grow back, but it could have been much worse." Nornan's brows drew down, his expression worried. Nathan clapped him on the shoulder. "Well, let's deal with this, and it won't be an issue so much. You've been hunting these serpents for a while, yeah?" "Yeah. The Ashbloods are a plague down here in the south. I would give a grand insight to know if we've gotten all of the broodmothers. All they need is water, meat, and time to become a matriarch. I'd rather we don't have any of those near the villages. This one and its spawn have already killed more than a dozen villagers." Nornan's countenance grew stony, and he gave a high, piercing whistle before beginning to pick his way down the steep slope. "We just want them gone. Don't care about the loot. Need the bounty, though." Nathan cast a look back at the heirs, and Arl gestured for him to lead the way. They maneuvered down the steep scree, carefully picking their way down the long slope to the base of the valley, where they met with the rest of the Dust Eaters. Nornan and his team had all grown up in the village of Cromer, and were well adapted to the region. They were sure-footed on the rough terrain, moving deceptively quickly across ankle-breaking rocks. The Dust Eaters all blended into the landscape, with khaki-like clothes for the two humans and similarly colored fur for the two catfolk. The coat of the larger of the two catfolk, Ukrik, was blackened all along his side, where it looked like he'd been spattered by droplets of flaming liquid. Nathan already knew the Dust Eaters, having talked to Nornan and the others a few times during Sudrael's adventurer training course. The rest of the heirs hadn't, though, so Nathan made introductions. The other human was named Lam Gavin, and he was shorter and slighter than Nornan's brawn. The two catfolk were Ukrik and Inarl, siblings whose enhanced senses were invaluable to the kind of hunting missions the Dust Eaters usually took on. All of the Dust Eaters carried compound bows and quivers, along with spears and long knives that looked more like backup weapons. However, Nathan could spot only one-dimensional pouch among their gear, slung alongside Ukrik's quiver. The Dust Eaters looked like they could rain arrows upon their quarry, taking advantage of their familiarity with the rough terrain to make an escape if necessary. It was not a tactic that was particularly well suited for digging monsters out from their lair, but it was a way for them to be adventurers without weighty insights or heavily enchanted gear. Nathan would be shocked if they weren't saving all of their pay to buy enchanted weapons and were hoping to acquire insights by being part of adventurer society. I should inquire about that after this. There aren't a ton of insights I can share that will do much good. Maybe the dodging one? But I doubt they've got many open slots. They probably need every advantage they can get. The heirs and Dust Eaters inspected the stone wall that blocked the cave. It wasn't small. The cave opening was 100 feet tall and 200 feet across, and the wall blocked the bottom third of it. Curved and spired buildings could be seen inside, receding into the gloom of the cave. The wall was visibly crumbling, with great gashes torn through some sections,
though the breaches were choked with rubble.
The only easy path was the gate, which was half blocked with rubble, but still passable.
"Do we have any information or scouting?" Kachi asked the Dust Eaters, his expression inquisitive.